Hello there, the name's Nino, and I am extremely poor. Yes, indeedy, the only thing that I have to my name are the clothes upon my back. Uh-oh. I've been robbed. Yeah, sometimes that's just how it goes when you're living in the big city, which, coincidentally, just so happens to be where I live. Well, more specifically, I live out here on the streets. Now, I'm going to level with you here, the city can be a dangerous and vile place to live, but the local military normally has things locked down pretty tight for the most part. This is the Republic of Libertas, a former Rebel Alliance union that is now their own nation. They are simply one of many nations on the planet of Dagon, but I am a Thromboian, and they are the least racist. Oh darn, it appears to have started raining, and here I am, buck naked. Even worse so, I'm very hungry. Yet another problem with being broke as a joke here in the city. Never enough food to go around, it would seem. Lucky for me, though, I just so happen to know where some of the local farmers grow their crops. And if we don't take too many of them, the turret won't even notice. Now, I'm not normally one to steal, but when it's between this and starving. Now that our belly is full of onions, though, we need to find a nice dry place to sleep for the night. Alleyways aren't exactly the most safe place to sleep at night, but we don't exactly have the Taj Mahal out here. The sun is up, and as am I. Today's the day, my friends. I am going to get my life together. I am tired of living like this, and most importantly, I'm tired of not having any damn money. I'm going to set off on my own, and I'm going to leave this city behind. The vicious cycle ends today. It ends with me here. Well, not here, you know what I mean. We're actually going to be doing a bit of traveling away from the city into the forest. In these small hills here, we shall set up our own home and make our fortune. This tea in the road felt like the perfect place in case we decide to do some type of business, as there are definitely plenty of potential customers traveling this way. An absolutely gorgeous place as well. It was nice to finally get away from the hustle and bustle of the concrete jungle for once. Yes, indeed, it is nice to be out in nature, but even so, if we're going to make our fortune here, we are going to need some man-made structures. I thought that this small Y and or T in the road, depending on how you look at it, would be the perfect place for us to set up shop here with a business. So I began mining away at a gigantic boulder. Now you may be asking yourself what kind of business, and truth be told, I don't really know yet. But I do know we don't have a singular penny to our name, so we're not going to be able to purchase any resources to build it, and thus we will use the most abundant resource of wood. Not long after that, we ended up having our first visitors, a fella by the name of Jur, who was from the United Traders, who was of course looking to do some trading, and his security man. Unfortunately, I didn't have a business set up at all yet, and I also didn't have anything that they would be willing to purchase off of me, so I just kind of went about my merry little way. As the sun began to set, I realized it was going to be quite dark soon and also quite cold, so I worked on a campfire. I would also begin collecting some food before bed, that way I don't have to go out into the dark where there may be some predators lurking. I ended up cooking myself a couple of meals, one for now and one for in the morning, just before I ended up going to sleep. A fella could get used to a nice calm place like this. We are roughing it here, and it's not exactly the Taj Mahal, but before too long we'll make this place our own. Speaking of which, the very next day we immediately began using up all the wood that we had to begin building our very first business and or structure. While doing so though, we were being hunted by a red panda that had lost its mind. Nino rushed to a nearby woodpile, picked up a large log, and beat it over the head until we ended up killing it. For the rest of the night we would continue working on our little business building here, but it began getting dark again, and so we would build Nino a proper bed in a safe place. Now, you may have noticed that I am being a little bit vague with what the structure is actually going to be and or what our business is going to be. I believe it's going to be something of a diner at some point. As for right now, possibly just a little meeting spot, kind of like a saloon or a bar, except, you know, we're in modern times. We'll throw it together for now and see what it evolves into over time, I suppose. But we are going to need some food if we're going to try to sell any food to people, so we began planting plenty of rice, as it was the fastest and easiest to raise. But we're going to need to also be able to refrigerate all the meals that we end up making, and thus we're going to need some form of power generation, and thus we are also going to be mining plenty of components and steel for that before we try to throw together a wood-fired generator. But all of our construction efforts ended up being halted when we had our very first raid. It would seem a singular outlander, a devious ne'er-do-well, has come to try and chop our head off and take any money that we have, as he's thinking that this is a nice business he can rob. Little does he know that we don't have any money, and we're gonna kick his ass. For you see, my friends, as mentioned previously, Ninal is a Thromboian, and being a Thromboian also gives us the ability of Thromboian Fury. Essentially, we can pump some type of adrenaline through our veins on a whim. This will give us quite the combat advantage in melee combat, even when our opponent has an axe and we only have a log, making it quite easy to defeat them. We bonked him over the head a few times with the old log and he hit the ground. I decided to try to start tending to his wounds so that we might be able to rehabilitate him, but unfortunately he tried to stand back up and Ninal ended up killing him. Ah, that's on him. His loss. He could have been some type of hotel and or bar security or something of that sort, and now he's dead. Shame on you. However, in his will, he ended up leaving us a nice axe and a nice brewski that we could enjoy at our very own bar. So I guess it wasn't a total loss that he died. Now that the peace has been restored, we could also finally finish up our wood-fired generator and get our lights going for our little dining room as well as our bedroom. It was a nice start having our little business in the Y in the road here, but we still have much work to do, and that's going to require a lot of steel components and wood, which we would humbly begin collecting for the next couple of days or so. This is probably as good a time as any to also tell you if you're interested in the mods that I'm using, please check the video description as there is a link to the mod list on the workshop. Now that we have quite the little stockpile of the previously mentioned resources, we would begin working on 6 guest rooms. Since so many people frequently travel these roads, I thought it might be a good idea for us to turn this place into something of an inn and or a motel. A nice little guest stop with plenty of beds and food for people of any and all factions to stay at. For our food storage though, we would end up converting Ninal's bedroom into a nice little freezer, and we ended up building him a very small cabin to stay in instead. And of course, if we're going to be trying to feed all these people to make some money off of them as well, we can't be cooking all of our meals on a campfire, so we built ourselves a nice little stove along with some vending machines where we could actually store this food. The vending machines will allow us to store food inside as well as drinks, and whenever someone wants one, it's just like a normal vending machine where they have to pay to get the item. This will help us maximize our monetary efforts, because if we have some guests traveling through who don't want to stay the night but they're feeling a bit peckish, they might be willing to spend some silver on it. And just like that, we have our very first guest. It would seem some visitors from the Oak Foundation are coming from the west. We don't currently have any visitor beds available, so they communicated with us first, which I'm glad they did, because that then gave us the opportunity to make sure all of our rooms were ready. Not only would we allow this beautiful man here to have a nice place to sleep, but we could also ensure that we made him pay a good price for it, if you know what I'm saying. You may think of it as upcharging, but $10 for a night in a bed seems like a pretty ideal situation to me, even if they aren't exactly the best accommodations, of course. The Oak Foundation and its members are normally pretty secretive, so we were sure to only greet the gentleman after he had entered his room so that we may gather the payment. He was nice enough, I suppose, but something tells me he's on an interesting mission here. Charges like those are normally for demolishing buildings, but I have a feeling he's not going to be using them on us here. With he, just as any guest, we would make it priority 1 to see to his every need and comfort. With my hope being, of course, he might leave us a very good tip or perhaps purchase some more food. Well, while the secret agent man is enjoying his stay in our nice facilities, we began working on some new structures to help us out, such as a storage room. As we continue to expand our business, the demand for resources is always going to be exponentially growing, and thus I need a safe place to store them to ensure that they don't deteriorate. After telling the gentleman about our tale of woe of being homeless and living in the city and our ambitious plans here with our business, he ended up offering to join us. And the best part is, it wouldn't even upset his home faction, as he would be joining us as an ambassador from the Oak Foundation, whatever that means. Nino is a bit naive, you could say, in terms of being a business owner, and he really needed the help, so we allowed him to join us here. Welcome aboard, pal. I suppose you could be the ambassador and maybe head of security, since you're the only one here with a firearm. Jor recommended that we give the business a proper name, as well as our faction. I won't lie, I was a little bit stumped on this at first as to what we should name it, but I decided to call it the Independent Hamlets Incorporated. That would be our faction and or corporation name, while the facility here itself would be Hamlet Crossing Headquarters. This of course is our first facility, and thus will be our headquarters, and then of course the crossing with the proximity to the road. Hamlet has something of a cozy feeling to me, with it being described as a small settlement, one that is actually smaller than a village itself, and it seems just, I don't know, kind of like cottage, right? Very cozy in my opinion, and thus why I chose the word for our corporation. To me, it just seems like a really good name for a hotel chain or something, which we may end up accomplishing. We may have found it a bit hard to trust Jor at first, but after I got a good look at his skill set, I was pretty intrigued, as he's great with animals and has a minor passion in many other skills, so he can improve them quite quickly. Plus, he has a standard issued firearm from his previous faction, which would be great for protection and also perfect for hunting purposes as well. We began throwing together a small little cabin for him to stay in as well, just as we had for Ninal. Now, I do want to say that I was making these quite tiny at first, that way we could use most of our wood and steel on some proper rooms and facilities for the guest. Speaking of which, we ended up having a low-wage worker from the Blue Rock settlements coming to stay here. I was a bit worried that she might not spend any money since she's a low-wage worker. She seemed like a sweet old lady, and by golly, she sure was, as she was paying up to 12 silver per meal. Awful kind of you, madam. But we were still facing a bit of an issue. As you can see, Nino is, well, he's naked, and his nudity can be a little bit off-putting to the guest. And thus, because of this, we would have Jor whip up some tribal wear that he could make out of the plain leather from hunting all those deer. Ah, now that is much more approachable. Not exactly a suit and tie that says, hey, I'm a professional, but it'll do for now. At the very least, the guests are no longer seeing his sweet cheeks as he whips up meals behind the counter, so that's a big plus. Now with our attire taken care of for the moment, I want to focus on some new buildings, such as a research area. To improve our business, we're also going to need to improve our technological know-how, and for our very first research project, we are going to begin working on batteries. As I'm sure you can imagine, if you're staying at a hotel and throughout the day and night the lights are randomly going off due to power surges, you probably won't have a very good time. Speaking of having a bad time though, we are now being raided once again, this time around by a tribeswoman from the Confederacy of Benya wielding a large crossbow. A bit problematic to say the least. We started firing at her from behind the cover of our cabins, though we were hardly having any luck actually getting a shot at her. For whatever reason, she was trying to destroy the freezer in our food storage area, and then began taking cover behind the kitchen itself to fire at us with her crossbow. Because of the low visibility with the storm, I knew it would take all night for us to manage to kill her with an arrow or a bullet, so I decided to rush in with our axe and knife, which was having much more promising results, and eventually we ended up killing her. Ah yes, such a shame yet again. You could have been our waiter or something? I don't know, you're dead though. After we finished up disposing of her lifeless corpse, we ended up building ourselves a cash register in our dining room. At first I was a little bit confused as I hadn't read what the cash register actually did, and I thought I could store money in it, but now I realize. I believe what the register does is it actually turns the room that it's in into something of a store, and we can actually designate whichever items we want to put up for sale, which will be really good, especially if we end up doing something like a gift shop, which might be in the future for us. But as for now, I think I want to put my focus into improving the quality of life for our visitors even more so, and to go about doing that, I'm going to be deconstructing the ruins of an ancient town that sat here very long ago. That way we can get plenty of stone blocks as well as concrete. As we were doing so though, we realized that the environment was unusually dry. It would seem that we're currently in a drought. This will not completely prevent us from growing crops, as we are currently growing ours in tilled soil, but it will hamper their growth just a little bit. The drought, along with the sun though, was perfect for having our asphalt roads settle quite quickly. Perhaps I should have used a little bit more concrete and or water though, as it seems to be pretty cracked, but it's much better than the dirt road that was previously here. Now this is just right around our business though, as the rest of the road coming into the area is still dirt, but we'll work on that later. For now, we have an outdoor chess table to build, that way we can ensure that our guests are having a great little recreational time. We don't currently have the research to build television, so chess it is. But we did, however, finally finish up the research for batteries, so we ended up building a pretty large battery room, that way we could store power to ensure that our facility is always getting an adequate amount of electricity. To help power our little hamlet though, I would also end up building a wooden windmill. This will also help us out. We won't have to cut down so many damn trees, as we want to use that wood that we're cutting down to build more buildings. With our research into batteries finally completed, we would also begin researching smithing, not for any particular reason, just mostly because it is a prerequisite for many other types of technologies and we kinda need it. And it would also seem that we finished up all of our new projects just in time, as we had a few more people from the Blue Rock settlements coming to rent some rooms for the night. I'm pretty pleased with the rooms that we currently have, but I began thinking, what if we get some fancy schmancy high-end guests, right? We're going to need a better room for them, something that, you know, maybe cost a little bit more. Somewhere that we could put a mounted taxidermy deer head, because you guys know how much I love the vanilla taxidermy mod. So of course we began working on a deluxe cabin, one that has the walls made out of wooden fine walls instead of the classic log walls that we have been using. These have a much higher beauty stat, making it a much better room. It would come equipped with all the commodities, a double bed, end tables, a dresser, but best of all, its own little table and bar stools, that way you can eat meals or socialize with your company. In the end, I was pretty pleased with how it turned out, and it was indeed much better than the other smaller cabins that we've made thus far, and thus we could make a little bit more money on it. A $70 bed for those high rollers coming through here. Probably not an aristocrat or anything, but maybe like a kingpin drug dealer, who knows. Speaking of which, because we're going to maybe make a gift shop, I thought it might be interesting to have some different types of substances, if you will, so we ended up planting a small patch of smoke leaf. We do need to be careful though, because the RimWorld Marshal Service is not too keen on drugs or alcohol, and though we are not technically within their territory, we're kind of in a gray in-between area, there is still that chance that they might get a little upset with us. We could perhaps end up building something like a speakeasy for the Marshal citizens to come and enjoy themselves, but for the time being we're going to be building new rooms once more. 3 additional standard size rooms, as well as yet another luxury sized room. And I always enjoy putting in smaller details, such as a little park in between the 2 luxury rooms, that way everyone can sit out on the benches and maybe just kind of gander at nature a bit. Now the type of work that we've been doing does require a lot of concrete, and unfortunately there's not that many rooms on the map from the old town that sat in this territory, so we're actually going to need to build our very own concrete mixer. The mixer itself is actually used to grind down stone chunks and or other types of stony materials such as blocks if need be, and turn them into concrete. Concrete that we've been using for our asphalt roads, yes, but we've also been using them for some cobblestone pathways in between all of our rooms, that way we can ensure everyone can easily maneuver throughout our little hamlet here. However, that being said, you may notice that it seems we're currently experiencing some power issues. Well, as you might have guessed, the concrete mixer itself uses up 800 watts of power, a whole heaping shitload of power, so we're going to need to build some more wind turbines. We would quickly gather up some more steel and begin building 2 brand new wooden wind turbines to try and help us increase our power output. Technically, I could actually build some steel wind turbines, which make a little bit more power for us, but since we're going to move to a different type of power generation in the future anyhow, I don't feel like wasting the steel. As you can see, the additional 2 turbines though have us powering up the hamlet pretty well without really any issues. As we tend to some of our Thromboian tribal guests at the moment, I can't help but gander and gaze upon the beauty of our hamlet as well. I'm very proud of our little creation. And since we're doing so well here with our facilities and our rooms and everything, I thought that maybe it would be best to add in some additional plant pots and things like that to make the rooms a little bit more beautiful, and since we're kind of getting a reputation as a good hotel and or rest stop, maybe we make them just a little bit more expensive as well. A short period of time later though, and we had our very first visitors coming from the Marshal settlements. They appear to be a couple of peace officers from a nearby town. They seemed pretty pleasant, and they ended up renting some rooms for the night. One of them sat down to play chess with Jor for a few hours, and Jor seemed extremely interested in the officers, almost as if he was trying to gather information about them. I'm sure it's probably nothing. The two of them were pretty nice, although they were also a little bit nosy, even coming behind the counter. Nonetheless, Nino would try to distract them from the fact that we were growing smoke leaf out back. Thankfully, they never ended up finding our little patch of funny-smelling tobacco. And when they decided to leave, they actually ended up leaving us 3 Glitter World medicine as a tip. Very kind of them. This will most definitely come in handy for any infections or sicknesses. For our next research project, I decided to begin working on basic climate control. Now, what this will allow us to do is create an air unit that will actually suck in outside air, and we can heat and cool it as we please and pump it into any of the structures which we choose. Basically just a very effective ventilation system. While Jor is working on the research project, I decided that Nino could go ahead and begin working on some packed dirt pathing here in the western side of our little hamlet, just as well as finishing up an upgraded version of a cabin for himself, because you know what, I think he's really earned it. We would also go ahead and build him a special little safe room, that way he'll be able to keep all of his silver safe and sound. Up until this point, we've been keeping all of our earnings inside of our freezer, which isn't exactly ideal, especially after we get more employees. Someone could begin dipping their fingers in the cookie jar, if you catch my meaning. Finally a nice home compared to the shabby shack that we did have Nino sleeping in. It's hard to believe that only a couple months ago he was sleeping out on the streets. Dreams really do come true with hard work. I also noticed that we had a few different wild men that had wandered into the area. One of them was going by the name of Lev. Since Jor has such a high animal skill, I thought we might give it a chance and try to tame him. The first attempt or two didn't really work out, but eventually we did end up having him join us. Surprisingly, even after being in the wild by himself for years, he was fairly articulate. It would seem that he used to be a veterinarian, but I'm not really sure how we winded up out in the forest wandering around. I suppose that's a tale for another time, but because of his backstory in the pet medical field, he has a really good medical skill, as well as a few other skills that are pretty proficient. Jor would have to throw together some tribal wear for him though, because he is indeed butt naked. And sure, Nino was butt naked for quite a while there, so it's not too big of a deal. We could leave Lev in the back and not have him up front cooking for customers, but right now it's fall and he could end up catching hypothermia. And I don't really feel like having to amputate his foot for frostbite. Not only does he look good in his clothing, but he looks damn good in his clothing while he's carrying massive stacks of smoke leaf. And he also looks pretty good while he's rolling up the smoke leaf blunts, of course. As you can see, this is all taking place in our battery room. As for right now, I think this is where we're going to be storing the leaves and the blunts, just trying to hide them from any unwanted eyes. I hope that you guys have some suggestions as to maybe what we should do. I'm thinking a speakeasy would be fun, but let me know if you have any suggestions. Of course, though, the Marshal Service are the only ones that give a shit about us using any type of drug paraphernalia, so if we were to maybe do some other types of research into like condiments and stuff like that, we could make something like smoke leaf butter that they wouldn't exactly care about. It's kind of like hemp and hemp lotion, right? Nonetheless, though, we had finally finished up our research into the basic climate control, and now that will allow us to build the airflow units like I was talking about earlier, as well as our ventilation systems. We would begin on the eastern side with all of our rentable rooms, as they are our primary concern. And for the sake of efficiency, I also went through each individual connected room like this and built in steel vents through the walls as well, so we can ensure that the airflow is properly heating up every single room. Now that we know our guests are for sure going to be properly accommodated and extremely comfortable in their warm rooms, we would also begin building a separate air ventilation system on the western side of the hamlet as well. I haven't really stated this yet, but I'm sure you can tell the western side is going to be more of residential housing and whatnot for our actual workers and Nino himself, as well as our growing zones and power generation, yada yada yada, and then the eastern side is going to be for guests. Now, whether or not we continue that as we continue growing, I'm not sure, but as for now, I really like that. But my friends, we have truly done it. We have built a little special home for ourselves here, a business and the seeds of what I hope is an empire, a financial empire if nothing else. Perhaps some type of business empire, hotel empire, a massive chain of these kind of diners with the hotels. I'm not really sure, but I am indeed having a lot of fun, and I hope you guys are as well. This series is of course an extension of our Gun Empire series that just recently wrapped up a few months back. If you're not familiar with it, feel free to watch it, but I'm not exactly making this series just for that. I'm doing it to have a new series, something a little bit different that takes place in the same universe and is indeed connected, but I guess what I'm trying to say is you could and should be able to watch this series without any prior knowledge of the previous series or the expanded universe that it actually takes place in. I always say that, and I try to do that in all of my series. Sometimes I do a better job of that than others, but this series I do think you'll be able to enjoy without any prior knowledge of all the empires that have come before, but just know if you see some different references, or maybe I'm making a reference that you don't understand, that might be as to why. But if you were to be interested in this expanded universe that this series takes place in, I have a playlist on the channel. It's the RK Are You Full playlist, where it has all these series that have came before this one. But guys, if you have any suggestions for this series, things you'd like to see and stuff like that, be sure to let me know, because I would absolutely love to use all of your suggestions in this, as I always try to do, like with the Gun Empire series and the others as well. But I love you guys. I hope to see you next time. Goodbye. Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series, my friends. I'm ever so glad to see you back here today. Back once more in our humble little hamlet hotel, where, at the moment, my friends, we currently have a few Thromboian Union tribe people who are actually staying the night, and also paying us a good bit of silver in exchange. Today, we're going to be starting off with a good bit of research into the world of food condiments. This will actually give us access to many different types of condiments like ketchup, mayonnaise, and yada yada yada, but most importantly, it will also give us access to smoke leaf butter. It would seem that most of you think it is a great idea for us to make and sell smoke leaf butter out of our little Hamlet Hotel store here, once we get one created, that is, but it also seems that a good bit of you also think maybe we should roll a few smoke leaf blunts and sell those behind the scenes, so I agree. Now, in the meantime, we're going to be working on a more daunting and tedious task of using up the last of our concrete to finish up a decent road that isn't made of dirt in the area, at least in the southern section of the map, that is, as it's going to take a lot more concrete to finish up the other two parts of the road. Now, something you're probably already aware of is the fact that you can only build up to a certain point in the map unless you use dev mode, which I've decided to do. I know, write your angry comment down below. It was the only way that I could fix this section of the map, unfortunately, but on the bright side, I ended up deleting basically an entire stack or so of concrete, more than what we would have actually spent on it, so I don't know, I think it's even. Now, last episode, I asked you guys to provide me with some mod suggestions that we should be playing with in this series, and you guys are always coming through for the Rat Daddy, so we have a great suggestion here by our friend James Thomas 8389, who provided 3 mod suggestions: Dub's Bad Hygiene, a collector's mod that adds plushies, as well as doormats. Now, I did already have most of these, or at least I was familiar with them and had subscribed to them on the workshop, all except for one that adds plushies. Now, I didn't find a collector's mod that would do this, though I'm sure there is one, so I've ended up adding the Thrombo plushie mod instead. You guys also provided me with a lot of really great suggestions for things that we should build, such as a backdoor kind of black market clinic here, as you can see, as well as a clothes shop in case guests lose their luggage. All some really great ideas by our friends Cold Soul Frederikus, as well as Catzo98. I apologize, I'm sure I've butchered your names, but thank you both for the great suggestions, as well as everyone else who provided some. These are merely examples. These are some pretty big and ambitious plans that I have, as well as what you guys have, and that really excites me, because that's normally when a series can go on for a very long time, and we can do do some pretty great things. Now, before we can get around to selling plushies to the local children who are visiting, or possibly creating a black market clinic where we can steal or sell organs that may or may not belong to that person, we need to focus on basic infrastructure like that well you saw there, as well as a latrine for all of our employees. Since we didn't have Dub's bad hygiene in the first episode and we've now added it, that does mean that we need all of our basic plumbing infrastructure built right away. Not to derail from that too much, but those Thromboian tribes people that were staying here, they enjoyed our service so much they actually left us a nerve spiker to try and protect ourselves as well as our business. Very kind of them indeed. A nerve spiker is nice, but I wish they would have left us some type of instruction manual like plumbing for dummies. That way this wouldn't have taken so long to build some actual latrines for all of our guests as well as wash tubs. It's kind of primitive compared to the rest of our facilities, but it's better than nothing for now until we get some proper plumbing researched. We would make sure that we designated these as for our guests, and of course our other facilities on the opposite side only for our workers. This will help reduce the chance of any of our visitors and or customers maybe stumbling into our smoke leaf rolling area or possibly a black market clinic. Now that we at least have some form of plumbing in a place where people can actually use their restroom and wash themselves off during their stay here, I began gathering up plenty of resources as I have a very large project in mind. By this point, we had also finished our research into food condiments, so we began going into plumbing as well as modern bathroom fixtures, I believe it's called in the research tree, which will allow us to create some actual water pipes as well as modern toilets and simple showers. Some of our visitors once again ended up leaving us a tip in the form of some gifts, this time around some very dapper hats. This is great, and it also means that we're doing our jobs properly as the owners and employees of these fine establishments, as everyone seems to be enjoying their stay enough to leave behind their own garments for us. Now we begin our big project, something of a retail store perhaps, or maybe it's more akin to a little mom and pop shop really. I wanted this little store to be pretty cozy and quaint, and that's why on the outside, on the little porch that we ended up building here, I ended up building some benches as well as some end tables as well, just somewhere nice for folks to sit and enjoy the weather and just the sky and whatever else is going on, and maybe have a cigarette or something. Then on the actual inside of the store, we would also build a few refrigerators as well as some shelves. Now these shelves are going to be where we put our items that we sell, such as our plushies, and the refrigerators here are actually going to be for our condiments and smoke leaf butter. Speaking of which, I forgot that the ingredients that are required to make smoke leaf butter actually include milk, and thus we cannot make any of that right away, but we'll try to get some animals in the very near future so we can go about doing so. We did, however, have plenty of wildlife in the near area for us to hunt and thus butcher, and thus get plenty of leather that Jor could turn into some beautiful little Thrombo plushies. Now, if children are not just nipping at the bud to purchase that beautiful, comfy little creature there, I don't know what's going to sell. Once the basics and bare bones of the store was actually completed, I was pretty happy with it overall. I must say that kind of the inspiration that I was going for here was a Cracker Barrel, if you're familiar with that restaurant, at least in terms of its shape, design, and just how I want folks to feel when they're going inside there. Of course, this isn't an actual restaurant here, though I might end up attaching one to the side or probably across the street more than likely, but this is more just, a place where you could purchase some of the goods that we make here that you might find in the restaurant and bring them back to your own homes, as well as purchase some toys for your children, if you will, just like in Cracker Barrel, kind of. But hold on to your asses, friends, because we're really getting into the thick of it now. We have a raid from the Confederacy of Banya. These dirty bastards are coming to slice us wide open like a jack-o'-lantern on Halloween. Now look, the old rat daddy's gonna let you in on a little secret, okay? We've been really relaxed on our defenses here. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, I've just had so much fun building up the hamlet here, so we rushed to build some spike traps. Perfect timing, one might add, as it appears that they're coming coming right for us, riding in on their massive furry buffalo as the dreary rain pours upon all of our heads. Come to think of it, that might actually be a bison they're riding on, although I don't think it really matters. Here they are. The bison rider was the first to begin engaging with Lev, who would then try to keep him distracted down low. In the meantime, up high, Ninal and Jor would begin taking on all of the other tribesfolk. They had managed to push Jor inside where he would have to take cover behind some tables and chairs before Lev would come to assist him. With the power of teamwork, we managed to kill most of the tribespeople, and the others would begin to try to flee the area. Good riddance, you dirty sons of bitches. A bit of a close call there, I'll say, but at the very least we managed to get some of their weaponry, like a makeshift rifle and a scrap rifle, which was better than nothing. In the right hands, a rock could be a dangerous weapon if you throw it hard enough, so imagine what we could do with a few shitty firearms to protect ourselves as well as our visitors and our business. We would finish up our research into more complex and much better types of plumbing facilities, and thus giving us the ability to create a water tower, a water pump, as well as a proper sewage outlet. This also means we could go through our old latrines for all of our visitors as well as our employees and replace them with some proper toilets, and also put in some actual sinks as well to wash their hands. Not only that, but we would also build a large shower house for our guest as well. Now, you normally probably see something like this in maybe a camping site or a campgrounds or something like that, but for the time being, this is going to take care of our problem. A little bit later on, I'd like to try to build some individual showers in each room, but that's a little ways off. We also quickly threw together a shower house that's pretty rudimentary and crude for our employees. Next up on the research docket is biofuel refining, because I'd like to try to get some vehicles going as soon as possible. At the very least, every good hotel franchise has their own company cars. As we're doing that research, I realized that we also have a pretty good stockpile of smoke leaf blunts stored up by this point, and thus we need to turn a profit on these bad boys, so we decided to send Lev out to a nearby rebel city, funny enough the same city that Ninal had previously been living in, if you could even call it living really, but he is traveling on foot, and thus it will take him a few days to actually arrive there, so we'll check back in on him in a little while. In the meantime, I thought it might help to try and make ourselves look a little bit more professional, so I had Jor whip up a nice suit for Ninal. Ah, now that is much better, much more appropriate, dapper, and dare I say professional. I did notice that whenever Ninal would come into the rooms to collect his profit, the guests were much more friendly with him, seeing him in a suit rather than some random tribal wear, thinking he's some ne'er-do-well. Later on that night, we had a very large trade caravan coming from the Thromboian Union, although they actually weren't here to stay. They were just kind of hanging out in the area, and you might be wondering why that even matters. Well, my friends, a local representative from the United Traders was actually contacting us about a large group of man-hunting guinea pigs, somebody's pets, that have just gone mad out in the wild given the virus scary or something, I'm sure. Either way, since the United Traders are backed by the S&R Rifle Company, the largest mercenary group and firearm producer on the entire planet, they offered us an excellent AA-12 shotgun if we were to take on this manhunting group, so accepting was a no-brainer. And perhaps the best part about it, this large group of manhunting guinea pigs, we didn't even have to fight them at all since we had the group of Thromboian traders here. Yes, indeed, we could simply hide inside of our little restaurant bar here and pretend we had no idea who called in those big bad guinea pigs. Now, even if they did have the knowledge about us calling in this threat that they would have to fight off for us on our behalf without them even knowing, you could still say that we weren't exactly in the wrong, because if they would have rented some rooms for the night and not have been loitering around, we wouldn't have called in this threat, as it would have caused them to not be enjoying their stay. So whose fault is it really? Not mine. Besides, after they completely obliterated the cute little pets for us, we let them all enjoy their meals in our dining room for free, completely free, so you could call it even. Better than even, really, on our part, because not only did we not have to deal with the threat, but now we also get to chop these guinea pigs up and turn them into floor mats. And the United Traders made good on their promise to give us our AA-12 shotgun of excellent quality a few hours later via transport pod. Sometime later, Lev had finally arrived in the city to do a little bit of trading. The rebels don't mind us selling some smoke leaf luckily, but we still had to find a United Traders rep. You can normally spot their muscle from a mile away in their green armor and attire, and they normally have a suit on themselves, making them quite easy to pick out in the crowd. Now, every major city, whether they be controlled by the Marshal Service or the Republic of Libertas, i.e. the old rebel coalition, has a representative from the United Traders, which is very handy for us. We ended up trading our smoke leaf blunts as well as a few leathers and other things that we had and began making our way back home, but once again, this process is going to take a while. In the meantime though, back home we were still getting some very hefty tips from the Thromboian Union who was visiting us. Truth be told, they were basically the main source of our income by this point, as their tribespeople, their warriors and whatnot, were the only ones that were really staying here all that frequently. It would seem that this road is a hotly traveled route for them. Nonetheless though, once Lev had finally arrived home, we had brought plenty of silver that we made from our smoke leaf, but we had also brought home plenty of milk as well that we purchased. With this milk, as well as the smoke leaf that we had already grown by the time that Lev came back home, we would be able to make plenty of smoke leaf butter. That way we can add them into the refrigerators here in the store for all of our customers to purchase and enjoy. It very well may just end up becoming our signature item, a bit of a gray area butter in between the law, if you will. With that finally taken care of, we began making plenty of doormats for all of our rooms that people will be staying in, and this was a suggestion by our good friend earlier who actually suggested the mod, as these doormats will prevent the rooms from getting all that dirty and thus prevent us from having to clean them all that often. We had also finally finished up our research into biofuel refining, now giving us the ability to begin working on some basic vehicle research, which we would now begin unlocking several different types of vans and cars and yada yada. I also want to take some time to try and expand the industrial section of our little hamlet here where everyone's going to be working and our employees are actually staying, by building something of a warehouse but also something of a workshop attached to the warehouse itself where we could try to refine some chem fuel, produce taxidermied items, yada yada, the same old stuff we've been doing, just inside now. We would also quickly throw together some natural pathing in between all of the buildings, not only to make our movement between these buildings much easier, but the best part about these natural paths is that if we have a large forest fire, which can be quite common, these paths will actually stop the fire from spreading between buildings. Our little hamlet is coming along very nicely, and we're making some massive improvements to it this episode, as well as of course as last episode when we built it, and I would really hate to see it all burned down so easily. Speaking of improvements, if you have a more keen eye than I do, and I'm sure you do, you've probably noticed that for the last month or so it seems like our people are taking ice cold showers. Well, I happened to forget to put the boiler in, so I ended up doing that and I gave it its own room. But enough about the damn dirty boiler room, people. We're under attack again. It would seem a group of outlanders is coming to try to murder us and wear our skin as a mask. Thankfully, it would seem that there's only 2 of them, however, they are very well equipped. The leader here, though lacking in what appears to be armor, as she's only wearing some wooden plate, seems to be carrying a homemade LMG rifle as well as a turret on her back. And her cohort here appears to be completely impervious to any type of gas attack or anything of that sort, along with a large electrical scythe and some type of carrier plate on his chest. Well, we didn't go into this fight thinking that it would be all that easy anyhow. We immediately took shelter in our bathhouse where we could begin firing at the poor fool. George jumped out with his shotgun and knocked him to the ground. It was at this time I was really glad we got that AA-12. Their leader was attempting to contaminate our water well, giving us the perfect opportunity to begin shooting her in the back. Though the turret that was on her back was automated and thus was giving us one hell of a time. She had fled to take cover to fire at us, but Nino ended up sticking his axe right in her chest, killing her. Welp, I'm just glad we're all safe and sound. With the ringleader here dead, we would end up stripping her corpse, and we ended up getting some pretty useless items as all of this apparel was tainted. All of it except for the backpack with the turret. Now that, on the other hand, might just come in handy. The other Outlander attacker was on the ground begging for his mama and for some help, but unfortunately the only thing we could offer him was mercy, either in the form of the sweet release of death or in the form of employment. We ended up choosing the latter, and underneath of Blom's large gas mask was a beautiful mane of hair, but make no mistake, he is indeed a feller. As we take a better look at his skill set here, you can see as to why I was interested in giving him a form of employment, as he is really good at social and he will be our gourmet chef of the entire hamlet. I also wanted to mention that I ended up giving Jor the turret backpack, as he is our head of security and technically our only security officer on site at all times. Speaking of Jor, he also finally finished up our research into solar panels, which we started working on after we got done with basic vehicles. I think I forgot to mention that, but now we have solar panels. These will really help us out with our power production, as recently our wind-powered turbines have been a little bit spotty, to say the least. We also threw together a quick chain link fence around this section of the premises. This way we don't end up having any raiders coming through this area and thus damaging our solar panels. They can still shoot through, but they won't be in this area causing us to shoot the panels. With that taken care of though, I wanted to create something of a speakeasy, something of a black market, maybe little store in the mountain here, something inconspicuous. The perfect place not only to store and roll up our smoke leaf, but you know, for any eager beavers perhaps from the Marshall settlements who have never even tried the substance, who may want to purchase it, or maybe someone who is quite fond of it. To be honest, as long as we make money on it, I don't really care. We're done with the rags, baby, time for the riches. I then also spotted a naked man that was sleeping in our shower hall for the guests. We had sent Jor in to kick the bum out. We had no idea why he was showering in here, but that's when he let us know that he actually only has 12 silver to his name. And since this is all the money that he currently had, he wouldn't be able to purchase one of our $20 beds for the night. Now, most other hotel owners might say, oh well, he's got to sleep outside in the trash bins, but Nino knows what it's like to do that, and he would prefer nobody have to go through that. And thus, where some see an issue, we see a chance to be kind. We would end up building some much smaller rooms that would only cost 10 silver, which is actually the minimum amount based on what I can tell given the mod. Again, these rooms are incredibly small, quite frankly just about as small as they can get, and they are extremely simple, but these are beds nonetheless. And I mean, look at him, look how happy he is to be sleeping safe and sound in an actual bed. Oh, and also he gave us some silver. But later on into the night, in a nearby forest, we ended up having a man-hunting pack of wolves coming right for us. Nino and our employees would meet them out in the street, turning this road into a battlefield. The wolves were tough as nails, and as they continued coming forward, they began pushing us further back into our little town. Oh boy, I really hope we're not disturbing our guests. I think he's fine, and we managed to kill all the wolves, so that was pretty cool. Now it's time to turn them into some Thrumbo plushies. The next day, we ended up detecting a cluster of cargo pods that had crashed in the area. This seems to possibly be maybe a shipment from the S&R Rifle Company. I'm not really sure, but there was a plasteel axe as well as a grenade launcher of all things. I ended up giving the grenade launcher to Jor, and yeah, look, I know what you're thinking. Why in the name of God would a hotel security officer need a grenade launcher? Well, for security purposes? I don't know. Perhaps for hunting small game like a lynx or a bobcat, as we saw earlier. I'm not really all that positive, but there is something I am quite sure about. We need some vehicles ASAP, baby, so we went ahead and began working on a very small garage. As you can imagine, though, vehicles are not free, far from it, so as Jor was back home working on a garage bench so we could make some car parts, we would have Nino out collecting plenty of steel as well as components, as these are the crucial components needed for car parts. Now, even for the most simple of vehicles, we're going to need a lot of suspensions, wheels, engines, alternator, all of that stuff, which is going to take a very long time, and that's why I'm happy to announce in the meantime we're going to be making some money as we have a group of RimWorld Marshal Service soldiers visiting. No doubt they've been sent out by their government on some type of top secret important mission of sorts, which is great because that also means that their government is funding their little trip here, as well as their meals and and their room and board. I also noticed that they had brought a mech along with them. We were a little bit skeptical of this murderous machine at first, but it seemed pretty docile for the most part. At the very least, I suppose our facility and/or business will be very well protected for the next few days. Jor took a particular interest in vetting these new arrivals to our facility, which is, of course, his duty as our head of security. Makes sense. Oddly, though, he had a particular interest in one of the soldiers who seems to be the leader, known as Gasolina. Rumor has it, once upon a time, she burned down an entire rebel camp, killing all the occupants inside, and thus how she got her little nickname, a story that she was actually quite boastful about. I bet the rebels would love to get their hands on her. Well, whether or not somebody gets to cash in on that sweet bounty is not up to us, nor is it any of our business. I just hope they enjoy their stay. For the meantime, we're going to be creating our very first truck. Though it is a very simple model, it will make hauling from the hamlet to other cities and settlements to sell our goods, such as our smoke leaf, that much easier. Initially, I wanted to use a garbage truck, but apparently it's a complex vehicle and we'd have to do a lot more research to get that completed, so I'm not gonna bother for now, but maybe later on. I just think a garbage truck or something of that sort would be a very covert vehicle for selling smoke leaf. Speaking of which, Lev is going to go ahead and load some of that up and head out to a nearby rebel settlement to do a little bit of trading. I also want to mention that if you guys have any name suggestions for our vehicles, feel free to leave that in the comments section down below, and I'll get around to choosing a name for the truck as well as any other vehicles we end up having. Lev would end up arriving back home the next day with 409 silver. This wasn't exactly a large lump sum, to be sure, but it was a decent amount, at least for what we had. After we arrived home, the soldiers that had been staying here decided that they were ready to leave, and unfortunately they were awfully disappointed by their stay and don't plan on returning again. Now, I think this may have been because Jor took a little bit too much of an interest in them, though I can't be sure as to why he was bothering them so much with talk and questions, but also Nino had forgot to cook a few meals, and I think some of them were very hungry, yeah. Unfortunately, the only thing we can do now is learn from our mistake and wish them luck with whatever mission they're going on. I hope they don't get ambushed or killed. I also hope they change their minds and come back. A little bit of time later, and we had finally recruited Blom into our ranks. Though he was looking a tad bit silly with his gas mask, I would send him into the storage area to put on a proper suit that we had made for him, although I would let him keep his plate carrier for now. You never know, someone may come by the kitchen and attempt to rob us, and it might come in handy if they shot at his chest, perhaps. He is taking over cooking duties, which is going to free up plenty of time for Nino to do other things like cut down plenty of wood, which we desperately needed as I had yet another construction project in mind, friends. Just across from our store where we plan on selling some plushies as well as some of our world famous, or soon to be world famous, smoke leaf butter, I am actually going to be building something of a kitchen and or diner akin to what we currently have, but much better. Now, in terms of its size and seat availability to the tables, I'd say it's actually fairly similar, but the flooring is much nicer. I did go with some log walls. I think I should have probably went with some fine walls, but I was essentially trying to stick with an identical match to our little store that's across the street. We can always change them later on, though. Regardless, though, the location is really the prime reason that we're wanting to try to move it, as this is going to be on the eastern side near all of the actual rooms where people are going to be staying, instead of the western side where it previously was, with more of the industrial stuff and where our workers and everyone are going to live and grow crops and yada yada. But with that, my friends, I am fairly content with all the significant progress that we've ended up making in today's episode. We've added an entirely new store, an entirely new dining room / restaurant. We've built our very first vehicle. We've built a few smaller, newer rooms, and of course we've completely added in new infrastructure with Dub's Bad Hygiene for our toilets and showers and all of the plumbing works, which took an absolutely long time. A lot of the work in today's episode went into plumbing since we didn't have that mod last episode, which, don't get me wrong, I'm very glad that we've added it, but I feel like it took up a lot of the runtime, unfortunately, so next episode we should have some more interesting things happen compared to this one. But of course, my friends, be sure that if you have any suggestions in general for what we should do throughout this series, what kind of shops or whatever we should add on to our little hamlet here, as well as any mods that you think may be a good fit for this series, please leave those in the comment section down below, and I'll look through them as best I can, as often as I can, to try and see what we would like to add. But as always, my friends, I want to thank you guys ever so much for watching today's episode. I love you guys ever so much, and I hope to see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hello one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series, where we started with nothing, but by golly, we are going to be leaving with everything. Last episode, we began work on a brand new type of little plaza, where we ended up making our own little cafe and/or bar, as well as our very own gift shop, where we're selling some of our homemade recipes like smoke leaf butter and some Thrumbo plushies. I can smell the capitalism. Either way though, today we begin with a bit more construction in this little plaza in the form of two large residential buildings. Now you may be thinking, oh Rat Knight, you are going to build some nice houses for your workers? No, you are wrong. If they're not happy with their current room and board that they get for free for working here, then they can go find another job. No, my friends, these nice homes are actually going to be for strangers, but not just any strangers, strangers who pay us money monthly, as in tenants. Yes, indeed, you heard me correctly. Not even our normal type of guests who have been staying in our rooms for a night or two, or our workers. We are indeed going to be renting these new places out. That is also the reason that these are some of our finest homes that we've built yet. Only the best for the top dollar, that is. And of course, this is all possible thanks to the LTS Tenants mod, which I have added to the mod list, which you can also find in the video description, of course, if you were interested in that. And this was actually suggested in our Discord server by our good compadre Rex705 Gaming. You should definitely give his channel a check out and give him a sub. Drop on by over there. I'll put the link to his channel in the comments as well. Now then, as we were gathering up a few more resources to begin some more construction projects, we ended up having some visitors from the United Traders Union. A welcome sight, I might add, as they tend to have some pretty deep pockets. I'd be lying though if I said that the United Traders didn't make Nino a little bit nervous and on edge, as he was actually once a slave under the SNR Rifle Company, which is their security force. That was a very long time ago though, so I suppose there's no hard feelings as long as they pay their dues for the evening. Besides, the best revenge for us would be to create some type of company that is larger and rivaling the scale of the SNR Rifle Company and in union with the United Traders. Let our success make their little hearts flutter and let their silver poureth into our pockets. As they were getting situated for the night, we ended up having a courier come to visit. Now the courier's job essentially is to pick up any advertisements and to let us know about any people that are looking for any homes to rent. As for right now, he's really only good for conversation, but after we paid our dues for an advertisement which cost 100 silver for God's sake, he should be much more useful the next time he comes to visit. As when he comes back, he should be coming back with offers from different tenants for us. Now, in my opinion, 100 silver for a simple advertisement for a few of our homes to rent out seemed a little bit of an upcharge, but whatever, we'll end up making the money back quite easily by selling plenty of meals as well as some of our world-famous butter and plushies. A little bit of time later though, and we ended up having a group of soldiers from the RimWorld Marshal Service who were actually visiting as well, although they were looking a little worse for wear. It would seem that they were ambushed by a group of rebels, and one of them was on the brink of death. Not too surprising, given the area around here. The one of them was severely injured by the name of Law, actually thanked us for saving her here, and then decided to join us out of the blue. I suppose her fellow soldiers didn't plan on telling them that she is now deserting their military, but we're happy to have her, I guess. We were running low on room, so I decided to put her up in one of the actual homes that we planned on renting out just for the time being until she was all healed up. I also noticed that we were having issues where our guests didn't have enough to eat, and it seems like it's because we only had 2 vending machines, so I went ahead and added in 2 more, and I planned on adding in some extra later on as well. Each one of them only has 2 cells per vending machine if I'm not mistaken, meaning that we can only put 2 meals in each one, which kind of sucks, but I guess they are rather large. Either way though, it was because of this that I thought maybe we should begin growing some different types of crops as well. Eventually, at some point, I'd like to have some vending machines with some fine or lavish meals, even if they aren't just vegetarian. That way we can begin charging more. And so I thought we might start with 2 large fields of cabbage and onions to help us out a little bit with that. After they had stayed for a few nights, the United Traders were beginning to leave, but they were so kind they left us an extra large tip of 220 silver. Oh my, and it is for this exact reason, such as this, that Nenel doesn't even care if he was once enslaved by the security company, because they keep on giving us plenty of moolah. To hell with revenge for now. The only thing that we're hoping for is that they come back soon. For now though, it is time for us to begin making a lot of concrete, and the reason being is we're going to begin working on our roads once more. Now, we have completed our roads in and out of the area for the most part, but now we need to begin working on our roads in the innermost city. Having roads like this will actually help us plan out where we want to put new plazas and different types of buildings in the future. Speaking of which, I wanted to build a brand new garage, one that is much larger than the little piss-poor one that we actually built last episode, and this way we have more room for plenty more vehicles that I know we're going to have in the very near future. And I must say that I am much more pleased with this garage than the small one that we built last episode that was more of a tiny service bay than anything else. How I wish I could tell you that this idea was my own, but it's actually from our good friend Cheese Toffee Buns of Death. A splendid name for a splendid idea. Now, my friend Cheese Toffee, it would seem that you have recommended that we make this a repair shop because we never know when tires are going to pop on the road, which is a great idea as I mentioned, but what I take from that is that you're also saying that we should use it as something of a service station where other people and guests can actually come to have their vehicles repaired. So, we are also going to be selling parts. We would go ahead and quickly deconstruct the old service bay. This is something I may end up doing with many of the rooms as well eventually that we've currently built, as we actually build a larger city instead of a small business. And because of that, we're also going to be researching ENIAC, essentially just some early industrial era ways of communicating with an antenna tower as well as a radio terminal, something that you would find in most cities so that they can communicate. Finally, the courier was back in town, and we had a 47-year-old female by the name of Ivana looking to rent out one of our splendid apartments and or duplexes. Look, I'm gonna level with you. I grew up in a double-wide trailer, so I have no idea, but I do know that she's going to pay us a good bit of money for it. And thus, of course, accepting was a no-brainer. We had our very first tenant, and after arriving, she seemed rather content with her new dwelling. If we can manage to keep her happy, she may be looking to try to renew her lease with us, which would be great. Since she is our tenant, of course, we wouldn't expect her to do any work or anything like that, but she does get the added benefit like our employees where meals are free and things like that. A luxury that our guests do not get. Speaking of meals, they should begin tasting a lot better in the cafe very soon, as our onions and cabbage are just about finished growing. Finally, a little bit of variety to go with our smoke leaf butter, not just rice and the occasional squirrel meat and berries. Then something quite interesting ended up happening. Some type of militia or posse from the Marshall settlements, basically just some civilians and police officers, are about to have it out in the nearby area with a group of Thromboian Union tribespeople. Of course, we have no dog in this fight, nor do we really have any interest, but it might be interesting to see who comes out on top. The militia was mainly comprised of a few police officers in riot gear, as well as mostly civilians, although they did end up having an enforcer droid among them as well that assist in police operations. However, the droid was quickly dispatched, as well as the majority of the police and civilians. It would seem that the Thromboians have won the day. Not exactly a shocking revelation, seeing how they mix their tribal apparel ammo and weapons along with modern firearms. After tending to their flesh wounds, they would go in and finish off any of the remaining civilians and take all the weapons that they could, which was a shame because I wanted those guns, damn it. Nevertheless, life continues on even without some of those sweet, sweet firearms. We would have Jor begin working on a lot of suits as well as suit coats to go with him. This way, Ninal, Lev, and Law, who are our employees on the front lines always interacting with customers, would be able to look as distinguished and professional as possible. This will also help me distinguish some of the folks who are going to be working the registers away from some of the other folks like Jor, who are actually going to be part of the security force. Now that we've got that taken care of though, we're going to be deconstructing some old building ruins and floors. That way we can make room for a brand new building, a brand new estate and or property. Funny enough, this is actually our very first home that we're building that is going to be built out of stone blocks, particularly marble, instead of a log, wooden, or a fine wooden wall. I know what you're thinking, Rat Daddy, that is one pretty place to live. You could get a pretty penny out of that pretty place to live, I bet, and you are indeed correct. But my friends, this is actually for Nino himself. It only felt fitting because would a CEO of a large company really live in a wooden shack next to his employees? No, probably not. I don't think so. Besides, with what Nino has went through in the past and all the work that he's put into this company, damn it, I truly believe that he has earned it. Plus, we're going to be putting it in the same little plaza here area, at least, where we're also going to be having all of our buildings that we're renting out. That way he can keep a good eye out on all the tenants in case they were to need help or in case they paint their walls without asking. Now, I know I kind of touched on this earlier, but I think eventually our smaller areas here where we're actually having visitors stay, I'm going to end up replacing those with some that are a little bit bigger, as originally we didn't have the Dubs Bad Hygiene mod, and you know, I had to build the showers and the latrines, and I'm not too big of a fan of those, and plus I'd like for the rooms to be larger so we could charge more for them anyways. But we're going to be keeping our employees, our industrial section in the western area over here for the most part, and then of course all of our rooms and what have you in the eastern part, as we've still discussed. You know, we're going to be kind of keeping that the same. Thankfully, it would seem that we've kept Ivana happy enough that she would like to extend her lease for yet another 5 days, which means that we're going to get yet another 250 silver, so we are down to clown, baby. You may notice though, with all the new areas and everything that we're building and all the new electronics in those areas, we are having some power issues. Now, realistically, not all of this is due to generation issues, but mostly just due to issues with our batteries and us not having enough of them, so we ended up building a proper battery room with many more batteries inside of it, which should help us out. The courier would arrive once more, and we had an offer from a 37-year-old gentleman by the name of Vanderwall who was offering to rent out our other building. He was only looking for a 3-day lease, but once again this may be extended if we were to keep him happy, and so of course it was a no-brainer once again accepting. He too seemed quite pleased with his little humble abode here, and we finally had 2 tenants, one for each of our little places that we were trying to rent. Looks like if they keep extending their stays, we're going to need to make some new houses. With all these new revenues and all this new silver pouring in, I wanted to make sure that we would move Ninal safe back into his new house where it's safe and sound with all of his money. You never know when he may want to strip into his birthday suit and roll around in it in the floor or something. Speaking of revenues, for silver though, we're going to be loading up plenty of our smoke leaf butter as well as our smoke leaves and blunts themselves into our truck, and we're sending Lev out to do a little bit of trading with the rebels once more. Now, in doing this, not only do we end up making money on it, but for any nearby settlements or cities that may not even know about our independent hamlets here where we have these products, this will also help get the ball rolling and get the word out. The trading and traveling will take a good bit of time though, so in the meantime we're going to begin working on some proper defenses around our roads in and out of the city. Nothing too special, as you might imagine, some wooden tank traps, wooden spike traps, as well as wooden barricades for us to hide behind and attack our enemies, of course. Let's just hope that they actually come from the road. Lev had finally returned home, and with him we ended up having close to 800 silver, as well as a good bit of components that we would actually need for more and more electronics. This accompanied with the fact that some martial settlers had actually tipped us with 12 components as well was absolutely splendid. Nino would also go through and plant a very small field of a brand new type of crop. This one in particular is going to be some pepper plants. We have the smoke leaf butter, and that's all well and good, but I'd like to start making some more world famous condiments. friends, and if I say that they're world famous enough, hopefully one day they actually will be. Then we ended up receiving contact through our new radio tower from a gentleman by the name of Lewis, who said he was being held prisoner by some outlanders not too far from our base. Apparently Jor was quite familiar with the gentleman, as he apparently had a father by the exact same name that Jor knew from long ago, so of course we'd have to go out and help. Naturally, Jor himself would end up leading this little rescue party, as well as Law, as she and he are the only two soldiers among us really. As the two of them began to make their way there, they began a conversation about who Lewis and his father was. Apparently his father had worked for the Oak Foundation many years ago. Jor also found this an optimal time to begin questioning Law about her position within the Marshal Service. The two of them would travel and discuss for many an hour until they had finally arrived. It would seem to be a very small, makeshift, and crude prison that was actually propped up by some cultists, not just any normal outlanders. These sick bastards are much more sadistic and twisted. I'm surprised they haven't killed Lewis yet, and that they even want a ransom. Never fear though, Lewis, for Jor is here in the big old truck that we're trying to run these bastards over with. They were pretty nimble and the vegetation was a bit too thick to drive through, so we hopped out and began trying to run, but unfortunately we would have to make our way inside the little prison itself, otherwise we would have died. Needless to say, Lewis was more than ecstatic to see us, and he immediately joined our cause, but the problem is now we're all three trapped inside this little wooden tomb together. I'm afraid the only way out of this situation is going to be a bloodbath, and we look forward to it. We immediately burst through the wooden doors and began firing at those cultists, and we tried to make our way towards the truck around the back of the small prison here, but we came under heavy fire. We would have to whip out the old grenade launcher. An extremely effective weapon against crowd control, but not exactly the most accurate of all. Jor would swap back over to his shotgun, and eventually we did manage to kill one of the cultists with only one more to go. Or so we thought. Some way, shape, or form, the cultists sprang back to life. I was beginning to ponder whether or not they were even human. But while they were distracted, we didn't have enough time to think. We were getting the absolute hell out of Dodge. There's no point in fighting an enemy that won't stay down. In a rapid dash, we finally left the area and began making our way all the way back home. We had never seen anything like that before, and I'm hoping that we never see anything like that again. In the meantime, as we were heading back home, Wall decided to try and extend his lease, so of course we happily accepted. We also had some traders from the Outlands, though they weren't too interested in purchasing anything from us. We ended up buying a German Shepherd from them, a gorgeous, intimidating hound that shows power and majesty. So as you could probably imagine, Neenal ended up purchasing this doggo for himself, a furry, friendly companion to keep his house warm this winter. Speaking of keeping the houses warm, as you can see here, we don't actually have any heating and or central air for our two brand new houses that we're renting out, as well as Neenal's house for himself. So we would actually take some time here and begin building some new units specifically for the houses that we're renting, as well as Neenal's, off from the other two grids that we're using for our employees and for our hotels. By nightfall, our caravan had finally returned home with Lewis, who decided that he was actually going to stay here. Lewis was a teacher, and or former teacher, I should say, and thus his intellectual skill was very good, so he could be our #1 researcher while Jor is busy, freeing up time for Jor to help us out with construction projects such as our new central air units. And this truly does help out a lot, as I have many projects in mind. One such research project that Lewis can actually help us out with is going to be tube televisions. That way we can try to get everyone entertained while they're staying here, as well as our employees and yada yada. Up until this point, everyone's just been playing some chess and horseshoes, and as I'm sure you could guess, they're quite sick of it. While Lewis is tiddling away on the research side of things, we're also going to be building a proper radio tower as well as a radio terminal. That way we can speak with any upcoming guest or any other factions, just to try to plan things out and correlate with their schedules a bit better, or, you know, in case we're getting getting raided, maybe they could tell us ahead of time. I also planned on doing a total conversion of our old diner and food storage area, so I decided to use the additional space in our gift shop, the little room that we had created, for some more food storage. Because of all the new electronics that we're going to be building, I would also end up adding in 2 new solar panels as well to help us out with our power consumption. Then we would actually move on to refurbishing our old diner with the food storage area, and we're actually going to be converting it into something of an employee workhouse. Essentially, this will be a place that our employees stay, most likely newer employees, up until the point that they've earned themselves a small little cabin or house that they can actually live in. It'll mostly be kind of functioning as an overflow area for too many people that we recruit. Finally, by this point, our pepper plants were fully grown, and we had the opportunity to go about harvesting them and taking them into the kitchen, where we would begin making our very own world-famous, as you know, hot sauce. Bawamb is quite the little gourmet, ensuring that every bottle is made with a little bit of love. Here's hoping that'll convince them hook, line, and sinker to buy a couple of bottles from us. In the future, I hope to make many more different types of food products and condiments, but for now, I think we'll leave it at the butter and the hot sauce. Now, for the last few trips that the courier has been making to our little city here, we've been getting all of these requests to let people come and stay in some of our beds and rent out a home, but unfortunately, the only 2 homes that we have for rent are already occupied, so I would end up building 3 extra ones, albeit a little bit smaller than the 2 we already had, right in the same plaza. Once again made of wood, although it is quite flammable, it is the cheapest and also a very beautiful resource that we have at our fingertips, just further minimizing the effort and maximizing the profits. We then had a gargantuan group of man-hunting platypus that were driven insane by the disease known as scaria. With a horrific event like this, the last thing we want to do is to hide behind our defenses, as they would quickly surround us, so instead we would opt for trying to lead them through the city, having them hit as many spike traps as humanly possible, all the while we were firing off shots left and right, trying to blast them into next week, which we would eventually end up doing, finishing them off once and for all. I felt pity for these poor, dumb animals, but if there's one thing we know how to do, it's how to turn a profit, so we began butchering them and turning them into Thrumbo plushies. We would also end up finally finishing our extensive research into tube televisions, which not only gives us access to build televisions, but also a few other things like old computers and arcade machines, which I found of particular interest because occasionally when we get guests, they bring their little whippersnappers with them, and whippersnappers love to play arcade machines and spend their parents' money on vending machines that we set up in a very small little arcade area. So, yeah, here it is. It is very tiny, but hopefully we make some money on it. Something that was not exactly bueno, though, was the fact that we ended up having a volcanic eruption that was darkening the sky, and the reason that this wasn't all that great, it was going to cause some issues for us growing crops, which it was already wintertime anyhow, but this would also mean that our solar panels were going to be at reduced power for a very long time. Nevertheless, while the sky is quite dark, I thought it might be a good idea to go ahead and spruce up Ninel's property a little bit, but unfortunately it looks like we're going to have us a raid. Our old friends over at the Confederacy of Benya, coming once again to try their hand, eh? Unfortunately, they are not coming from any of the points in the road where we could hide behind our defenses, so we'll have to try to utilize our buildings. On the ground, things were getting very heated for Jor, who was whipping out his pistol to try and shoot some from afar as they began chasing him through one of our tenants' buildings. He was quite injured, but after a few shotgun blasts and Ninel's axe, we had finally managed to take down the perpetrator. Our other employees were also having much success with this endeavor, and thus we were pushing this group out of our town. However, there was yet another group just as large coming from the western side of our city. We began rushing to any defensive position that we could take, as well as our trucks, so that we may try to either distract them or run them over, or both preferably. We had finally arrived on the scene shortly thereafter. Thankfully, the majority of their forces didn't seem to have any firearms, and if they did, they were simple makeshift firearms that were pretty crude and shitty, to say the least. That also meant that our truck would take minimal damage, except for running them over, of course, and having their head bounce off our bumper, but that's an easy repair. All these factors combined at the end of the day ended up winning us this battle once more. And with that, it was time for these piss-poor little bastards to begin fleeing. Many of them would escape, unfortunately, but I'm sure they won't get far. Or perhaps they will, and they'll be back in another week with more people to try and kill us. Either way, our main focus and priority right now was our customer satisfaction as well as the comfort of everyone living in our houses that are renting off of us, and they're not going to be all that comfortable or satisfied if we don't rebuild our wind turbines and our solar panels because we're not going to have any damn power. We did, however, manage to salvage the situation a little bit in the form of a possible recruit that I'm going to be referring to as Liv. Liv is a trigger-happy sanguine fisherwoman who is really good at plants, so she will be more than welcome here, and when she's not doing any growing or cutting plants for us, I think we'll have her work the register a bit. For now, though, we're going to try to focus on repairing a lot of the damage that was dealt to us by the raiders. It should also be mentioned that they tried to start a few fires, but thank God we ended up getting those put out. I know a lot of you guys have mentioned that I shouldn't be building everything out of wood, and you are indeed correct. Now, the roads in between our buildings will help us keep fire from spreading if something is caught on fire, but I definitely need to get some sprinklers in, as it would be much easier than trying to replace all the wooden structures with stone ones. Now that the raid is finally over with, though, we can actually begin finishing up those additions onto Ninel's property that we were discussing, just a few more hedges, but also I am going to be building him his own personal garage. It only makes sense that the CEO of a company would have his very own vehicle and not be riding around in a company truck, no? After that, it would seem that a 28-year-old lady by the name of Renata is extremely interested in renting one of our fine properties, one of the new 3 that we ended up building, so of course we ended up accepting. With the current lease, she will end up paying us a total of 300 silver. For that kind of money, we said come on and get out of the cold, snowy snow, sister, and come into one of our fine, warm homes. If you start paying us 300 silver a day, you could sleep right next to Nino. We don't give a shit. Just an offer to think about. Since we've already finished up our research into tube televisions, we went ahead and began adding in some new ones after acquiring some more components and steel into our more luxurious rooms that we rent out for the night. And now that these rooms have some proper entertainment, I'm going to go ahead and up the price just a little bit to $80 per night. Very expensive? Yes. Worth it? Probably not. Will they pay it? Most definitely. Now then, back to what I was saying earlier about the CEO of a company having their very own car and not driving a company car. We would end up getting Nino his very own little vehicle, a nice hot rod. And we also ended up giving it a nice dried blood red paint job. Of course, don't forget, if you have any name suggestions for this little beauty, be sure to leave them in the comment section down below. Much appreciated. But with that, my friends, Nino has truly moved up in the world, not only having better accommodations than most people in our little hamlet incorporated here, but also better dwellings than most people on the planet, I would say. Now then, teetering back to the naming of vehicles. Last episode, I asked you guys for a good name for our mule truck, and you guys ended up providing me with many suggestions, one of which is going to be the High Road, which I am a big fan of. This wonderful suggestion for the name comes from our good friend LazyPanda_420, who was saying that we should name the truck the High Road because the majority of its travels were because we're hauling some smoke leaf leaves, and butter to nearby settlements for trade. Before we end the episode, I also wanted to mention that we have quite a good little stockpile in Nino's personal treasury here in the safe, with it being just over 5,000 silver. We would have a little bit more, but we've been buying some components and milk and stuff like that that we need. We need to end up purchasing some cows or yaks or something for milk, and then components, there's not really any way around that, unfortunately, unless we maybe end up setting up an outpost later on, but I suppose we'll see. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series. My friends, I am once again ever so glad to see you here today. To start us off today, we actually have a police trade caravan from the RimWorld Marshall settlements who actually ended up selling us a pretty little assault rifle. This bad mamma jamma should help us kindly with protecting our little hamlet incorporated here from cultists and outlanders alike. This rifle is our tool, and the bullets that it spits out are the punishment that they get for making Nino get his hands dirty. And to also get us started off today with our building projects, we're actually going to be building some new rooms that we'll be renting out for the night to some fine folks. Nothing too special, but these rentable rooms will have their own bathrooms instead of having a large latrine or shower house. Sometime later, and the leader of the Oak Foundation, Lurcott, was requesting some helping hands with setting up a new settlement that they were working on nearby, and he was simply requesting that we send one person. And in exchange, we would get a cataphract helmet and some plasteel, so of course we accepted. For some reason, it says Lurcott it's a lady here, but he's definitely not. I don't know. Nevertheless, we're going to be sending Jor, since he is actually our liaison with the Oak Foundation, since he came from there originally. Plus, of course, he has a good construction skill, so he should have no problem throwing up some houses. Before Jor even finished the job, they made good on their promise for our payment with the helmet and the plasteel. Awful kind of them, awful kind. Ah, that Oak Foundation, some swell fellas, I tell you. I just hope that Jor doesn't embarrass us out there. He's not all that talkative. Ah, I'm sure he'll do fine. Well, either way, we must continue on without his presence, and thus we would continue building onto our brand new rooms that we plan on renting out. I think these may very well be a start to a new standard of the types of rooms that we're going to be renting out, and just as well, I think I'm going to begin putting them kind of in the northern western section. And since these rooms are the bee's knees, I'm actually going to make them $80 a piece, while reducing our older luxury rooms down to $60 a piece per night. Besides, it would hardly be fair of us to charge so much for such obsolete rooms. No doubt this is going to end up being something of a transitionary period for our hotel life. We also started having the ideas of a gas station in our little brains, and thus I began making plenty of chem fuel that we could actually sell out of our garage for the time being until we build a proper station. We ended up having a 24-year-old lady by the name of Cheney who was looking for a place to rent for 4 days, totaling in 200 silver, so of course we accepted. Arriving shortly thereafter, making her way to her new dwellings within the town. Funny enough, she is actually the very first tenant that we've had in our 3 brand new homes that we're renting out at the moment that we ended up building at the end of last episode. Hopefully we can fill the other 2 rooms just as quickly. We also ended up somehow getting a tech print that was applied to our research for courier tech. I'm not really sure as to how, unless it's just some type of level that we've unlocked by getting so many tenants. I never applied anything, but I'm happy to have it nonetheless. Now then, as our little city here continues to grow, as do our roadways, as we need several new ways in and out of the city to make it much more convenient for travelers and visitors. This also helps me tremendously with planning out how I want the city to take shape and in which directions I'm going to be putting what. Late one evening, Jor had finally returned home from helping out Lurkat set up this new settlement that isn't too far from us. Some type of spy communications relay area in the mountains. I'm sure it's nothing. Besides, we have much bigger fish to fry, like our current research project, which is microelectronics. Now, the only reason I'm really focusing on this right now is because it is a prerequisite for basic robotics, which is a research project that I would very much like to finish. You see, my friends, I've actually ended up adding the Android Tiers mod. Now, this is the unofficial 1.5 update. It's the only one I could currently find on the workshop, of course. Now you may be asking yourself, Rat Daddy, why do you even care about these androids in the first place? Well, my friends, as you can see, we have many different cash registers that cannot be manned at all times because our workers need to eat, sleep, and focus on other projects like constructing new areas. Now, basic robotics really doesn't help us out all that much, as I think it unlocks tier 1 androids, and we actually need tier 3 to be able to man these registers, but we'll get there with time and a lot of research. In the meantime, we'll just keep on doing what we're doing with the best damn hospitality this side of the planet known as Dagon, baby, making all that moolah. But let's be honest, you can never have too much moolah, so we began loading up our truck with plenty of smoke leaf butter, hot sauce, and all of our other specialties, as well as some weapons and what have you, to do a bit of trading. However, later into the night as we were doing this, something odd ended up showing up in the sky. A beam of plasma trailing across the sky in somewhat of a humanoid shape. Well, whatever it was, it seems to have landed not too far from our little hamlet here. Jor and La were leaving to go out on their trade mission, but in the meantime, they also pondered on stopping in at this crash site. We would end up making a fairly pretty penny on the Marshall Settlement civilians by selling them some hot sauce, smoke leaf butter, and its more pure form, away from the eye of their governing body, of course. But with our new newly found profits in our pockets, it's time for us to head over to this crash site and see what's going on. It was a bit dark, but there were flames absolutely erupting from the forest, lighting up the entire area. It appeared to be some type of large machine, in some sort of triangular and or arrow shape with a lot of debris lying around, but also interestingly a large blood trail leading off into the near area, where a strange looking gentleman in a very strange looking set of armor lies. It would seem that a group of slavers from the Outlands seem to have beaten us here though. They've even created something of a perimeter around the area. My best guess, they plan on deconstructing this machine or repurposing it for themselves. You see, the only problem with that, my friends, is that I have no interest in turning over this large machine or its components to these slimy bastards or the funny little man that fell out of it. Using the high road, our truck, we began running over as many of them as possible until they hit our gas tank, immobilizing us, at which point we quickly jumped out and began taking cover behind some rocks, firing off many a bullet as well as a couple of grenades. Eventually, only one of the slavers remained and they got a little bit too close for comfort, so Jor here whipped out the old AA-12. We need to make repairs to the truck right away, otherwise we're not going anywhere, and this fella on the ground's going to bleed to death if we don't start patching his wounds. And I'll be damned, I believe that we found a spaceman, friends, with a standard Marshal Service jumper underneath. I bet they'll pay us a pretty penny for rescuing him. Let's just hope they don't come looking for this engine on their little starship that they've been building. Actually, it was destroyed during the battle. Funny enough, our new spaceman friend didn't want to go back home. He actually requested to come to our little hamlet and stay a while. We thought that he meant that he wanted to rent a room for the night or something. We were actually wondering where he was keeping his silver in that funny looking outfit, but he ended up joining us. I suppose the martial not life just isn't for him anymore, and he was incredibly grateful that we had saved him already. If not for us, he would be out in the Outlands busting up rocks with some chains around his arms and legs. He felt that the marshals were simply using him as a tool to reach the moon, which I suppose kind of is true. What's that? Which moon, you say? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Funny enough, Degum actually has two separate moons, one being a barren moon and the other being an ocean moon. Legend has it there used to be 3 moons, but the third got a little bit too close and was torn apart, ripped to shreds, and turned into a ring of debris and resources. In particular, Matsy says there is a bit of a space race with the rebels, the Republic of Libertas, trying to reach the ocean moon of Degum, while he and the Marshal Service are aiming for the barren moon, as it'll be much easier, and they're both trying to choose places that won't get them killed while they're up there in some type of lunar warfare. At least not yet, that is. For now, we have very little interest in the moons. For now, that is, and we're much more interested in Matsy's skills, which it appears he's really only excelling in social, which is fine. He appears to be an abrasive 29-year-old ace fighter pilot though, which means that he definitely has the resolve that we're looking for. We went ahead and sent him into our smaller storage area to equip some weaponry as well as proper armor. After returning home, it would seem that Jor has brought back a newspaper from the Marshal Service town. It mostly goes on to talk about the United Traders Union and something about slavery, but over here on the right, a smaller column talking about us and how we've opened up some cozy cottages. I'm glad we're finally getting some good publicity out there. Well, now with everything taken care of, everyone's back home, safe and sound, I thought I might go ahead and begin working on some more construction projects. This time around, I'm going to finish outlining Ninal's property, or at least what we're currently going to give to him. Of course, using hedges as we had previously in the front for the back as well, just to make a nice little square. As we were doing so, we detected a cluster of cargo pods, though. It would seem some type of malfunction has left a clothing shipment falling into our backyard. These field caps could go great with our uniforms for our employees. A little bit after that, we had a 43-year-old woman by the name of Granzer actually requesting to rent out one of our nice homes. My, it would seem that this little newspaper article is doing us multitudes of favors. Well, here's hoping she enjoys her stay enough to extend her tendency indefinitely with us, but if not, we'll find someone else to take her spot, I'm sure. By this point, we had finished up the the outline for Nino's property, and you'll also notice in the back I've built something of a small shed. Initially, I was thinking of putting in some type of backup power there, or some type of hot water heater, something that you might actually find out in one of these sheds, but instead I decided that Nino would probably best use this space as a man cave. Somewhere he could hang out with his compadres, throw some darts, hit the old punching bag for some exercise, or perhaps even gamble just a little bit. I did also decide to throw in a large battery for some backup power onto his home, just for that extra little bit of utility though. We ended up having some guests from the United Traders Union though, and they were just kind of kicking around, having some fun, eating some meals, but in particular, these guests, one of them actually turned out to be Lewis's sister. I know, the resemblance is uncanny, is it not? Well, since we have a family connection that is actually within the United Traders, we thought it might be best to see if she could help us unload some of our inventory. This way we could sell off many of our items like hot sauce and what have you without having to wait on her or her security force to buy them. Another drop in the old bucket. Now then, last episode I asked you wonderful people for some name suggestions, and of course you happily obliged. Starting off here, we have Nino's car. This beautiful muscle car shall be known as the Freebird. A name suggestion from our friend Lazy Panda 420. This name is in honor of Nino and his sacrifice of being a slave for the S&R Rifle Company for so long, but not only that, a monument and a tribute to his newfound freedom and how he's made something of himself, a business tycoon even. Next up, we have a splendid and humorous name for our German Shepherd that is going to be Paint Sniffer. This name suggestion comes from our good friend Dibosaurus, with the implication being that the German Shepherd will actually sniff the walls of where the tenants live to ensure that they're not painting them. Some dogs sniff for bombs, others sniff for painted walls. I don't know, but I love it. Now, in the meantime, we have some pretty big construction projects in mind, adding on to our hamlet here, our little city, so we're going to be crushing up stone chunks into stone blocks and also into a lot of concrete. We've been using wood a lot for most of our little projects around here, but for this particular project, it has to be made of stone, a very secure material. For you see, friends, as recommended by our friend Unknown-YV6CE, we need a proper police station to keep this city safe, especially given all the attacks that we've been going through lately, and the fact that we literally have spaceships falling from orbit right in our backyard. It might be good to have a proper emergency service building. And so it begins. Construction is underway. Now we're placing this police station right next to Nino's little mansion here, or what will eventually become a mansion, his small home, as well as next to our new places that we're going to be renting out for the night. As we continue building out the city and shifting some different buildings around, I want the police station as well as other services to be a bit more centralized. Now then, we've finally finished up our research into microelectronics, something that we've been working on for a very long time, and of course took a very long time, but now with that we can also begin working on basic robotics, which actually wouldn't take us very long at all to finish up. As previously mentioned though, a bit of a refresher, basic robotics are only a prerequisite into the actual research we need for androids. At this time, we also don't need a high-tech research bench to start into these other researches, so we're going to go ahead and begin with the Tier 1 Android research, and we'll continue moving on down the list. Which is completely fine by me, as we currently need to work on the police station a bit more. As you can see, I'm adding in 2 separate jail cells in the back of the station itself, and we are also going to be putting in a small reception area, not only with a desk where people can sit and do their receptionist duties, but also a computer for the database of any criminals. Perhaps we could communicate with the Republic of Libertas and the Marshals for their databases to add them into our own, that way we could catch some criminals with them and get on their good side even more so. That would also help us keep from having any disturbances by having to arrest a bunch of people around our guest as well. Nevertheless, the police station also feels like a very fitting place to put a proper armory as well, that way we can ensure that our weapons are locked up, safe and sound, and nobody can get their hands on them unless authorized. I should mention as well, the type of doors that I'm using on the prison cells cells themselves, as well as the armory, are called cell doors. Now, these don't allow prisoners to break through them or to be able to destroy them to get in, so that's pretty useful. But no police station is complete without a proper police vehicle. Now, most police stations go with a normal car, but in this particular situation, given the type of threats that we've been dealing with, I think a highwayman is more appropriate. Just quickly throw on the proper paint job and we are good to go, mama, locked and loaded. George sure does seem quite happy with all his new resources and toys and his new space to lock up criminals as our security officer. After we get more and more people joining us, I would like to kind of split everyone up into security forces and then actual employees who work registers and things like that, but that'll be a little bit out once we have more and more people. Of course, I may even end up throwing some androids into the mix as well. By this point, we had also finally recruited Liv into our ranks, one of the Outlanders who had attacked us previously. Due to her sloppy work during the firefight that we had with her and her ex-friends, I don't see her becoming much of a security officer, but putting a suit on her and a nice little cap, she could work the register just fine. If things get really hairy, though, I guess we could let her use her pistol from time to time. Now then, I'm sure you remember last episode we built a very small arcade with some arcade machines that don't actually take money when they play them, and we were mostly relying on people to buy meals while in there. But with microelectronics, we actually have some proper slot machines. Now, of course, these wouldn't be good for children, but for their parents, of course. So I'm thinking at some point, once we get to a certain size, we should try to build something of a casino ourselves. And the best part about these, since they are from the hospitality mod set, they actually take money each time someone plays. We ended up getting a bulk goods trader from the Republic of Libertas. As they began approaching, I noticed that one of them looked awful familiar, a famed face as it were. None other than Reek, the son of President Tree herself. Now I'm sure he has some very deep pockets, but unfortunately he was none too interested, nor were his soldiers, in staying here just trading, which kinda sucks, but okay. At the very least, we could end up buying some resources from them, as well as selling many of our own, but we would end up needing plenty of steel as well as components. Normally, buying and selling is how we end up getting these resources, but on occasion, when people stay here, such as a large trade caravan like this, they end up leaving us a large stack of components or something of the sort, so that's kind of what I was hoping for. But I guess I'll just take what I get and be happy with it. Now, a lot of the resources that we just purchased are unfortunately going to be used up right away, but it is indeed for a good cause, as we are going to be creating a proper laboratory. One that is going to have a normal research table and a high-tech one as well, and we also threw a bathroom in there for good measure. With this new bench, though, we'll be able to continue working on Tier 2 androids, which is just a step away from Tier 3, obviously, which is what we need to have androids who can do some more complex work for us. Funny enough, it would seem that Nino's construction skill is so high at this point he's able to create legendary work, as this beautiful work of art for a dining chair that we ended up building in the research laboratory as well, which is very interesting and has a cool story, but it's just a chair. This incredibly high construction skill, though, does help us out in a lot of other areas, like when we're building our roads to prepare for more homes to rent out. But perhaps we should have constructed some bombs, because it looks like we're being raided by Outlanders once more. It is true that we are definitely outnumbered by them, as there are many of them, but we are not outgunned, for we have the kick-ass, badass, gun-toting, heavily armored highwaymen on our side, giving us the advantage. Luckily for us, Outlanders rarely have the opportunity to access vehicles, and if they do, they normally end up having shitty parts or something like that, so they just turn them into pipe weapons or some other stupid stuff. Poor, pathetic little devils, they never stood a chance. By this point, we had brought in many of our employees, but it doesn't seem that we really need them, as the highwayman has basically taken care of the entire raid on its own, though it did sustain substantial damage from this. Hard to run over 15 or so people without at least getting a few dents in the bumper, let alone tanking machine gun fire. With the impending doom completely eliminated now for the most part, we had a few Outlanders here who we would actually begin tending to their wounds, as I felt that they might make some good employees. We took them down to the police station to be booked, and we tossed them right into a jail cell. It may not be the life that they were hoping for, but, you know, we're offering offering them a job, a place to stay, and live out the rest of their lives. Otherwise, we're going to execute them on sight. So, I mean, not much of a choice. Now that we've booked all the criminals and put them away until we end up recruiting them, that is, we're going to begin working on constructing a few new houses to rent out once more. The process of which is going to take a little while, as many of our people's priorities are split into cooking, hunting, and crafting, and construction, and basically everything that they can. As well as research, and speaking of which, we are now going to be researching a multi-analyzer, as this is what we will need to research and craft to get our tier 3 androids. I do realize I keep mentioning the research for androids and how great it's going to be that we have them, but tying in with everything and how everyone's priorities for work are split among different types of areas, I really think that the androids are going to help out a lot with that as well, and just clearing up a lot of work that they can do that our people will no longer have to. A lot of the work that we're constantly having to do is just basically some resource collection, like for wood here, that way we can turn it into furniture in the new housing, as you can see here. Perfect timing that we get these finished up right away, as the courier has just arrived in town, dropping off all of the rent that everyone owes us, allowing us to collect on that, but also it would seem that we have yet another person looking to rent out a home. News sure does travel fast around these parts. It was a 23-year-old gentleman by the name of Uday. Uday? I don't know. I did finally pay attention to the UI though this time around, and I noticed that we can do auto renewals on all of our tenants unless they end up ending their tenancy with us, which is great because as you've seen during my time lapses, there are constantly times where we're having to accept all of these new tenancy contracts, and it's a big pain in the ass, and sometimes I won't pay attention, and yada yada, so this should take care of that. A little bit of time later, and we had finally recruited Stingray as well as Bryn, two of the Outlanders who had attacked us quite some days ago. Welcome aboard, ladies. Let's get you dressed to impress, shall we? Now that we are finally getting more people who can tend to more registers and more businesses in our little city here, I've decided to create yet another. I believe I briefly touched on this very early on in the video, but this time we are going to be building a proper gas station. And instead of selling gas on the shelves like some type of Neanderthals, we're actually going to be creating some proper pumps on the outside for any visitors to pull their vehicles up to and begin fueling up. I was pretty happy with how it turned out in the end, though it is a bit bare, so we'll have to try to think of some decorative items to put on the outside, and or useful items of course as well. On the inside, as you can see, I ended up putting in a lot of refrigerators, as I would actually like to begin selling meals on the inside too. A big problem that we keep on facing is the fact that there never seems to be enough meals available for people. No matter how much we cook, there's only so much space that vending machines can actually hold, of course, and we don't want to put them on shelves, as then people aren't going to be buying them, yada yada. I think you get the point. So we're going to be selling plenty out of this gas station, which is actually inspired by a comment from our good friend Marshy Chirper in reference to some giant Korean rest stops next to highways, which I'm not all that familiar with, and I do realize that this small little gas station is not that, but I do plan on making this gas station into that. At the moment, we're a little bit limited by our resources that we've been working with, so as we get more, we'll try to expand it in the future. But my friends, before I bid you farewell, I do want to talk about some of the things that I plan on doing in upcoming episodes. So now that we're doing gas stations and we've been doing vending machines for quite a while, I think some sodas would be a good idea. Some mod that adds sodas, or we very well may actually have it with the Food Expanded, I believe is what it's called. So we may end up working on some of that. I think that would be really good. Some alcoholic beverages as well, of course. I also plan on trying to work on a casino at some point, though I think I'll wait until we're a much larger type of resort and hotel chain before doing so. Which also brings me to a lot of good ideas that you guys have brought up. So I've been talking about for a while how a lot of you have brought up how we should do some black market organ trading, essentially, where we have some people like raiders or maybe even visitors, which I'm not too sure about, maybe just raiders, that we actually capture and we end up harvesting their organs and possibly selling them, right, on the black market, as it were. I think that's something we're going to do after we get very large, more people, you know, a higher population, or androids, of course, as well. I know that's the biggest limiting factor for us right now, is we're ready to grow, but resources and population are keeping us from doing so exponentially, you know, in an expedited manner, of course. Quite a few of you have also been recommending that I get the washing machines from subs bad hygiene and use that to untaint clothing. That way we can sell it. And I think that's a really great idea, and that's something I'm going to work on in the future as well. That very well may be the next research project that we really delve into after we get our androids up and off the ground. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series. My friends, I'm ever so glad once again to see you here today with me, where last episode we ended up building a nice little police station with an armory and a garage to harbor our vehicles, our criminals, and our weapons. And just as well, we built ourselves a nice little gas station to sell some groceries and other goods out of, as well as gasoline, obviously. Today we're going to be beginning with a pretty major project here in our little hamlet. We're actually going to be completely deconstructing all the bathrooms and all the previous rooms that we have set up to rent out to our guests, including the ones that we originally built when settling in the area. If any of you guys are sentimental like myself, you'll know that this actually hurts my soul just a tiny, well, a lot to have to do. But I'm afraid Nenal is an industrial tycoon, and these old rooms we were renting out have long since worn out their welcome. It's time for us to begin looking towards the future to improve. This unfortunately does mean anyone that cannot afford any of the current rooms we have available, or if those rooms are taken up, won't have a place to stay, I'm afraid. But it is only temporary. In the meantime, during our little construction project though, we ended up finally finishing our research into a multi-analyzer, which will allow us to finally finish our research on tier 3 androids, or begin it, I should say. But before that, I want to actually begin working on some more minor research projects like liquor brewing, which is going to be a prerequisite into mixology. Mixology will actually open up many different types of cocktails, as well as juice, a simple drink we can make out of fruits, but more importantly, it will also open up an avenue for us to create a soda fountain, and thus some sodas. Once again though, as with all research, it will take us quite a while to go about finishing all of these up, so in the meantime, we're going to begin working on more expansion to our hamlet, which, let's be honest, is indeed a city at this point, even if a small one closer to the size of a town. Either way though, we're going to be replacing all the rooms that we had previously gotten rid of up in the northwestern section here just below this small hill and our police station. Now, you may remember with the previous rooms we basically had a very tiny little storage closet with a bed in it that only costs $10. Well, we're going to be setting a new standard with these rooms. Now for $10 a night, you can have a much nicer, more proper room that actually has a bed, an end table, a plant pot, a dresser, all of the basic amenities. Because, my friends, as we continue improving and expanding, we need to expand and improve our quality. By the point that we were done with these new rooms, we had also finished our research into mixology, but we're not done with our construction by far. We would continue putting a heavy focus into some replacement rooms for the ones that we had destroyed, and as you can see, we're actually putting these just above the cheaper ones that we had built a moment ago. They're also going to be just west of our other ones that we had built last episode, and they are all going to cost $80 as for right now. This may be something that I change later on, but for now I feel that the quality of these rooms is akin to what we had previously had for our luxury rooms in the old spot. I'm pretty pleased with how they turned out. I also like the fact that we are kind of filling out this spot here in the city itself as well, and I saw a lot of you guys saying that you thought the showers and the latrines were pretty good for the more cheap rooms, as you might imagine. Somebody that's only spending $10 on a room probably won't be staying here for all that long anyhow, so I just put in some public restrooms. By the time we were finished with those rooms though, we had finally recruited Crow into our ranks, one of the Outlanders who tried to slice our faces off last episode and wear it around as a necklace, but now Crow is our friend, so, you know, it's cool. I'm afraid for that though, Crow, you're going to have to work here for free, other than room, board, and some food, just like everyone else. But it's about damn time. We are long overdue for us to go about building our multi-analyzer. The only issue is we don't have near enough gold, which does complicate things just a little bit. Luckily though, we have a truck that we can load to the absolute brim with hot sauce, smoke leaf butter, and leaves and joints to go about doing some trading for gold. We would end up traveling to a nearby rebel city, the same one that Nenal is from. By this point, the townsfolk as well as the local police force have become quite accustomed to our travelings and tradings, and thus they are excited to see us. Many of them have even stayed in our dwellings from time to time. Given our great relations, we found it quite easy to trade off many of our goods for some gold, and we began making our way back home. After arriving, we got the gold out of the truck, and it was finally time for our multi-analyzer, baby. And with this bad boy, it is time for us to begin our research into Tier 3 androids, the best of all, or at least for what we plan on using them for here, basically corporate slaves, but don't tell them that. Once again, though, in the meantime, we're going to begin some more expansion projects, this time on our gas station. I was none too happy or pleased with how it ended up last episode. I liked it for sure, but I think even then I mentioned I want to make it much larger, so I actually ended up adding a new area where we can cook meals in-house, as well as make sodas and a nice place for everyone to eat their meals if they so choose. This might seem a little weird, but I've been in some pretty nice gas stations in my life, let me tell you. I've also been in some that are not so nice, but they always have soda, which I'm excited to begin producing, but the problem is we don't have the ingredients yet. Luckily for us, these ingredients can be planted in our fields, so we quickly threw together some new fields for some sugar cane, which we will end up turning into syrup that can be used for soda. We would also end up planting a field of coffee plants because I thought that this would also be great to sell at our restaurants and even the gas station itself as well. Caffeine makes the world go round, as they say. While we're waiting on our new crops to grow, it's time that we put the final nail in the coffin of our old rooms that we were renting out. And by this I do just simply mean tearing up the infrastructure like the plumbing, the HVAC piping, as well as the flooring that was left behind. Out with the old and in with the new, as they say, because we're going to be building some small townhouses here next to our little shop and our restaurant, as well as the other houses we have been renting out so we can make room for more tenants and thus make more money. Another big reason I ended up wanting to put these houses here and the rooms that we've been renting out in another spot is because it doesn't seem like if you're renting a place you would be all that interested in living next to a hotel where people are going to be constantly in and out, of course. Speaking of which, we have a young 15-year-old lady by the name of Fernanda who is looking for a place to rent. A little bit strange that a teenager would have the money to rent out their own house, but I assume she has a job somewhere. I don't care. Money is money. Later on into that night, we also finally finished up our research into Tier 3 androids, which I was ecstatic for. Finally, some proper workers who aren't complaining about being hungry or needing to sleep. We quickly began throwing together the pods and the workstation that we would need to properly begin making our androids, but there was one little problem. Even though we have all the proper production areas now built in our laboratory, we don't quite have the skill set required to make a Tier 3 android brain, but we are pretty close. As you can see, it requires a crafting of 10 and intellectual of 10, while Jor here has a crafting of 8 and intellectual of 9, with those both increasing slowly. First and foremost, we're going to work on his crafting by letting him roll some more smoke leaf blunts, as well as make some concrete for our construction projects, and that should help us out quite a bit. The concrete that Jor is working hard to produce will end up being used on more roads. At first here, we're going to be outlining how we want to put in more of these townhouses with our road wrapping back around and tying in. And for now, I'm just going to build some hollow shells for these houses, basically just some exterior walls and a few interior so we know where the bathroom goes, and that's about it. As we continue getting more tenants renting out these buildings, we'll eventually end up filling them properly with furniture. And then we had to take a step back for a little bit of time, watch everybody work, and just admire our work. I'm quite proud of how this city is really coming together and getting fleshed out. It looks much more uniform now as well, which is really what we're going for with the city. For our next research project, I decided to begin working on electric pumps, as we need these for a prerequisite into washing machines. This would also be the perfect opportunity for Jor here to begin working on his intellectual skill as well, since we only need 1 point. It shouldn't take too long. However, I noticed that we hadn't been raided in quite some time. It would seem that the Confederacy of Banya had thought so as well, lurking deep within the trees that night, planning out their assault on our city. As they began to breach our perimeter, we had to rush out and engage them on foot, as our highwayman was too far away at the station. Not to worry though, as it didn't take us too awful long to bring it over into the heat of battle. We tried to engage with him before the group could split too many times, that way we could run over a large group of them. Many of these groups would end up chasing down our employees, who had formed something of a little malicious square here, firing at them and killing them quite easily. In the meantime, our police vehicle was testing out the durability of its tires as well as its front bumper once more. Eventually, we had killed so many of these Thromboian tribespeople that they began to flee. We tried to chase them down as well. But with them gone, the only thing left for us to do was to go around to those who were remaining with some decent skill sets and go about trying to tend to their wounds and take them into our prison. Oh, you poor, dumb, unemployed fools. You have no idea what it's like to be part of the workforce, eh? Well, we'll fix that for you. We would finally finish up our extensive research into electric pumps, now allowing us to begin our research into washing machines. I touched on this towards the end of last episode as well, but you guys had the wonderful idea to go about making washing machines. That way, any tainted clothing we get from corpses like raiders, we can actually begin selling those after washing them. As we're working on more research though, I am once again going to be building some nice company housing for our employees. Unfortunately, as of right now, they've been staying in the homes we built to rent out for some tenants, and we just can't have that. Speaking of which, we had a 16-year-old gentleman by the name of Oleg. Once again, somehow a teenager affording our prices. I don't know how it's happening, but I really don't care as long as they're paying. If a toddler somehow waddles into town all on his own holding a stack of cash, we'll give him a room. As you can see here, this is the problem that I was facing previously with our employees staying over here, so we were sure to put Stingray in the proper company housing away from all the customers. I wanted to mention real quick, as you can see, Jor's intellectual skill is now up to a 10, and it's time for us to continue improving his crafting. Those androids aren't too far away. Because androids, just as well as any mechanical humanoid, require charging stations, and because of all the exponential expansions we've been doing this episode, we are going to be building some more solar panels to try and help power our city. Another reason for this is because I am rebuilding our arcade that we previously had, but it is going to be much larger with more lighting, more vending machines, and of course, most importantly, more arcade machines, which is going to draw up a lot of power on its own. For now, the vending machines shall be empty, but very soon we shall be stocking them full of soda pop. That way, any children of our visitors can go in here and get all hyped up on soda and start playing some games. And we can make a pretty penny. Speaking of sodas though, we do finally have our sugar cane ready for harvest, though most of it ended up dying throughout winter, unfortunately. Using plenty of berries and apples, we began making some different types of juices that we would be selling, but also this juice was crucial for making our soda syrup, which in turn we would end up putting in our soda fountain. Now, unfortunately, this kind of works like beer brewing, where it takes a few days for the soda to be produced, so it looks like it's going to be a moment. In the meantime, we are going to be undertaking a pretty large mining operation on one of these small hills that are just next to our police department and just above our rentable rooms. We had ended up moving thousands of tons of rock from this little hill here, but I was sure to leave some of these, that way it didn't totally collapse on us. I believe that this is going to end up being the site of our hospital, which is something it would seem that many of you have been requesting I build for quite some time now. It does only make sense that a city would have the proper types of resources like a police station and hospital at its disposal. A few days later, and our first batch of soda was finally ready. If you guys have any special names or specific names that you'd like to give to our very brand of soda here, be sure to let me know in the comments section. We would once again end up having a nice 45-year-old gentleman looking to rent out one of our rooms. He appears to be a builder or constructor of some sort. Such a shame we can't get him to work around here, as we would be willing to pay him for his efforts, in soda, that is. Jor would begin creating quite the stockpile of stone blocks for us once more, as we planned on using these for our hospital. Now, initially, I wasn't planning on building it this episode and maybe just clearing out a spot for it, but I don't know, I suppose I've gotten a bit of a wild hair. Though using stone and concrete to build these more important buildings does make them take quite a bit longer, so something interesting in the meantime. The Thromboian who attacked us a few weeks ago by the name of Rabi, I believe is how you pronounce it, has decided to join us here and take up employment in our nice hamlet. However, Lev must have been absolutely starstruck by her, because he began flirting with her and the two are now dating. He apparently was bragging about his own artistic skills and she was quite attracted to this for whatever reason. He's quite the smooth operator. Even if he is a bit of a narcissist for doing so, I'm just happy that they're happy, but to be honest, she might have Stockholm Stockholm Syndrome since she was one of our prisoners. After a few days of construction, we finally finished up our hospital, and as you can see, though it is a bit bare bones, we have all of the things that you may expect to find within one. We have a waiting area complete with benches to sit on while you're bleeding out, a receptionist area with computers to check people in, as well as hospital beds and even an operating room. We also had something of a broom closet, which I decided to put some large batteries in so that the hospital has its own backup power, but I also decided to put yet another operating table in here hidden behind everything. Many of you seem quite eager for me to have something of a black market organ dealership here, and this could be the very start of that, I suppose. But no hospital would be complete without a proper ambulance, so we ended up building one. It'll most likely just be for show, although I suppose we could take it out to go about picking up raiders and bringing them back to the hospital for our black market section of the hospital itself. Or perhaps, I guess, also transporting our people back very quickly if need be and we have no other vehicles around. It does need a name, however, and I'm sure you wonderful people could help me out with that, eh? Speaking of which, we ended up getting a great name for our highwayman last episode, which is going to be Crown Vic. This wonderful name comes from our friend Ulfid Nardwarf 9347, with it being in reference to the popular police vehicle that was in use for many years, which I am actually quite familiar with. Our friend Nardwarf here also was talking about possibly when we get to the moon, if and when our private space company gets off the ground, no pun intended, we maybe do some casinos up there, which I think is a really awesome and ambitious idea. We would also finally finish up our extensive work into the research of washing machines, a very complex technology, no doubt. I also wanted to show off by this point we have quite a few sodas in our refrigerators in the gas station. As you can see, our refrigerators are absolutely chocked to the brim with sodas, hot sauce, even a little bit of liquor, though that was a gift from another faction. And some juice boxes for the kiddos, of course. Now that we're truly going from rags to riches, we have a lot of silver. We're making a lot of money off our rooms that we're renting out, off of our sodas, and just basically everything here, of course. But we don't have a proper place to store all of this silver now, so we're going to begin working on a bank. I may end up changing this later on, but for now I wanted something very basic. Initially I had thought of making a nice little front yard for it with hedges and yada yada, because it is right next to Ninel's little mansion that we built. That way he'll always be able to keep a close eye on his money, of course, but anyhow though, I decided to go with something more efficient and functional rather than something beautiful, and as you can see, it is definitely more on the efficient side, with armored doors in the entrance right after you get past the front doors. Everything, of course, is double walled with marble, and thus quite secure, but the most important part is all of the room on these pallets that we have for silver, jade, and gold, which you may be thinking, Rat Knight, that's a lot of space and a lot of pallets, but I'm telling you that we are going to use every last bit of this space by the end of this series, and maybe even another bank. Speaking of making money though, we have yet another person, a 42-year-old female, looking for a place to rent out, so of course, once again, we ended up accepting so that we can continue our glorious housing empire. Finally, slowly but surely, by this point, we have finally gotten Jor's crafting and intellectual skills up both to a 10. I can't tell you how many damn blunts he had to roll and whatever else he had to make, which I don't know if blunts actually increased it, which is probably why it took so long. But anyhow, we did finally get the skill up to 10. And with these skills, my friends, finally, by the grace of God, our crowning achievement today, not only today, but throughout this entire series thus far, and on this planet, we shall build our first android. I introduce to you Roland. He didn't actually require a tier 3 android brain, so my guess is that he's not actually sentient, more like a very complex mechanoid who can do human tasks, such as manning the register at the gas station, making sales for us all damn day long, which is going to be his sole task and sole purpose in this world, unless we end up changing it later down the line, but for now. Technically, since I didn't need to make the brain, I was incorrect originally when I said that had to get the intellectual and crafting skills up to 10 when it was only the crafting skill, because we still needed to be able to make the android, but whatever. I must say that I find a lot of humor in a cruel, self-hating kind of way that we would torture ourselves with so much work and research just to make a robot that can solely do the cash register. I mean, he can do all kinds of other things, but that is his sole purpose. Nevertheless, I'm actually extremely pleased. In the long run, we're going to make a lot of money off Roland, but I hate that name, so I would ask you guys to provide a better name. Thanks in advance. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series. Once again, my friends, as always, I am ever so glad to see you here today with me, where we are quickly and easily becoming an absolute business powerhouse, a tycoon, as well as a landlord. Speaking of which, today we are going to be beginning the episode by furnishing our houses that we actually built last episode to rent out. Just basically some flooring as well as a bed, end table, yada yada. Additionally, with these new homes, we're actually going to begin putting in wardrobes as well, a new standard that will increase the overall quality of the homes. Other than that though, nothing special, nothing we haven't seen 100 times, so let's focus on something a little bit more important, like the fact that our kitchen is completely devoid of food at the moment, which is a small little issue as one might imagine. Because of this, of course, we would immediately ramp up our hunting practices with the local wildlife, killing many an alpaca, squirrel, and most importantly, plenty of deer. Additionally, we would go through and begin picking plenty of berries and apples and other different types of fruits. Now, obviously, our guests and tenants were not too interested in eating raw meats and berries, but it was better than starving, and it just might keep them from canceling their leases. It would also be just enough to get our employees through their construction projects as well as other work. But none of that is a long-term solution. What we need to do is begin cutting out all the sugar cane temporarily and begin planting more rice, as well as expanding our field a little bit to do the same there. This series has quickly and easily become one of my absolute favorite, and it's mostly because of all the construction and expansion that we're doing, but I've kind of let myself get carried away and I haven't been properly keeping up with our resources, and that's why I needed to increase the size of our growing fields for crops, but I'm also going to be increasing the size of our food storage area. Now, eventually, I may end up having to do a separate building for nothing but food storage in the vicinity of our kitchen, but for now, I think this should do. Speaking on the different methods for gathering food, there is one that we have yet to begin doing, which is fishing. To begin properly utilizing this resource, I thought it best if we went ahead and ended up building a few docks. But not only that, I also wanted to build something of a lodge to go along with the docks near the lake. Not only will we be fishing for food, but we'll also be able to monetize fishing by creating a lodge where we can actually rent out rooms and other things like that. Perhaps we give some of these city slickers some tours of the lake or something as well while we're at it, but to go about doing that, we're going to need some proper vehicles, and that is also why we're building some small boats. I don't expect too many of our customers, at least not from the very beginning of this little lodge, to want to stay here, as it is quite new and what have you, so we're only going to have 4 rooms currently. And by the end of it, I think it turned out quite nicely. Now, of course, we only have a dirt road going here for now, but as we continue expanding into the future, we will try to fit it into the rest of our city a bit better and kind of transition it in. Now, you guys have been the ones suggesting that we do something with the lake and fishing for quite a while now, which I very much appreciate, though it does seem that many of you would also be interested in us doing this to do something of a sushi bar, or at the very least selling sushi to some of our customers, and thus why I have also added a mod which adds sushi. I don't think we're going to tackle that food right away, but that will be something that we do in the very near future, I feel. Later on into the evening, we had a 24-year-old gentleman by the name of Timur who was looking for a place to rent, so of course we ended up accepting, adding on to our empire of landlordness and/or tenants. Now, by this point, you've surely noticed that we've yet to have any type of research that we've been doing. Well, that's because I've had Jor working and crafting, such as all of this concrete that he ended up making. I planned on using the concrete to outline our roads just a little bit better at the very least, but I also decided to use some of these materials like these stone blocks that we had been cutting to build ourselves something of a town hall. Now that was the initial plan, but I don't really know if we're ready for a town hall just yet, and if we are, I don't know that this is the right spot. So instead, I decided to build a smaller building to utilize as something of a business meeting spot and or small headquarters, something that's quite quaint and just basically used for nothing more than meetings and maybe some storage. And thus why the entire place only really has a table with some chairs, enough for a few different board members, as well as some dividers, some bookshelves, and most importantly, like we were talking about, some cardboard boxes and crates and other things that you may see in a storage room. I did want to try to beautify it as best I could given the limited space though, and thus I put some pretty fountains out front with the walkway. Now you may be asking yourself, Rat Daddy, where did you get those fountains and where did you get all the other decor for the storage facility and the boardroom? Well, my friends, look no further than the Alpha Props Parks and Gardens mod that has now been added to the mod list that adds a smorgasbord of different types of props that we can use throughout the entire city and all of our businesses. Now, not to worry if you're a bit of a stickler for realism just as I am, this mod doesn't just up and give you these props, though you don't actually have to expend any resources other than silver. You essentially purchase these items that you can use throughout the city. So I like to think that our employees are going out and purchasing them for us, such as these nice ATMs that literally go perfect in any business, but in particular in our gas station. Or perhaps these spices, pots, pans, a cleaver, and a cutting board that go absolutely perfect in our bar and grill kitchen. We'll continue decorating every which way as much as possible as we expand up until the point that my computer's CPU just can't handle it. Now then, we are in desperate need of some new resources as we've been expending quite a few of our own, so I've decided to send out a small caravan to go about doing some trading, of course, with a nearby rebel city. For the most part, we ended up trading off a lot of our different types of leathers, but we would also trade the majority of our smoke leaf joints, as well as our hot sauce. In exchange, we would end up purchasing steel, plasteel, components, advanced components, yada yada yada, things that I thought that I might need for some basic construction, but also for our next android. After arriving home, we quickly began to haul all of our resources inside so we could prepare for our next project, which is going to be a laundromat. Yes, I'm sorry that I kept you waiting for ever so long to finish this little project. It has been indeed long overdue after many of you have requested it, but we are finally finishing it. I'm actually putting it in the eastern section of our city, essentially right on the outskirts, near all of the houses that we've been renting out. That way, any of our tenants that need to wash their clothes can go about doing so. I was pretty happy with how it ended up turning out, but there was one final thing that I needed to put in here. That was a radio and 2 loudspeakers. I've never been inside a laundromat that wasn't blasting some type of pop music, and that's what we're going to do here, by God. Now, one of the main things that we're wanting to use our laundromat for is stripping corpses of their tainted clothing and going about cleaning it so that we may resell it. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing, is stripping these corpses and then hauling all of the clothing back to the laundromat. A pretty straightforward process, as you could imagine. We just need to wash the clothing now as it stands, but that does leave the question, what do we do with all of our corpses? Up until this point, I have had the pile of corpses fairly close by for this exact reasoning, because I knew we were going to build a laundromat after you guys said that you'd like to see one and that it would be a good idea. But now that we're using the lake for fishing and giving people tours of it, it doesn't seem fitting to have a bunch of dead bodies lying right next to it in plain sight. I began looking for a good spot in the corners of the map to build a crematorium. That way it's away from even our employees' housing and of course any of our guest housing, because we don't want to poison the air with corpse smoke. Eventually, in the southwestern corner, I noticed that there was an ancient danger. Naturally, we brought down our security force and cracked it wide open, expecting some form of ancient thromboian disaster, or mechanoids, or insectoids, but nothing. There was nothing. It was essentially completely empty. There were plenty of cryosleep caskets, but they were all empty as well. There was a hermetic crate, and it did end up having some pretty hard drugs within, which should end up fetching a fair price. I will say that I'm quite thankful that this ancient danger was more ancient and no danger, truth be told. It made it quite easy for us to convert it into a proper crematorium. We would have plenty of room for the corpses themselves, themselves, and I actually put a wood-fired generator in with the crematorium station here that we can burn bodies. That way it has its own power source, and this may not be as efficient as connecting it up with the city's power grid, but I don't care. We would then also end up having a nice young lady by the name of Prissy looking to rent yet another house out, and of course we accepted, adding on to our very long and getting longer list of tenants, which I am excited about. Something else I'm extremely excited about are the names that you wonderful folks provided for some of our vehicles and a few other things that I have requested last episode. First up, we have our ambulance, which is going to be named the Kidney Express. A splendid name provided by our friend Shur Zadabas Zaid 2525. I think it expresses an urgency, yet a little bit of silliness, just the right blend, eh? Next up, we have a name for our homemade soda brand, which is going to be the Really Awesome Tonic. But it would seem that most folks are going to be calling it the Rat Soda, a splendid name from our friend Lexi NC2VL. Thank you ever so much. I'm a big fan of this one. And last but not least, we have a very fitting name for our android that we created last episode, whose name is Roland, but it will now be Roland. With my accent, you probably couldn't tell a difference between those, but the name Roland is from our friend, the Mr. Asian Pickle, because Roland, as in making sure the cash rolls in. Or, you know, making sure that you roll in the cash. Either way, we're gonna make some money, and that's the point. Now then, moving on to the very first research project we're going to be working on this episode, we are going to begin with gunsmithing, as this is a prerequisite research that we need to get to gun turrets. Now, I really don't have any intention on building these gun turrets around the city, just out in the streets or anything like that. I don't think that that would be very welcoming, but on the inside of buildings, as our friend Dr. Reginald points out, such as in our bank, having some ceiling turrets would be absolutely perfect. And thus, that is exactly why we are doing the research into this technology. Quite literally the only reason, as I mentioned, I'm not building them anywhere else, as our security force should be able to handle any threats on the outside of the bank. Though the research required to make these turrets, as mentioned, and as you well know, is going to take quite a while, so in the meantime, I thought we might take some time to make some minor improvements around the city itself, just some more minute details, if you will. Such as with our roads themselves. Now, previously, we've been using the cracked asphalt, which is fine, I guess, but we'll be able to move a lot faster and a lot smoother on some proper asphalt, and now that we have all sorts of concrete, when is a better time to do it, really? Besides, I'm sure our guests will appreciate their stay much more on less bumpy roads that wouldn't damage their vehicles or their tires. However, it was during these improvements we were making to our city streets that I realized we were once again having something of a power issue, a staple throughout this series, it would seem. Now, I could easily end up doing some big research project into geothermal generators or something of that sort, and easily taking care of the problem once and for all. However, I always like to bandage my problems instead of completely fixing them, so thus we are increasing the size of our battery room, and we're going to be building more solar panels. Not to worry though, eventually I will end up getting some proper advanced power generation. I will most definitely have to at some point once the city takes up the entire map anyhow. I also wanted to make some additions to our hospital, as I had completely forgot to put any storage area into the hospital itself for medicine, which is a pretty crucial component, I would say. I ended up turning our storage room into a freezer as well for our herbal medicine, and also that way any patients that we may have in here, i.e. raiders, will be nice and cool. That way their organs don't expire. I was also going to create a clothing store to try and sell clothing to any guest that may be looking to purchase some, or maybe perhaps they lose their luggage, as we had previously discussed, and then they need to purchase some. But I ended up just putting a register in the laundromat, as it kind of made sense that we would just do it all in one place, I think. But Rat Daddy, who in the name of the Lord is going to man this register, I hear you ask? Well, my friend, I'm glad you asked, because we are going to be creating yet another Tier 3 android. I introduce to you, Robert, the finest addition to our sales team yet, other than Roland, of course. Yes, he and Roland are both a bit of glorified self-checkout machines, but but they wear a suit and tie and they're very handsome. With his assistance, we should end up making plenty of money off raider clothing and, well, any other clothing that we may end up crafting. As we kill plenty of animals, we may start tailoring some shirts and what have you. Some time later, we were contacted by the governor of the RimWorld Marshal Service, who had recently rescued 2 of their very own soldiers, and they were asking that we keep them here for quite a bit of time until things die down just a little bit. In exchange, we would get 22 gold and a cataphract helmet, so of course we accepted. Also, real quick, for whatever reason, these quest lines always say that the leader is a she when the governor of the Marshal Service is a man, who's actually named after one of our Discord members. Same situation we had with Lurkot last time. I just wanted to throw that in. I don't know why it happens. Regardless though, the 2 soldiers would end up arriving some odd hours later, and one of them happened to be a specialist. Something tells me that Jor is going to take great interest in these 2, especially the specialist. Now, of course, we promised the governor that these 2 could stay here for free in exchange for the helmet and the gold, but nothing is ever really free, is it? So we put them to work cleaning our toilets and unclogging our drains. Of course, though, if there were to be a threat that arises, their firearms would be quite handy as well. Speaking of which, I asked you guys last episode if you thought it would be a good idea for us to basically automate our defense force, as it seems that we're struggling to get actual colonists in here, and we're mostly just getting guests. Obviously, we don't want them fighting, and, well, I introduce to you, my friends, Bradford, our very first Tier 1 security bot, an official member of our city police force. Jor would end up giving him the mini turret backpack, making this android and his security duties to the city fully automated. I did read all of your comments about the security bots. A lot of you want me to go full security bot, and a lot of you want me to stay mostly security bot. I'm going to try to meet you guys somewhere in the middle, and as for right now, we'll kind of have a decent amount. I think we'll try to level it out with the amount of humans that we have as well, and we're only going to be building the Tier 1 androids, as they're not exactly sentient beings, and they're more akin to the droids from Star Wars. The droids are not the best shot, but if you put enough of them in a line firing at the enemy, someone's going to hit. And it would seem that we've built him just in time, as it looks like we have a raid from the Outlands, though this does not appear to be your normal caravan of attackers. A gentleman in some makeshift high-tech military gear along with his entourage. This gentleman, my friends, is the dog, a fairly new and mediocre bounty hunter slash assassin from the Outlands. Essentially, you pay this gentleman a good bit of silver and he'll go out and take your target down and bring them back to you dead or alive, but 99% of the time, they're dead. Not alive, of course. My guess is that he's coming here after the 2 Marshal Service soldiers that we've taken in, most likely for the specialist. The would-be assassin is indeed extremely dangerous, but luckily we're not going into this fight alone, as the 2 Marshal Service soldiers will be chipping in and earning their dues. We still need to play on the side of caution, though. Even with numerous soldiers at our side, his anti-material rifle will go right through the specialist helmet like hot butter, let alone any of our other armor. Because of this, the armored plating on our highwayman, the Crown Vic, seemed as though it would be of particular use during this battle. We immediately parked it and began firing at our enemies. All the while, our soldiers would be able to take cover behind it, avoiding any bullets or any other damage, of course, and firing at them. Utilizing our vehicle in this way truly worked in our favor, for you see, since we outnumbered them, all we really had to do was wait them out as we got into a bit of a gunfight with them. After managing to take down his entourage, we would follow up behind the vehicle, eventually all of us getting out all at the same time and firing down upon him as one mighty force. And with that, the dog had been defeated. We could have finished him off, but I thought it might be best if we tend to his wounds, as we could really use someone of his skill set. And if he didn't want to join us, we could also use some of his vital parts, which just so happened to be what we decided to to do with one of his fellow soldiers. Red here died on the battlefield. Wink, wink. We would end up taking the dog to our prison and putting him in a cell where we could begin the recruitment process, and as you can see, he already has quite the augmentations done to his body. His advanced sight, given his recon eye, paired with his 16 in shooting, is going to be absolutely amazing for our police force. As for Red here, like I mentioned, she died on the battlefield. No, you're probably sick of that. We're going to harvest her organs in this back room like we've been talking about for far too long. As for the third member of this little trio, whatever her name was, she truly was dead, but we were still going to strip her of her clothing as it would be quite useful. We would end up taking it to our laundromat where we could then begin cleaning it, of course, to put on sale or possibly maybe even given to our own members. Sure, it would fetch a fair price, but a lot of it is military style apparel, so I think it would be quite useful for us. Speaking of which, as is the gear that we stripped from Red as well as we were prepping her for her surgery. First, we'll begin by taking her right kidney, as it should be fine for her to survive without it, and it also will fetch a fair price. Now, she's still quite injured, so we'll have to give her some time to recover before we continue our surgical practice. As we were splitting open raiders and taking out all the good parts, we ended up having a 21-year-old lady looking for a place to rent, so of course, as you know, we accepted. By this point, I think I may stop mentioning every time this happens, as we're just going to continue getting more and more tenants. Our Crown Vic was extremely damaged from the battle, as the anti-material rifle barely was able to put any dents in the armor. It still dented the armor quite a bit, actually, so we had to fix it. While we were doing our mandatory repairs, Lewis and Lev would go out on a bit of a trade mission to the Republic of Libertas once more. Once again this time around, we ended up selling them plenty of leather, smoke leaf joints, and a few other things in exchange for some resources. We mostly just stocked back up on plasteel and components. Now, we would actually end up using the resources that we had bought, though, to build more Tier 1 androids. Let me get a big hell yeah in the comments for our two brand new security bots, Reese and Clark. Our two newest additions to the automated side of the police force. Lacking sentience and any sense of morality, these metallic marauders are going to help us out quite a bit. And perhaps one of the best parts, they are so much cheaper than our Tier 3 androids that are manning the shops. Now, since we're building a lot of these androids, we do need some proper places for them to recharge and replenish their batteries, so we ended up building some pods in the garage of the police station, as it felt like a very fitting place for them. And just like that, my friends, our robots are ready to patrol the streets and to keep the city safe and sound. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, unless they're on charge, of course. After some time, Red was finally ready for her next operation. This time around, I think we'll be taking a lung. We had also finally recruited Tural into our ranks, one of the Thromboians from the Confederacy of Benya who had attacked us last episode. I'm not exactly positive where I'm going to place her just yet, the shops, cooking, or maybe even as part of the security force, but I would end up giving her 2 pistols and a knife. We had also finally finished our extensive research into automated gun turrets, now allowing us to create any different type of them, but in particular the one that we're most interested in, as we had mentioned earlier in the bank, are the ceiling turrets. These will surely come as a shock and surprise to any would-be bank robbers. Speaking of silver, we ended up having a bulk goods trader from the Republic of Libertas stopping in nearby, so of course we decided to do some trading with them. Now, they were willing to buy our lung and kidney, though they were quite interested in as to where we ended up getting these from, and we explained that our friend Red was about to pass away from some illness, and through the kindness of her heart, she ended up donating them, but we didn't have anyone that needed them, and we desperately needed money. Oh, and we also ended up buying some steel and components from them, as well as 2 big, beautiful cows. I had meant to buy some cows much earlier on in this series, as we desperately need them for their milk, because we need their milk to go about making our smoke leaf butter. But we needed a proper place to keep our new bovine friends, so we ended up building something that I was deeming in my head as a milk house instead of a slaughterhouse, but essentially a concrete building with a nice big yard for them to roam around in if they want to, as well as having a nice refrigerator to keep all of their milk in. Since we're becoming an industrial powerhouse on this western side with all of our little shacks and what have you where our people people live, I wanted to go with something a bit inhumane looking, and I think I achieved that. We will need plenty of hay to feed all of our cows, especially after we get a bull and they start having some babies, so we started planting some smaller fields of hay grass right next to the lake here. For our next research project, we're going to be working on irrigation, as it is a prerequisite technology for fire suppression, something that we desperately need with all of our wooden structures, though I'm also quite interested in irrigation, as some sprinklers in our fields will make our crops grow faster. For the sake of our city, we're also going to be continuing our chain link fence that is right on the map border as far as we can build, essentially. Obviously, these fences won't be able to stop any raiders or ne'er-do-wells from attacking us, but they will force them to come down our roadways and paths that we've built. As our employees were expanding our border with chain link fence, I decided to go throughout Ninel's backyard to his little marble mansion here and just kind of start beautifying everything, to really express his love for nature and the beauty of vegetation, but also to flaunt his wealth just a little bit. I also ended up using the props mod to swap out some of our old benches and tables around our restaurants and stores with some more proper benches that are also functional. And I would also end up doing more of the same in Ninel's house, his garage here, and everything in between. I also ended up adding a TV in for him as well, once again to flaunt wealth, but also really just to give him a better quality of life. Eventually, I think I'll end up expanding this house into a proper mansion, but for now, this will do. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series. My friends, once again, I am tickled plum pink to see you back here today. Last episode, we made a lot of progress and a lot of expansions, great big expansions to our great big business and city. Not only that, but also to our technological prowess and knowledge, which is also what we're going to be beginning today's episode with, as well as we have finished our research into irrigation. As you might remember, irrigation is a prerequisite technology into fire suppression, which is our next research project that will actually help us be able to build some fire sprinklers throughout our buildings in case they were to catch on fire, obviously. Not only is irrigation a prerequisite technology, though, it's also pretty great as it will allow us to build sprinklers out in our fields, which will make our crops grow much faster, accompanied with the tilled soil. They will actually be growing at a very expedited rate. It didn't take us very long at all to go ahead and finish up our research into fire suppression, but I have a few other things I'd like to take care of before I begin building these sprinklers, such as ensuring that our friends from the Marshal Service, the soldier and specialist who have been with us for quite some time, are escorted properly to their vehicle. God forbid we have another bounty hunter that catches them right between the eyes before they get in the car. Luckily though, that didn't happen, and the governor ended up paying us quite handsomely. As promised, an excellent cataphractic helmet and 22 bars of gold. Although it may seem like a bit of a strange decision, I decided to give the helmet to our head robot over security known as Bradford, our very first tier 1 android. Technically Jor is over security, but Bradford is the electronic captain, if you will, of course, and thus we need to make sure he's well protected. Speaking of our security force as well as Jor, we finally ended up recruiting the dog, who will now be joining our ranks. It's funny that last episode he was trying to shoot our guests, but now he's going to be helping us protect them. We sent him into the armory to go ahead and equip some weapons. I ended up giving him a survival rifle because at the time I couldn't find his anti-material rifle, but I ended up finding it later, no worries. We were also going to perform a surgery on Red by removing her liver for sale. Unfortunately, it seems that this would be her last surgery that we'd be able to perform though. She was such a gracious person, giving her life for science and money. And now she's in the trash heap and we're going to burn her. Ah, the circle of life. Truly gruesome and beautiful, is it not? Nevertheless, though, as we continue our series, I keep getting mods suggested to me, and I find some on my own that I think would be perfect. One of which that I have recently found is the Signs and Comments Continued mod. With all of our roadways and new businesses, I feel that it would only make sense for us to have the proper proper signage up, and plus for many businesses like our gas station, having some neon open signs are really nice, as well as some alcohol/margarita signs, and thus I would begin putting several of these around the city, though there are many other different types we'll be using as well. Speaking of businesses though, we're going to be installing yet another one just across the street from the gas station. We're also prepping for more buildings and businesses to the north of this new shop and the gas station by taking our roadway up that way. For this new business, I want it to be something of a cafe and or mostly just a coffee shop, to be honest with you, where we'll be selling, well, caffeinated beverages such as normal black coffee, as well as iced coffee, and that's about it. We would end up creating a small little dining room on the inside for everyone to enjoy their coffee and each other's company, but just in case it's a bit warm out and maybe somebody wants to sit out by the city street, we also ended up building something of a patio. Now the only thing left for us to do was to begin stocking up our inventory. I actually put in a vending machine which is going to have hot coffee on the inside. Don't ask me how that's possible, but it is. And also we have a refrigerator for our iced coffee. Hopefully this little area brings us plenty of profit. And hopefully people have a nice relaxing spot where they can sit around, enjoy their coffee, and maybe read a book. And also we can make money, as previously mentioned. Now then, on to our next research project. We're actually going to be working on transport pods. Now, of course, this will unlock the standard transport pod from vanilla RimWorld, but also, it will also unlock many of the different types of technology, such as spacesuits, space stations, satellites, and all these other things that we're going to need for a private space company in the very near future. Now, while we're working on the new research, I thought we'd better go ahead and utilize our previous research into fire suppression with fire sprinklers, and I would actually begin building these in the homes of our tenants. Obviously, we care much more for the homes of our tenants since they are our money makers. One of the best parts about the sprinklers themselves is that they can be built right into the current infrastructure of each house, since all they need is a water pipe to function. Keeping up with the topic of our tenants' housing though, we're going to be cutting down plenty of trees in the area as we're going to be building them something nice, something they can really enjoy, but we need plenty of wood to do it. They have all of these shops and businesses all around their homes, but something I thought that they might really enjoy is a park, somewhere they can go out and enjoy nature, especially since our city is quickly becoming something of a concrete jungle. And I think that this is the perfect utilization of the props mods, because I mean, just look at this park. I am very proud of how this turned out. I've never built a park in RimWorld, or at least not one that looks this good, and I think everyone will enjoy it, employees, tenants, and guests. Now that we have the land properly assigned here for the park and we have everything settled in that regard, I thought maybe we could go ahead and begin laying out the foundations and the structures of some new homes once more, and then I ended up just wanting to finish them out. So I ended up finishing them out by going through and furnishing them with a double bed, a wardrobe, dresser, yada yada, the standard that we're doing for all of our tenant housing. They're basically clones of one another by this point, but I must say I wasn't all that pleased with how this turned out at first, so I decided to actually completely reroute the road into a straight line instead of how it was diagonally coming through here, and that way we can actually have something of a square block here for our housing once more, just as we had previously. And I don't know if I would necessarily say it looks better, but I would say that I am more pleased with it, and it definitely looks more uniform for sure. I also wanted to add to our more industrial side of the city here by building a large sweatshop where we're going to be producing many of our items, such as clothing that we could sell if we were to have a surplus, but more than likely all we're really going to be making here is some Thrumbo plushies. Now, of course, we need plenty of leathers though to go about doing so, and these textiles don't come free, so we had to hunt down some of the local wildlife in what could only really be described as a mass extinction event. However, it was well worth it, as we would end up getting plenty of blue fur, plain leather, yada yada yada, and we could immediately begin putting all of these items to use in our sweatshop by turning them into the previously mentioned plushies, and these are gonna sell like hotcakes, baby boy. Every little lad and lass on the planet of Degum is going to be begging their mommy and daddy to bring them to Hamlet Incorporated hotels just to buy a beautiful toy. And you can take that to the bank. Never mind banks though, as we already have one, but something that we don't have is what I'm going to currently be building in a large expansion of the northwestern side of the city, just off the side actually here of our rooms that we're renting out to guests that we built last episode. This, my friend, is going to be the location of our grand casino, but with the grand scale of the casino, as you can see, we're going to have to build it in portions and or steps. The first and the easiest portion of the casino for us to build is going to be the parking lot. Now, not only will this be for the casino, of course, but this can be for our hotel rooms that we're renting out, which is actually going to be part of the casino itself. In the beginning, this is kind of what I envisioned, a large resort type of area around the casino. Before we begin on the inner workings of the casino, though, we need many resources like steel and components, so of course we're going to be going out and selling our butter, our soda, Thrumbo plushies, everything and anything in between that we produce here at the hotel. We would arrive back home some odd hours later with all of our resources, most of which being components. The reason being, of course, because the inner workings of the casino is going to feature many, and I do mean many, slot machines and other type of gambling machines, which are electronic and thus need components. Just before we would resume construction on the casino, though, we ended up finishing our extensive research into transport pods, getting us one step closer to a private space company. But now, my friends, the real work begins. This casino is actually going to be one of our greatest construction projects yet, even though it may not look like it. The entire thing is going to be made of fine concrete walls, which are going to be very beautiful, and the reason being because they use double the resources that normal concrete walls use, as well as fine marble floors, which actually use over double the amount of marble that the normal stone flooring would use. We also have marble doors that are engraved with gold. We are truly going above and beyond. Because this process can take so long, though, given the scale of the construction project, I wasn't paying attention and Paint Sniffer came extremely close to getting eaten by a grizzly bear, but luckily the old boy is tough as nails and ended up taking down the bear himself. Those of you with a keen eye may have also noticed that we've been having some power issues once more, and that I've also been creating quite the little stockpile of advanced components. Well, the reason being, we are going to begin researching advanced power generation, which will unlock advanced versions of the current power generators that we have access to. My hope is that if we get some advanced solar generators out there and maybe some wind turbines, that will solve our power issues once and for all, as I'd like to have a completely green city because, well, it's just easier. But if not, by God, I swear we will build a nuclear power plant. I don't care. Profit first, nature second. We would now actually begin working on the inside of the casino, though, building all of the slot machines and other types of gambling machines that I was talking about, as well as some roulette tables, poker tables, essentially just any machine or table that we had access to try and get these suckers out of their money. Not only that, but in the back of the casino itself, I also built something of a small club and or just a bar, essentially. But since we don't currently have a brewery to go about making any alcohol, it's kind of a BYOB situation in the bar at the moment, but we'll be fixing that in the very near future. I think that this is a great addition onto our city, obviously, but also a great addition near all of our rooms that we're renting out, with plenty of space to expand out to the western side with more rooms, and also, if we feel the need to, we can expand the casino itself a little bit to the north. But I ask you, my friends, if Jor and the security bots are all protecting the city, who in particular is going to be protecting this casino? Well, I'm so glad you asked, because we are going to be building yet another security bot specifically for the casino. I introduce to you, me compadres, this dapper little lad known as Cal, the head of casino security around these parts. We've got him in a pretty little suit and he's ready to kick ass and take your moolah. To ensure that he doesn't leave the casino and start patrolling the streets, which is against his programming, I'm also going to be setting up an area where he will specifically only guard the casino and be in the casino area, as well as the parking lot, of course. I've seen some really great mods where I can have him do these patrol routes, and I might add those in the future, but for now this'll suffice. I also ended up building him a little small charging pod in the back of the casino, that way he doesn't get a little too eepy out there and, you know, pass out on the floor, and then you have people robbing the casino, right? Before we continue though, if you guys have any name suggestions for Cal, be sure to leave leave those in the comments section, as I would love to see some and have a much better name for him. A bit of time later, and the governor of the Marshal Service had contacted us to inform us of a collection of valuable items, an elbow blade and hand talent. Some of their people in the area seemed to be detecting and reporting of an unknown threat by the item stash though. I'm sure it's nothing we can't handle, so I decided to send out a small caravan. Said caravan is going to be comprised of La as well as the dog, who now has his anti-material rifle back, as I forgot that La had taken it and they swapped out weapons. Anyhow though, the two of them would be perfect for this mission, and we could keep Jor here to help out with the city's protection in the meantime. And just like that, off they go. Godspeed and goodwill to ye, my soldiers. Before they arrive at the item stash, we'll begin focusing on a few other things back home. In the casino, once more, I'm sure you're getting tired of me talking about it, but I ended up putting some ATMs in. I quite literally couldn't think of a more fitting place for the ATMs to be than in the casino itself. Now that we finished up our Peace Day Resistance, I decided that I wanted to build some more rooms for us to rent out near the casino, but these are going to be for some high rollers, and I truly mean high rollers. I know I've said that each time I've ended up building a luxury room, but these shall be the most luxurious of all. These rooms will have a royal bed, as well as some drapes, a royal mirror, a large bookshelf, a nice television, and anything and everything in between. These are truly luxurious, and because of that I am also going to be charging a very hefty price for them in the sum of 200 silver per night. Now realistically, I know that doesn't seem like all that much, but we don't want the attractiveness of these rooms to be too low, otherwise we won't have too many people actually stopping in and staying in them for a night. And besides, maybe you get some of the leaders of, say, the United Traders Union stopping in for 5 or 6 days to gamble. That's going to be a pretty hefty sum for us. However, our caravan would finally arrive at this item stash, and even from a distance we could see a large party awaiting us. With the majority of their forces made up of impids, they appeared to be outlanders and or possibly slavers. Upon further inspection, it appeared to be a party led by the great chief Impeticus. Several years back, he led a gigantic uprising of impid slaves against the Marshal Service, a truly impressive feat. Based on the current set of prosthetics that he has equipped inside his body, I'm guessing the items in this item stash are his, and he's not willing to just let them go so easily. And something tells me we won't be able to convert these enslaved Marshal Service soldiers back over to our side to help us out during this battle. Looks like we're just gonna have to kill them all, I guess. We tried to sneak up as best we could in the truck, sticking around the edge of the map itself, that way we didn't give away our element of surprise. But unfortunately, it would seem that they easily spotted us. As they began approaching us, a gunfight would quickly ensue between both of our parties, and La was actually quite injured, so I immediately got her back inside the truck. The dog, having much more appropriate armor given the situation and the circumstances, I would leave hiding behind some rocks, sniping at our enemies from afar. Even given the distance though, and the fact that their weapons were far less superior than our own, they were actually getting quite lucky with their shots. La, using the truck, would attempt to ram our enemies and run over several of them. If nothing else, it really did help us distract them, that way the dog could fire at them, but she was getting somewhat lucky with running some of them over, until the car broke down. With the gas tank completely blown out, we would have to send her out with an axe to try and slice this lady up nice and good, which of course she ended up doing, thankfully. After doing so, she would then go to regroup with the dog, where the two of them would continue firing at our enemies, or at least what remained of them. We had finally managed to finish off what remained of this squad that had attacked us, though this isn't the entirety of their forces, as we saw earlier. Before we try to take on the chief and his remaining guard though, it would be best for us to go ahead and tend to our wounds. It's not like they're going anywhere anyhow. Now that we've patched up our wounds with some sand and cacti, it's time for us to continue pushing forward, engaging with more of these damn dirty impids. The chief's personal guard would attempt to attack us, but we easily ended up putting one of them down, and the other wouldn't be far behind. We continued our march through the desert towards the item stash. As we came closer to the chief though, I noticed there wasn't much cover and we were right out in the open, so I decided to rush inside the item stash itself, but that was a bad move. As Law was crawling, screaming, and burning on the ground, the chief would begin chasing down the dog, who smacked him in the head with the butt of his rifle, knocking him to the ground. Phew, talk about a close call. Before the chief's last guard could attack us, we rushed to the doors, grabbed Law, and then began tending to her wounds before she bled to death. Luckily, most of her wounds were just burned, so after stuffing some pocket sand in them, I think she'll be a-okay. We were going to attempt to take out this last remaining guard, but as we aimed our rifle, he hit the ground. Looks like it's been a hellish fight for all of us. Now that we know that Law is safe, we would also begin tending to the wounds of the chief himself. I'm sure the Marshal Service would pay a pretty penny for his head, but he's also quite well versed in combat, so he might make a good addition to our security force. Regardless though, it does seem that we're going to be hoofing it all the way back home, unfortunately, because our truck has been destroyed due to the combat. This is going to be quite a long journey. I suppose it's a good thing that we packed snacks ahead of time, eh? While we're waiting on our astute heroes to return home, we're going to do a bit of naming, starting with our android by the name of Robert, who is now going to be named Londroid. A great name provided to us by our great and reoccurring friend LazyPanda_420, who, for obvious reasons, chose the name Londroid because Robert mans the laundromat. Quite efficient, makes sense to me. We also have some great names for our security bots, being Roger, 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 and so on and so forth. We're going to be continuing that. The original suggestion here comes from our friend Token Straight Guy, who was saying that we should call them some variation of Roger. For example, Roger 1, Roger 2, and Roger 3. And this was added on to by our friend Teamos, who is saying that we should just keep adding Roger each time, which is really funny and I really like it. I think at some point though I'm going to have to start adding the numbers in, because to get Roger, Roger, Roger in, I had to get rid of the spaces, so we're already running out of room, but I love the names. Last but not least for our names, we have our cows, with our first cow going to be named Holster, and our second cow is going to be named Turret. These names suggestions are from our friend D. Adage, who was saying that we should name the cows this because of the increasing militarization of the hotel chain, and I think that they are very fitting names, and I totally agree. And a big shout out, of course, to all of you that have been providing name suggestions. I very much appreciate it. Now that our naming is finished though, I wanted to work on yet another construction project. You know me and my construction projects around the city. I very much enjoy them. This time though, we're actually building another house. In particular, this is going to be a special house for Jor. As you can see, it is much better accommodations than the normal circumstances that most of our employees find themselves living in here, but it's also nothing in comparison to the size and quality of Ninel's house. This suggestion to build Jor a house is from our friend Dr. Postal Dude 9183, and I feel that I have accommodated this request and suggestion quite well. And I think with Jor being the head of security, that it's only fitting that he have his own little humble abode somewhere in the city, and this one just so happens to be across from the police station as well. Sticking with the suggestion in Jor's house, I've also given him a small room to the back that can function as something of a man cave, but also as a place where he could plot out the security details and all of these other plans that he may need to do around the city to go about securing. And though it is quite small, I feel like this is something that he would be doing in his personal time after work that he maybe gets paid overtime for, or maybe not, but regardless, something that he might end up bringing to a council business meeting in our little meeting area that we built last episode. As you can see, there are some knives and half-finished machine guns in there, as well as a punching bag for him to keep his exercise and his fitness up, and we also have some gun lockers, as it seems to me that Jor would be something of a good old boy. By this point, the dog-in-law had finally returned home with the chief, and we of course threw him straight into the prison and began attempting to recruit him. We could have easily made hundreds of thousands of silver on his head by taking him to a nearby Marshal Service outpost and selling him off, of course, but we have silver in abundance. Something that we don't really have are good soldiers coming in every day, and if we could manage to recruit him and have him with the likes of Jor, the dog, Law, everyone else, that would be invaluable. Now then, we've actually finished up our research into advanced power generation We're going to be ditching the old windmills in our fields full of crops and replacing them with the advanced wind turbine, the latest and greatest model in wind power output. Just in case I didn't stress this enough earlier, or in case you're curious as to why I care so much about this advanced power generation, as you can see with an advanced wind turbine, we actually get 5,200 at a max power output, while our previous wind turbines only had 800, so a absolutely significant difference. And as you can see, just with the 3 that we had upgraded and or replaced, I suppose you could say, they were able to keep the entire city powered throughout the night without any sunlight. We do, however, still rely quite heavily on our solar powered generators, so I'm thinking we need a much larger battery bank, or we need more wind turbines, or maybe some water mills or something. However, our power issues have been taken care of, even if temporarily for now, I should say, so I want to continue working on some more construction projects like around our lodge here by the lake. I feel like it's not tied in very well into the rest of our city, and thus I want to fix that. I would end up adding in a small parking lot that could be part of the lodges as well as the cafe across the street, kind of a shared parking situation, but I also wanted to build a small brewery just to the right of the lodge itself. Instead of purchasing alcohol to put into our casino, it would only make sense that we would be making our own. Now, we have enough capacity here for beer, gin, vodka, tequila, and whiskey. And I think with all of this together, it does tie in the lodge quite well and adds a significantly beautiful portion of the city. I don't know if you guys would like to see me do the little details here and there, but I really enjoy doing the little like pedestrian crosswalks here across from the lodge and the parking lot and stuff like that. I think that it really just it adds a little flair to things. Utilizing a lot of the wild berries in the area, we would have Boam begin making our first mash. This particular type of mash is going to be used for gin, although this is going to take about 15 days or so, which is a month in RimWorld, so it'll be a while. But my friends, I suppose I shall bid you farewell, as we have made some pretty enormous progress in the city here today. We've built additional hotel rooms, we've built an entire casino with a bar on the inside, a new home for Jor, and even a brewery, and added in a few other things like parking lots and some other little things like that, like I was mentioning. The city is filling up quite quickly, and I'm going to have to try to remind myself that in the very near future, we need to save some land for our space program. That way we're not shooting rockets off right next to our town hall. But I'd like to thank you all ever so much for watching. Thank you guys always for the suggestions, names, mods, and anything otherwise, of course. Feel free to continue doing so. It really helps me out with the series to make sure I'm giving you guys what you want to see, and you know, it's just really cool. Honestly, it is. So I love you guys, though. I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back my good friends to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series, where, my friends, last episode we made some pretty major improvements and expansions to our city, as well as our quality of life around the city. And today shall be no different, and that's why we're beginning by building yet another android for the sake of convenience. I introduce to you Aaron. Aaron the android here is going to be our barista in our coffee shop. Oddly enough, after some testing and observations, I noticed that our coffee shop is actually one of our busiest businesses, and thus makes us a lot of moolah on our iced caffeinated beverages, so we need an employee who can pull the double shifts without complaining so much or having to charge his batteries all that often. In the very near future, I would also like to work on a much larger restaurant that can specialize in different types of items, so we're actually going to begin our research today with grilling. It is not a prerequisite research technology, but it is one of the many that I would like to have under our belt for this restaurant in question. While we're researching though, we also have a few of our fine folks out doing some fishing by the lodge. I've instructed our employees to keep any fish that they catch, as these would be quite useful for meals, but in particular I thought that they would be great for sushi, of course. That's right folks, it's finally time that we build our sushi restaurant, and or sushi bar. I'm actually putting it it on the street corner near the casino, as well as all the hotels that belong to the casino as well. That way any guest that we have with some pretty deep pockets might just be interested in purchasing and trying some of our delectable delights. As you can see, it's nothing too complex, a simple kitchen with a simple food storage area where we are going to keep our fish and rice frozen, as these are the main components for the sushi. We also have a dining room where everyone can enjoy their fishy treats, and I also threw some vending machines in there as well, just in case they decide to come in for maybe a midnight snack while nobody's manning the register. For now, we're only going to be serving some pretty simple sushi bowls, as I don't currently have enough fish in stock to really make anything too out there, but that's quite alright, as we'll be able to make plenty of diverse types of sushi once we have quite the stockpile. Here's hoping it fetches us a good bit of money. Though I do believe we're going to have to build another android to get someone to man this register, as for now we don't currently have anyone that's capable of it who isn't already busy on another register. A problem for the future though, because right now we kinda just need to focus on stockpiling those damn dirty fish in our freezer. While we're out by the lake though, I realized that we still have some prime land that would be perfect for planting crops, so I decided to make a pretty decent sized field where we would actually begin planting potatoes. I'm actually kinda surprised that we haven't done this already, but potatoes being the superfood they are would be absolutely perfect in many of the dishes that we're cooking. However, they would also be perfect to make vodka mash. Making some nice vodka would only really help us further our diversity in the bar that is attached to the casino, along with our gin, which currently isn't finished fermenting yet, but soon. While we're dealing with our farming though, I wanted to build a proper vehicle that would actually help us out with farming, and thus I decided to create a tractor. However, this tractor isn't just for looks, it can actually help us harvest our crops, and I believe also plant them, though I couldn't get the planting feature to work properly, though that's probably just user error. Regardless though, we were easily lapping up plenty of the fields of rice as well as cabbage with it. Using the tractor for harvesting was great too, and made everything so much more convenient because we could simply drive it downtown over to the restaurant, empty out our cargo space, and then take it back to the field, and this would make it much easier to haul in all the food. While the others in our androids are working on research, sushi, and farming, I wanted to take some of our security bots and security personnel out to an ancient danger in the northwestern part of the map. Luckily, this one, just as the previous, was essentially completely empty. There were cryo sleep pods, but there was nobody inside. There was, however, a stack of RimWorld medicine, which I'm sure will come in handy. There was also an assault rifle tucked away in one of the hermetic crates. My guess is somebody's been in here quite a few years ago and they stashed some weapons. This hardly mattered to us though, and truth be told, we were quite frankly happy not to find any threats within, because we really only wanted to use the resources and the area of the ancient danger. As you know, and I've been talking about for quite some time now, I want to build a private space station on Dagum, and to go about doing so, we are going to be building a mission control area within this little hill. Our mining efforts were quickly halted though when I realized that we had a raid from a bunch of dirty ne'er-do-wells from the Outlands once more. It seems they're always meddling in our business, trying to murder and rob us around every corner. It would seem that these bastards are much more well-equipped than their friends that we've seen in the previous attacks on the city. It would seem that none of them were wielding shitty scrap or makeshift weapons, and most of them even had some pretty decent helmets and plate carriers as well. Perhaps worst of all though was a large construction bot that they seem to have reprogrammed and repurposed for battle. The machine already had a built-in shield that was supposed to protect it from falling debris out on construction sites. Unfortunately, this does also mean that it'll be protected from our bullets. As the enemies approached, we quickly tried to evacuate all the civilians into our store, that way they would at least be safe during the fight. Very glad we did as well, because security personnel immediately began engaging the enemies near all the houses we were renting out to our tenants just outside the restaurant and store. We would have to fight tooth and nail if we had any chance of getting them out of our city. We easily began defeating the enemies with any lower tier armor that we had seen. Some of those with higher tier armor, even plate armor made out of durable material, were a little bit more difficult though. Now it was time for the robot though. Lewis immediately threw a flare at it, hoping to try to dilute its sensors a bit with all the light, but all he managed to do was to stun himself and damn near get himself killed when he walked out into the line of fire. But this did, however, distract the mechanical monstrosity, giving us the opportunity to rain hellfire down on it, killing it quite easily, I might add. Just in the nick of time as well, it would seem, because if it got a few more hits in on Lewis, he definitely would have been out of this world. Now, the majority of his injuries were comprised of the machine's attacks on him, but as you can see, he did catch quite a few friendly bullets in the back as well. We also had yet another Outlander lying out by our shop who hadn't died during the battle, so we decided to take him to our hospital where he can rest up and heal. Alright, look, you and I both know that we're going to steal his organs, okay? After the dust had settled, I realized we had a wetware computer lying out where we had destroyed the construction bot. This just so happens to be the brain and or CPU of the bot itself. It is a bit different than the ones that we've been making for our androids, and thus I decided it could be useful, so we had Jor go ahead and apply it to our current technologies. Who knows, perhaps with this type of unique technology, at some point we may end up building our very own construction droids. Speaking of which, with all the threats finally neutralized, we would immediately begin construction, and mining of course, once more in the small hill here where we're going to be building our mission control area. Not only would we be building it here, but of course, like I mentioned earlier, we're going to utilize a lot of the resources we took from the Ancient Danger to repurpose them. This is going to be a semi-small structure, but of course later on, as we continue with our space program and our space company, we will be expanding it. We realistically just need something pretty basic and simple for now, something that we can use to discover objects in space and to communicate with our vessels that we send, though it is going to require a tremendous amount of concrete and stone blocks, so we'll check back in a moment. Besides, as for now, I have some pretty good news. We finally managed to recruit Chief Impeticus. After much convincing, we finally helped him establish in his head that it would be a much more noble and safe cause to bring Impids into the city here where they could be under our protection instead of out there in the Outlands. And thus we struck a deal with him. We would treat Impid lives just as any other lives that we came across, which we've kind of already been doing, and in exchange he would join us here. I would say that's a pretty damn good deal, seeing how the chief is one hell of a warrior, and he's also not too shabby at crafting and I guess cooking, though not really for the cooking of course. Either way though, Nenal could sympathize with the chief's plight of wanting to free his people from bondage as a former slave himself. A bit of time later and I realized that many of the houses that we've been renting out don't currently have any water capacity. This seems to be due to the fact that our plumbing just basically can't support all of the buildings that we've been putting in. I have been upgrading the plumbing as we continue expanding, but it would seem our electric pumps and wooden water towers just can't keep up anymore. And that is why I feel this is the perfect time for us to begin research into industrial scale pumps. Now, what this is going to unlock for us is some huge water towers and pumping stations. These are going to be much more efficient than the pumps and towers that we're currently using, and added on to what we already have, they will be critical pieces of infrastructure. We would immediately get to work on this research, but while we're researching this, we're going to take a look back over at Mission Control, which appears to be coming along quite nicely. We're currently working on the internal portions of it at this point. Much of this is going to be a large section here where we're not only going to have our communications array where we can speak with our spacecraft and things that we send out into the heavens, but also a place where we can build the specialized components that we need for said spacecraft as well. Once it was all said and done, we had a very small locker room where we would actually be equipping our spacesuits before finally going out to venture into the great beyond, once we get to that point of course. We also have a small bathroom here that comes equipped with some showers in case our employees are pulling an all-nighter at work here. But we also have our largest room, which is going to be decked out with machining tables, comms consoles, radio terminals, and many other different types of interfaces for communication. We also need to get a fabrication bench in here very soon, as it is going to be quite crucial for the components of spacecraft. Something else that's going to be quite important though is our roadways. We need to get the mission control linked up with the rest of the city in case we need to get there urgently at any point throughout the day, because if not and there's something critical going on, we have some spacemen dying, we have satellites crashing back into Degum, you know, a whole smorgasbord of bad things. While we were working on the road, though, we were also working on a large chain link fence that was going to go around the front of Mission Control here just to keep any pedestrians and civilians out. God forbid they think it's some type of new gym or something that's opened up and then they get a little too close and the security bots have to start breaking some arms. It was also during this time of construction we finally finished up our extensive research into industrial scale pumps. Now we can finally make those important upgrades back downtown. Before we begin on that though, I want to finish up our mission control with a proper launch pad for launching vessels. Again, nothing too fancy here, just a small launch pad that is encased with a chain link fence and cement all around it to prevent any large forest fires when we launch vessels, as well as incinerating any civilians that may have been standing too close. Oddly enough though, back home, ever since we've settled in this area, we have had this strange looking transport pod vessel in our fields. Initially, we thought it's some type of remnants or debris from a battle between the Republic and the Marshal Service, but upon further inspection, it does appear to be some type of large armored transport pod. Perhaps it was used in battle, but I feel we might be able to repurpose this. Utilizing our tractor, we would give the large transport pod a bit of a tow down the street all the way to our new mission control site. Correct me if I'm wrong, my friends, but I believe that this machine could make for the perfect lunar lander in the near future. Of course, as for now, that's a little ways off. Not only because we lack the technology to make it to the moon, or either of the moons I should say, but also because this machine is going to require extensive repairs before we send it into the vacuum of space. As we're working on that though, I think it's finally time we make those upgrades to our plumbing around the city, so we began building our water tower and a proper pumping station. I ended up building these in a fenced-in area just on the outside of our laundromat, not only just to tie it into the city and the streets a little bit better, but also because our laundromat uses a lot of water, so this is a perfect place for it. A bit of time later, and we had somebody by the name of Wanda looking to rent one of our humble abodes, and of course, you know, we ended up accepting. Now, I know I mentioned before, I'm not going to mention every time that we rent something out to someone like this, but I specifically wanted to mention it this time to show you all of the people that we've began renting to now. If my calculations are correct, I believe we have about 19 or 20 people renting homes off of us currently, which is the main source of our income at the moment. A pretty impressive feat, I must say, seeing how we started out with some little log cabins we were renting. The city is bustling, booming even, and yes, though we are making a large majority portion of our income off of rent from our tenants as mentioned, we're also actually making a lot of money off of our businesses and everything that we're producing and selling at our gas station, our restaurant, and yada yada. Speaking of which, it seems that we have a very large and heavily defended group from the United Traders Union coming to enjoy some of our accommodations, if you will. Upon further inspection, it appears that the center of the group is Scott the Skinner, one of the founding members of the S&R Rifle Company, as well as one of the founding investors of the United Traders Union. Oh mama, he's sure to have some pretty deep pockets, by God. Now that we know that he's at the center of this little traveling party, the aggressive entourage makes much more sense. Comprised of human soldiers, but also these very large mechs, which quite frankly, several of these could level our entire city in a matter of a few hours if they wanted to, with very little pushback from our security force. As well as their more humanoid-looking mechanoids that actually have shields for arms that would quickly form a shield around Scott himself if he were to become under fire, making him basically impervious to damage. Ah yes, we would expect nothing less from a modern-day warlord such as himself, who just so happens to be Ninal's old captor. Ninal had very little interest, you could say, in speaking with him, even though he went into our store and bought a Thrumbo plushie for some of his friends or himself and enjoyed some of our nice caffeinated beverages. We weren't all that keen on being friendly with him. As long as he and his companions pay their luxurious tabs that they're racking up, that's really all we care about. Though the thought had crossed Ninal's mind to maybe imprison some of these troops as well as Scott as he had him. Nevertheless, we won't fool with it. We would probably immediately be killed by all their mechanoids anyhow, so it's best to let grudges go. Besides, look at all the silver we're racking up. We're quickly going to be able to compete with the S&R Rifle Company back in its prime. Besides, as a wise rat once said, the best form of revenge is success. Speaking of which, perhaps inspired by the magnificent mechanical force that was with Scott and his group, Jor would begin working on a few more Tier 1 androids that could be used as our security force. We slapped a couple of rifles in their hands and ended up naming them Roger 4 and Roger 5, sticking with our theme. Though a drop in the bucket to the android army we hope to have by some point, they will make for excellent security droids, I'm sure. Meanwhile, back at our space center, we finished up a satellite dish here on the ground. This way we can actually see heavenly bodies out in the void of space. Although we can't actually take a look at the moons or anything like that until we have 4 satellites orbiting the planet. Now, the Marshals and the Republic actually have their own satellites, and I think for a pretty penny they'd be willing to let us use them and use the data from them, but we want to be completely independent from any nation on the planet, and thus we are going to be sending our very own satellites into space. Wasting absolutely no time, we would have Jor begin working on the crucial components for said satellites. Now, they actually only require a few components and a bit or bob of steel because they're not all that complex. The more complex part is getting them into space. It wouldn't take Jor very long at all to complete the full kit, and now with the easy part done, it's time for the more complex issue at hand. After several days of planning, we ended up building a small rocket that could achieve orbit if we really tried, and by God, we are going to really try. Today, my friends, whether we succeed or fail, we will make a groundbreaking achievement for this company. Sending this communication satellite into orbit is simply a small stepping stone on a much bigger path. What we do today affects everything going forward. Fortune favors the bold. For our people, our city, and the reputation of this company, we shall take a gamble. We will risk it all here today, and we will shoot for the stars, into the playground of the gods. Well, we did it. We finally did it. Our first vessel in orbit around our home planet. What I hope to be the first of many vessels. To think that we've achieved such great heights simply by selling sodas, meals, and renting out a few comfy beds for the night. Makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside, don't it? To celebrate the occasion, Nenal and the others had some of our finest gin in the bar of the casino. After the stress of that situation, I would say that they've definitely earned it. They would spend the rest of their night celebrating in the bar as well. I quickly wanted to mention as well, throughout today, outside of the game, I've had some issues with the save files, and at which point I didn't know what was going on, and after about 3 hours or so, I realized that the save files were completely fudged because of the ceiling turrets in our banks, so I decided to remove that from the mod list, and I apologize if you guys have had any issues out of it as well. I ended up replacing these with some simple on-the-ground turrets. Hope that's okay. Now then, last episode I asked you fine folks for a wonderful name for our casino security bot, and we've received the name of Chip. This name was actually suggested by 2 people, Love Luck Jess and Pro 546. Both of them explaining, of course, that the name Chip is because, well, poker chips, which is a really good name. I like it a lot, so thank you both. Now, our guest will know what name to say when somebody asks what the robot standing in the corner making sure nobody counts cards' name is, and also making sure that the house always wins. While we're on the topic of our security bots, though, I actually had Jor begin making some mini turret backpacks for more and more of our security bots. That way, once again, we can and truly automate our protection process of the city. I also had him use some of our steel to go about making some simple helmets for them, that way we can protect their precious CPUs. And after it was all said and done, our security force was looking mighty dapper and much more uniform than they were before. I definitely think these mini turret backpacks are going to come in handy as well. They would be quite useful for shooting any enemies that sneak up behind you. It's basically like having a pistol with a brain. And before I forget, I wanted to build us a brand new truck. Now, as you know, last episode we ended up losing our truck during a firefight with the Chief Impetus as well as his band of imps. This truck is not a mule, it is a runner truck. The mule is the previous type of truck that we had, of course, and because of that distinction, I am not going to use a Mark II on the previous name, so if you guys would like to name this truck, be sure to leave those in the comment section. The only reason that I chose to make a Roadrunner truck instead of a mule truck is because the Roadrunner can actually carry up to 20 more kilograms than the mule. Now, as to why that is, I'm not exactly sure, though I would guess it's most likely due to the Roadrunner being a more modern vehicle with an upgraded engine. Now then, in the industrial section of our town on the western side of the road, we decided to begin building something anew next to our tailoring shop. As you well know, we've had issues with our power in the past, but everything seems to be going quite swimmingly now ever since we added some advanced wind turbines. But just to be safe, I wanted to add in something of a backup power source that's actually going to be fueled from chem fuel. This may not be a long-term solution or project, and I very well may end up scrapping it and putting something else in there at some point, because the chem fuel generators don't really make near as much power as our wind turbines or realistically even our solar panels, but they do go 24/7, so that's a bonus. I then wanted to begin research on swimming pools, as I thought this could be a really cool idea somewhere in the city. Perhaps we could get some type of toll booth mod or something like that and actually begin charging for people to go swimming. The research actually didn't take very long at all to complete, so we have that in our back pocket whenever it's ready. Focusing once more on our space program though, I didn't want to leave you guys hanging before the episode ended, and I wanted to actually take a few days and allow Jor to build 3 brand new components for satellites, and I was actually going to launch them all at once. That way we can observe the moon's next episode. However, as we were prepping them for launch, the problem would arise that we can only send 1 satellite module per rocket. In hindsight, that does obviously make sense. You'll have to forgive us as we're quite new to this whole going to space thing. At the very least, we do have the other 2 satellites ready to go once we get some rockets built. Nevertheless though, we would end up launching our second relay satellite into orbit around the planet. Yet another great milestone on our path into the stars. But this is a matter and a achievement that I hope someday will become quite trivial to us, especially by the time that we're finally able to step foot on one of these glorious moons around Degum. For now, that still seems like a bit of a pipe dream, but something that might be achievable in the very near future is maybe stepping foot on one of these small asteroids that contain some valuable resources. Before we put a casino on the moon, perhaps we should start up some type of asteroid mining operations to fund it. I suppose we'll see with time. I think for our first trip into space, I might want to make maybe a tier 1 android or something like that to send a non-human, that way, you know, just in case things go awry. But once we do finally decide to send a human, I think I know who I'm sending. Matsy is an ace fighter pilot and previous astronaut of the Marshal Service, and thus he has the skills and the training already. But my friends, I feel like we've made some pretty amazing achievements in today's episode. We've started our own space program, we've built our mission control building / space center with a launch pad, though albeit quite small, and we've managed to use the funding from our restaurant and selling Thrumbo plushies to buy the resources to build rockets and send satellites into orbit around the planet. It's truly amazing. RimWorld will never cease to amaze me, I'm telling you. But again, my friends, I hope you guys have enjoyed watching. I love you guys ever so much, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Well, hello there, friendos. Welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series. I am ever so tickled plum pink to see you all back here with me today, as we have much to do, friends. We're going to jump right into the action today, as we have many different things to tailor and sew together, such as new uniforms for our security force and officers. These are some proper police uniforms that I have added in, and I think that our security bots, the Roger Force, as I'm going to dub them as of right now, is looking pretty damn dapper in them. Just as well, we would also make uniforms for some of our other security folks like Jor and Law, who we have already deemed as officers. Now, these uniforms are based on suggestions from you wonderful folks who seem to have been requesting them for quite some time now, so I am happy to oblige, of course, and these outfits will come from the Cyberpunk 2077 Police Outfits mod, as you can see here. It also adds a nice vest that I think we'll end up making in the future for our security force too. Now, naturally, of course, we can't have all of these great uniforms without a vehicle to match, so I actually ended up adding a new mod that adds in a proper police car that will go quite well with our highwayman, the Crown Vic. Our Crown Vic highwayman could be for more violent missions, while this little beautiful sheriff's car could be for more issuing citations and things of that nature, of course. I feel that it also gives off a more friendly appearance than our highwayman with its giant turret on top as well. On a vaguely related note, just across the street here from the police station, I'm also going to be building something of a fallout shelter and/or community hazard building where if there is a threat, we'll actually be able to go there and hide, and this too is also based on many of your suggestions, so thank you all once again. But yes, indeed, as mentioned, this is going to be a proper fallout shelter where we'll be able to hide from large groups of raiders, as well as any other immediate threats that we may be facing, instead of hiding out in our restaurants or stores that are not near as safe. As you can see, we're also going to be prepping for the long term by throwing in some recreational areas, as well as a table to eat at, as well as a bathroom, and just some lounging area as well. This way, if we're stuck in here for quite a long time, we should be good to go. Not only are we going to have plenty of furnishings and things to keep our minds off the impending doom that may await us on the outside of the doors, but we also have some double thick walls. On the outside, we have some concrete, and on the inside, we actually have some steel plated walls, which are going to be blast proof as well, so it would take quite a bit to break in. And just in case somebody did manage to break in, I did end up putting a mini turret in for our security. I then noticed something quite interesting in our casino. It would seem that the Marshal Service is drinking alcohol, which is quite strange, seeing how there's been a prohibition on these lands under their laws for quite some time. It would seem that they may have loosened these laws a bit or completely gotten rid of them. Well, to test out this theory, I decided to have Crow load up the truck with plenty of gin, as well as some other things that we'd like to trade, and we began heading out to a nearby Marshal Service town. Upon our arrival, Crow began asking some of the local townsfolk and the authorities what they thought of purchasing maybe some alcoholic beverages, and to our surprise, yes indeed, they had indeed gotten rid of their prohibition after many, many years, and thus we began to sell them some of our famous gin. Not only would we sell them the gin though, but we would also sell them many different types of leathers, our hot sauce, our smoke leaf butter, joints, as well as smoke leaf leaves, Thrumbo plushies, all of our specialty items, and some additional resources, making us a pretty penny. We would also end up traveling to a nearby Republic City as well to do some trading. Now, not only were we making a pretty penny off of both of these settlements, but we were also purchasing plenty of resources like a little bit of plasteel, steel, and most importantly, a lot of components and advanced components. But with all of our trading concluded, it was time for us to begin making our way back home. In the meantime, though, this is going to take a hot moment, so we began with our new research project for the episode, which just so happens to be industrial climate control. Now, this is going to allow us to build some industrial-sized climate control units, as well as intake fans and things of that nature, which is going to help us alleviate the pressure from our current HVAC systems, which can be a little bit overloaded from time to time. In the early morning hours, as we were beginning on this research, our caravan had finally returned home with all of our resources that they brought back as well, which we were going to immediately begin utilizing on a brand new android that Jor would start on. Finally, after many an hour of welding and programming said android, we finally had another tier 3 one by the name of Eddie. And if you can't tell, based on his unique apparel, he is going to be in our sushi shop. I don't really know how you would have been able to tell that, but he's wearing a chef's uniform, which is basically just going to be for show because his cooking skill is dog shit since he's essentially a walking, talking robotic infant, so we put him behind the register just like we've been doing with our other androids, but on the bright side, we'll be able to sell plenty more sushi, so there's that. For our next little construction project, though, we're going to need plenty of wood, and thus we would begin some deforestation efforts in the southeastern section of the city. We would then begin using up all the wood that we had collected to build ourselves something of an apartment complex right across from some of our independent houses that we're renting out, and thus we're also, of course, going to be renting out the apartments themselves as well. I wouldn't go as far as to call these slums, of course, as they are simply the exact same as the houses we've been renting out, only much smaller and in a different shape, but because of that, I think we would begin charging less for these apartments compared to the homes. Truth be told, I think apartment complexes and condo complexes and things like that are going to be our way into the future in terms of our housing that we're going to be renting out, because we are beginning to run out of space in the southeastern section. Of course, not only do we want to maximize profits, but we also want to maximize our land usage as well, and of course these apartment complexes were once again a suggestion by you wonderful folks, so thank you all ever so much. Then, shortly thereafter, as if on cue, we had finally finished our research into industrial climate control just after finishing up our apartments. Perfect timing, I would say, as we can now replace the old unit that we were using with a much larger industrial unit. Not only would this unit be for the houses around it, but it could also supply enough heat and cool air to our apartments as well. Adding on to that, I also wanted to build something of a service area where we would end up putting in a pumping station for all the houses and the apartments that we plan on putting down here, as well as the ones that we've already built, along with a large climate control unit to go with all of the new ventilation systems. After it was all said and done, I think that it looks pretty good for the most part. I do think it sticks out a little bit, but as we add in more apartments, it should blend everything in together. It is also going to be servicing not only the current apartments and homes that we have in this area, but any future that we plan on building, and boy howdy do we plan on building quite a few more. Speaking of which, I'd go ahead and begin working on some of those right here in the T in the road, although these are not standard apartments. I'm actually going to begin renting these out once they are completed, and the reason being is I feel that this section of the city is very far away from everything else in terms of our businesses, the casino, and basically everything else that we have within the city that might be of interest to any visitors, and thus I kind of want to put the slum apartment slash rentable rooms in this area. To me, that makes sense because you wouldn't expect to find the more expensive and luxurious rentable rooms and or apartments close to the city's amenities and services. For now, I think I'm just going to leave these all as rentable rooms instead of apartments that tenants would be staying in, but if and when the need arises, we can always change that over. As you can see, we actually have a nice little patio area where people can go out and sit and enjoy that. It's the very least that we could do. We also have a kind of kitchen area here where maybe the residents could sit around and eat their meals or cook a few things or something like that. I might end up throwing a vending machine in, but along with that we also have an ATM, and of course we have some showers and bathroom stalls. Since the cheapest price we can make them pay for a room is 10 buckaroos, that's what we're going to be doing down here, and for our previous kind of low income rentable rooms we're going to be upping that to 30 because of their proximity to the casino as well as many new restaurants. But my friends, we would take a brief moment away from our city's expansion to turn on the television as there was a very important broadcast. Ah, it would seem that the Marshals are showing off their space program. Better yet, it would seem that they may be sending someone into outer space, this time for real. None other than Slate Hawthorne herself, the daughter of General Hawthorne, who is believed to be MIA at the moment. Well, regardless of his status, if he is alive, I'm sure he's watching, and I'm sure she'll be making her father and her nation very proud. Godspeed, Slate. Godspeed. Well, it seems that the Marshal Service may end up reaching the barren moon just yet, and if they do, perhaps they could lay some groundwork for us to set up one of our lunar casinos. A bit ambitious, but we'll see. I must say this little news broadcast has me inspired a bit to work on our space program some more this episode as well. So let us begin on that. Last episode I kept calling this area a space program or space center, and I guess it is that, but I believe a better term for it is mission control, which is a term that you guys have been throwing out there, and I do know that term, but for some reason I forgot it. Nevertheless, I am going to be adding on to our mission control building this episode by building a training facility. With this facility, we are going to have a chess table, that way we can keep our minds sharp and think strategically. We have a punching bag for exercise. More importantly, we have a swimming pool where we can actually simulate low to zero gravity. We have a replica of a pod, that way we can actually train inside of a landing pod and get used to that. We have a computer as well as many other interfaces where we'll be able to track our statistics as well as practicing our flight paths and trajectories, which is something that Motzi, as an ace fighter pilot, is somewhat used to, and as a former Marshal Service astronaut. Important to note though that Motzi has never been in space himself. He's been quite close before his ship crashed, but never has he felt the zero gravity, and thus why he likes the pool so much for his training. The idea for the training facility comes from our good friend Fallout Fart 9917, who is saying that sending people into space untrained could lead to a few issues, especially if we decide to take and send customers. And I completely agree, and I would like to thank you for your suggestion. Speaking of our customers, something that you guys have been suggesting since the very first episode that we should build are saunas, and this is a really good idea as well, and I can't believe, quite frankly, that it took me so long to begin the research, but we are indeed starting it. While Lewis and La begin working on this research into saunas, Jor is also going to begin working on a brand new Tier 1 android. Now, I know what you're saying, Rat Knight, this is boring as shit, you're always making security bots. Well, my friends, this is no security bot. This android currently goes by the name of Chris, though I would love for you guys to provide a much better and more suitable name for him. He is actually going to be Motzi's personal companion into the heavens above. A robotic astronaut companion who is going to help him on his missions in the stars. We may also use him as a test dummy for our very first mission to an asteroid or what have you, instead of sending any human life forms. But taking a brief pause from all of our space program stuff, we actually finally finished our research into saunas, so once we're ready to do that, we'll be able to do so. But jumping back into the space program, we are going to be building a rocket in the dead of night for yet another relay satellite. Just as a quick reminder, last episode we launched 2 satellites already, and we need 2 more, that way we can discover any other possible heavenly bodies that are in orbit around the planet, as well as getting information on the 2 moons that we do currently know about. Later on into the night though, we would end up launching our 3rd relay satellite, and after it achieved orbit, the very next morning we would actually work on our 4th and final rocket for the satellites, launching our 4th and final relay satellite, of course. With this achievement finally in hand, we have a complete network. And with that network, we are actually the very first private company on the entire planet to achieve a private satellite network. It's amazing to think. But even more so, we can now finally begin looking for similar bodies to the 2 moons that we know about orbiting around Degum. Funny enough, we ended up finding two that are quite similar, albeit they are much smaller. I'm not exactly sure if we could classify them as moons, maybe dwarf moons, or possibly just very large asteroids, but nevertheless, they are there. Regardless though, I still think it would probably be in our best interest to maybe try to shoot for our first landing being on a small asteroid in the belt that orbits Degum. Don't get me wrong, these two new heavenly bodies are an amazing discovery for us and for our private company, but I don't want to jump the gun and shoot for the moon, pun intended. Besides, I think we need a proper lander before we end up landing on any moon or dwarf moon, so we're going to need to take some time to begin restoring this one, even though we kinda already started working on it anyhow. And at the moment, while we're waiting on a mineral-rich asteroid to show up around the planet, I also thought it might be a good idea for us to build some proper pathing in and out of our mission control building. Gonna be hard to get to space if we're stuck in the mud here at the front door. While we're working around the city though, I also want to begin on a new research project, this time around hot tubs, as I feel that this would be a nice luxury item for many of our hotel suites, as well as just the casino and other parts of the city where people are paying top dollar. That being said though, before we go running a marathon, we do need to learn how to walk first, and thus I'm going to be building a small little patio out back in the casino with a proper pool, as well as a nice little patio area for people to eat meals or just sit by the pool. This will also come with plenty of towel racks, its own water tower, which is needed for this part of the city anyhow, and some other small amenities here and there. I think our guest will be quite tickled with this, and hopefully this new attraction will bring in more guests to the casino. Before I forget though, I want to pop in with a new name for our speed runner truck, which is actually going to be the Plains Wolf. This wonderful name comes from our friend Gemelli Diversi 6641. I apologize if I've mispronounced your name, but the Plains Wolf is actually a reference to one of our previous vehicles from the Gun Empire series, which was the Sand Viper. So I do very much like it, and it seems that many of you do as well. As I was continuing my search throughout the city for little projects to work on while waiting on the asteroid that we were so hoping for, I spotted a small corner here next to the apartment complex that we had previously built and decided to put in a very small park where the tenants could go and sit or even slide if they'd like, although that part is more for children of course. And though it was quite small, I was pretty darn pleased with how it turned out, and I think it helped tie all of the apartment complexes we've been building into the city quite nicely, and this is also the first time that we've ever completed a full corner of the city in the map. A pretty cool achievement, I'll say. Although, as a uranium asteroid begins to fly around the planet's orbit, we have much larger achievements in mind. It is finally time, our very first unmanned mission to somewhere other than Degum. Well, unmanned is a bit loosey-goosey in this term, as we are going to be sending a android, and we have sent satellites previously, but you know what I mean. As Chris goes out the blast doors and enters the rocket, we fire him into outer space, knowing full well that anything could go wrong. This could be the last time that we ever see our creation. And yet, even with our fears and anxieties in hand and in mind, it was all still so surreal. Sometime later, after breaking apart from our main stages of the rocket, our lander began landing on the asteroid. The lander was successful in its endeavor, and just as we had hoped, the asteroid was just large enough to have a small gravitational field holding the lander nearby. It was so beautiful here. Though we couldn't experience it ourselves, Chris's internal cameras built into his head were broadcasting the entire thing for us to enjoy back home. Chris would immediately begin collecting a sample of the uranium to bring back home. As for now, he would only be able to bring back small quantities, of course, but this is a very small stepping stone in what we hope to be some type of asteroid mining empire. Maybe in the future. As we look back at the planet of Degum from the asteroid, here's some food for thought. We have somehow achieved putting an android in orbit around the planet in a low gravity of an asteroid, collecting uranium samples before returning home, while we still have many tribes on the planet itself and chaos in the outlands. The difference is insane. Something even more insane is the fact that Nenel was enslaved by the S&R Rifle Company, but he was actually part of either the Thromboian Union or Confederacy of Banya. It's been so many years ago, to be honest, I'm not sure if even he remembers, and yet he is the mastermind and the head of all of this. Before we would have Chris get back in the lander and come home, we had him take a stroll around in the void of space just to see quite how well the suit would do, which is also why we even bothered sending him in a suit. Sometime later, as our orbit began bringing us back around closer to home base, we would be able to use much less fuel and take off towards the planet itself. As our lander was coming down in one of the corners of the city, our security force would eagerly meet Chris, excited to see him. When Jor asked Chris what it was like being up there and getting to mine an asteroid and seeing the planet from so far away, Chris expressed that if he were to have the components necessary to feel emotions, he definitely would have been excited. Well, at least we think that's what he said. He just kept making beeping sounds. Nevertheless, we did return home with a sample of this space uranium, which we would promptly put in our mission control building, but we would actually end up putting it in a display case. It only felt fitting since it is our very first sample. I think we'll end up making plenty more as well, and maybe even at some point some type of museum. That could be fun. After bringing the samples in, Chris would immediately begin recharging his batteries. You've earned it, old pal. It's a good thing you didn't go dead in the void of space. That would have been bad. Something to consider for the future is perhaps a space station, as we would be able to have our astronauts and androids recharge and rest themselves on it, but also maybe we could make some type of hotel. Because of our space program and the recent events with all of our rockets launching with all of their fuel that is extremely flammable, I think it might be a good idea for us to build a new service into the city. This is going to be a fire department. Not only one of these buildings, but both of them. We are going to have two separate sections. They are going to be snugly built into this little T in the road though, which is going to be something that we experience more and more as we fill out the city more and more, and thus we are going to have to make sure that we're not trying to leave room for expansion, or when we build things we're going to have to make sure that we're done building them because we're running out of room. It was during this construction of the fire department that Lev ended up proposing. Now at some point in the coming months he and Verbi will end up getting married, which is a splendid occasion. With as large as our city is and our population and how it's growing, I'm shocked that this is our first real relationship and our first engagement, but I am quite happy for them either way. A day or two later though, and we had finally finished our fire department. Both buildings, as you can see on the left side here, we have the garage where our fire engines will stay, and on the right side we actually have the building where our firefighters will stay. And again, a big shout out to you guys for the suggestion as to building a fire department, and I just want to say thank you, of course, because your suggestions make this series continue, and I really appreciate it. As you can see in the fire department itself, of course, we have a bathroom, we have a large recreational area where they can actually go about reading some books, playing some darts, and exercising a bit with a punching bag. I think I need to get some proper exercise equipment mods, although I'm not too familiar with them, so if you guys have suggestions on that, I would love it. We also have some water pumping stations in here, as that felt quite fitting. You may also notice in the corner of the building here, we have android pods instead of actual beds, and that's because I plan on making the majority of our firefighters into either tier 1 or tier 2 androids. Across the street you'll notice that we have a garage with our fire engine. For now I'm only going to have one because I didn't want to use up the resources for two of them, but eventually as the city progressively gets larger and larger, I'll end up building another one just so we can service the entire city. Everything else in here is just a bunch of different type of benches for storing building tools and working on vehicles, but we do also have 2 large water towers in here, which are going to be some reservoirs. I also felt that that would be quite fitting, as we're going to have to load our trucks up with water. But then, whoa, Nelly, hold on to your horses, because we have our very first raid of the episode. We've actually had 2 or 3, but they were very small and I didn't show you guys. But this one, we actually have a relationship. Apparently, one of them is the lover of Huntsman. What's that? You forgot about Huntsman? Well, don't worry, because I did too. He was one of the Outlanders who attacked us last episode, and we were actually going to collect his organs from him. But since all of his friends are here and we'll be able to collect their organs, I think we'll actually go about recruiting him. Perhaps he'll be decent in our security force, or we can have him fold some underwear in the laundromat. Nevertheless, though, his friends are coming, and they're jumping right over our fences. They seem to be sappers, meaning that they're going to destroy our walls, which is a good thing that we built the fallout shelter double walled. That way they'll have a harder time if our security force all die. Not to worry though, civilians, there's a very low chance of that happening, hopefully. We began rushing all of our officers as well as some of our other fine folks up towards the casino, where we would begin engaging with the enemies. They weren't going to make this easy on us. They were coming at us full throttle, all gas and no brakes, forcing us to actually begin retreating back towards the entrance of the casino where we could fire at them. This would also give us the opportunity to take cover behind the stone fencing as Jor got in his car and began running over many of these dirty rapscallions. As he was doing that, the majority of our forces were actually engaging what was left of these damn dirty Outlanders, finishing them off, just enough of them that the others that did remain alive were beginning to flee the area. It would seem that we finally pushed them out of the city once and for all, this time at least. The attackers had made quite the mess in the city though, not only littering our beautiful streets with all their weapons and corpses, but they also made quite a large fire in some of our luxury buildings and the forests nearby. This would be a really good time to have our firefighting android force, but unfortunately we'll have to stomp these out, it looks like, as well as showing absolutely no mercy to the burning Outlanders lying on the ground and crawling for their lives. It would seem that in the chaos, unfortunately, we ended up losing Blom during the battle, and thus why I feel that our rage is justified. Womb is the very first casualty of our people throughout this entire series thus far. We would, however, come quite close to losing many of our other members as well, but luckily we got them to the hospital just in time and began tending to their wounds, and thus Blom would be the only casualty. As we work on a final resting place for Blom, we would also tend to the wounds of many of these Outlanders and take them into the hospital as well as the prison, where they shall await their many operations. My only regret for these little silver piggy banks is that they don't have more organs for us to sell. In our crematorium, we would actually end up building a large wooden sarcophagus for Blom's body, but this is actually only going to be temporary, as you probably could have guessed, as I would like to either build something of a proper crypt within the city, or maybe a graveyard. I think that would be more interesting, and thus visually more interesting as well. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series. My friends, once again, as always, I'm ever so glad to see you back here with me today, where we're beginning by cleaning up the absolute mess that was left behind with the raid from last episode where we slaughtered a bunch of filthy Outlanders. However, I quickly began getting bored of mopping up blood out of the streets, and I decided to work on something a bit more fun. I actually began putting in many different types of planters in our streets and sidewalks. That way we have some vegetation. I'm afraid the city's becoming something of a concrete jungle, and I really just want to make things look better. And I have to say, I was pretty happy with how they turned out. Most of these are just some small planter areas throughout our sidewalks behind the rentable rooms and everything that we've been building. That way our tenants are a bit happier looking out their windows at them. I'm just hoping that these props for the trees and everything that we're making don't cause my PC to shit the bed, but I suppose we'll see. I'll continue doing doing this here and there when I can, adding in flowers and trees and vegetation just to make things a little bit brighter and everyone's days a bit brighter with nicer sights. After that though, I decided to send out a trade caravan to the Republic of Libertas, a city and a nearby settlement where we would end up selling them many of our luxury items: coffee, iced coffee, hot sauce, smoke leaf butter, smoke leaf joints, yada yada yada, the same old stuff that we're always selling to them, of course. Of course though, this was not only to make us plenty of silver, which we would end up doing, but this was also for us to purchase more resources such as steel, advanced components, plasteel, and components, because I do plan on utilizing those for some more projects in the future. Now naturally, as you could probably guess, I do often trade with the Republic as well as the Marshals off camera, but sometimes I just want to show you guys that way that you're aware of what's actually going on behind the scenes when I'm not always recording. Once the trading and bartering was finally completed, it was time for our caravan to begin making its way back home. In the meantime, I thought I might start working on some smaller projects around the city once more. Specifically, in this case, some more fire sprinklers. That way we can focus more on our fire prevention if one were to break out in some more of these townhouses. As you can see here with the sprinklers as well, each one requires a few components, I believe, if not maybe one or two, and that's why we need more and more resources. A few hours later though, and our caravan would finally return home with all of our brand new resources that we had been bartering for, and we would immediately begin putting them to good use as Jor would begin working on a brand new android once more, as is his specialty by this point. My friends, I introduce to you Cal, our very first Tier 2 android. As to why I decided to choose a Tier 2 android instead of a Tier 1 for this particular occupation, you could say, which I'll show you in just a moment, I feel that the Tier 2 have a better grasp on complex tasks, if you will. Instead of being a Tier 1 android for security who just fires at the enemy, Cal is going to be our very first firefighter. Firefighting can be a bit more complex than the security bot's jobs. You know, do you save the cat that's burning alive in the house, or do you save one of our tenants? Prophets will tell you that you save one of our tenants, and that's why I feel Cal is a much better fit, his make and model at least, for the firefighting position. Perhaps one of the greatest parts though is that Cal already comes with the knowledge of how to put out fires installed into his little CPU, and he also has a fire extinguisher that'll do the job right. After that, it was time for us to perform a few operations on our Outlander companions who we have imprisoned. Unfortunately, the first operation was a complete failure, but the second would be much more successful, giving us a nice fresh kidney to sell. Now this did all occur in front of some of the other prisoners, but not to worry, nobody would believe them anyhow. Shortly thereafter, I noticed that we had quite the bountiful harvest of potatoes in our field, something that we've been getting for the last few seasons, and I completely forgot that we were going to make some vodka mash out of these taters, so that's exactly what we began doing, and we would finally be able to begin actually fermenting some vodka. Distilling vodka? Whatever the terminology should be there, we're going to have some delicious alcohol. While we're waiting on that process to take place though, I thought it might be a good idea to start on our very first research project of this episode, which is going to be basic replacement parts for our Tier 1 androids. Since we're essentially using them like cannon fodder in our security force, this is going to be pretty crucial to replacing their limbs and things like that, their CPUs and what have you, but also for Chris, the android that we've been sending into space to take samples of asteroids, it would be useful to give him at least one mining arm to make the process much smoother, I feel. Now then, while we're working on this new research though, I wanted to begin working on a brand new business within the city once more. This one is going to be just right next to the casino, as well as the luxury rooms of the casino that we're renting out per night, and it is indeed going to be our sauna. The long-awaited project that many of you have been suggesting and recommending for quite some time. Now, I have been assured that for saunas and pools, we can actually automatically monetize them by using the saunas through hospitality. I'm not sure if I need another mod or what, but this doesn't seem to really be the case, although maybe I just don't know what I'm doing. Either way, the sauna is now completed, and I think that it looks absolutely splendid, although a little bit bare bones. As you can see though, we have two saunas built in with towel racks and seating, as well well as lighting, and in our little reception area here we also have some seating for folks who are waiting to go in, or they can also get some water from the water cooler or perhaps a snack from the vending machine. Given that a sauna seems to be a bit of a luxurious commodity, I thought it fitting that it be around the casino and our sushi bar. That way some of our guests with some deep pockets and heavy spending tendencies can enjoy it as well. Perhaps they'll go get full on sushi and then go to the spa to get very warm and vomit up all the sushi, just before they go waste their entire wallet at the roulette table. Now, we've been focusing and catering to our more luxurious guests for quite some time, a little bit too long if you ask me, and that is why on the other side of the city by the laundromat, I'm actually going to be building a soup kitchen. More often than not, we get plenty of guests who are coming through here who actually can't afford many meals that we have because they're too expensive, and also they can't afford a room for the night even at its lowest prices. So we're going to have to do something about that in today's episode. Now, this is a business though, of course, so we are still going to be charging for meals, but at the lowest price possible. And to be honest with you, if I see someone who can't afford any food at all, we will lower it to zero just that one time on rare occasions. Now then, on a seemingly unrelated note, we're also going to be sending out a caravan to the Confederacy of Binya to offer them some gifts in favor of goodwill. And I say seemingly because this actually ties back to our soup kitchen. But first we're going to need to make friends with them, so we would end up offering them some of our weapons, some of our sodas, smoke leaves, and things of that nature, and eventually they were actually neutral with us. Not only does this mean that they'll no longer be attacking us, but this also means that they'll be sending many a trade caravan over to our city, which is going to be quite crucial in a few days. Speaking of which, for right now, they are also the perfect buyers for some of our organs like a kidney and liver. Now, whether or not they're using these for surgeries or as some type of tribal ritual, I don't know, but they are paying. However, they were not the perfect buyer for some of our other resources like hot sauce and smoke leaf butter, unfortunately, so I suppose they'd rather just stick with pemmican. Either way though, a few days later, we ended up getting exactly what we wanted, a slave caravan from the Confederacy of Binya. As you know, Nino, as well as all of our other fine folks, find the practice of slavery absolutely abhorrent, so instead of buying slaves, we are going to be purchasing their freedom. These two fine folks are Caspus and Candace. The two of them have been formerly slaves of the Confederacy of Binya for countless years at this point. They quite literally can't remember, but they are going to be our leaders over the soup kitchen. Now, unfortunately, neither of them are all that proficient at cooking, I'll say, though Candace does have a very small passion for the work. It doesn't really matter, as the soup kitchen, the meals are going to be extremely cheap, and as long as they're not constantly food poisoning people after they get their skills up just a little bit, that's all we're worried about. Naturally, in exchange for their freedom and room and board, they were willing to work here, and we would allow them to stay here for free. Minus having to cook every day, but that's really not that big of a deal, I wouldn't think. I wanted to mention as well that I spotted Reek, the son of President Tree, the president of the Republic of Libertas, and it appears that he's staying in our lodge for the weekend. Now, we didn't bother approaching him, as I'm sure he's trying to enjoy some privacy on his little weekend getaway here, but I just thought it was quite interesting that that's where he chose to stay. Now then, back to the topic at hand. Right next to our soup kitchen, I thought that it would only be fair for us to build some proper housing for any homeless population, or possibly anyone who is traveling through the city on the road who doesn't have enough money to stay a night in one of our rooms. And thus, of course, we would end up building a homeless shelter. Now, this wasn't anything too spectacular, as one might imagine. It was a crude little structure with a few different rooms, approximately about 7 or so, with some sleeping bags where somebody could wait out the cold, dark night. Of course, though, anyone that would be staying here probably wouldn't be worrying about all that, though, and is more just interested in the fact that these beds are 100% free, and the fact that it's within such close proximity to the soup kitchen where they can get a free to low-cost meal. Funny enough, this is probably one of the most charitable things, if not the most charitable thing that we've ever done in this series, and I'm pretty proud of that. Now then, we move on to our second research project of the episode, which just so happens to be geothermal power. I know, we are long overdue. We almost have an entire city that spans the entire map, and yet I'm still using solar power, bite me. But we've just been having so much fun doing other things, I kinda didn't make it a priority, but I am now. now. And as I take a step back to look at our creation, I realize that the southeastern part of the map is totally full now. We still have 3 more corners to fill out, but we are quickly running out of room. Moving on and continuing with our construction projects and expansion of the city, we would also begin expanding our roadway out around Ninal's little mansion and the bank itself, taking them a bit to the north. The reason being, I have yet another construction project in mind just behind the bank. This new area and/or plot of land is going to be our city's graveyard, and I think that this should be a decent enough size to house any and all colonists that we may end up losing. I hope that we don't end up losing this many anyhow, but if we do need to, we can always set up some type of crypt or something like that somewhere else in the city as well. Luckily as well, we didn't have to do all that much construction for the graveyard, as most of it will consist of the props. We just basically had to dig the graves and build the hedges, and the rest I could do on my own. Now me, personally, I've never quite been to a graveyard as nice as this one, but since we have so much money flowing into the city, it only makes sense to me that we would incorporate it with so much beauty as we do with all of our other structures and businesses. And I think that this is a fine place for our dead to lie. Also, the fact that it's basically in the backyard of Ninal and Jor's homes, I didn't want it to be some desolate little shabby place that they would have to look at, an eyesore upon the community. With the graveyard finally finished though, we would be able to discreetly and cautiously remove Blom's body from the wooden sarcophagus that we temporarily put him in last episode and move him to a much nicer marble one in the back of the cemetery. Since he is the very first person that we've lost, I thought that it would be a good idea that we give him a grave that is a little bit different than a hole in the ground. Now, taking a look at the city once more though, you may notice on our sidewalks and our streets and even in the front of our businesses and everywhere else, essentially, things are absolutely filthy, and I do mean filthy. This also causes all the areas with all the filth to be absolutely disgusting and absolutely abhorrent to look at, so we need a solution. Our current solution and/or idea of a solution, just as many of our other city services, is going to be automated by Tier 1 androids. Allow me to introduce to you, my friends, Jacob, our Tier 1 android street sweeping robot companion. His one true and only purpose in this entire world and universe is going to be going around taking out the trash from our dumpsters and trash cans and throwing them away and, you know, sweeping up any mess that he finds. He's a cleaning bot. Sure, that is indeed a little bit depressing to think about, but luckily he does lack the emotional components to, well, have emotions at all, so he doesn't know. Now, I will take credit for a lot of the messes on the inside of our businesses, like in the gas station here that Jacob is currently cleaning up, and that's really because we don't have any proper doormats at our doors, so we're going to begin building more of those in more of our buildings and entranceways. You know, we've just been expanding so fast, I really haven't been keeping up with them. To help us combat this issue even further, we're also going to go around and begin building more and more trash cans as well as dumpsters. Now, this in a lore perspective and realistic perspective is going to allow our ponds to throw things away much easier instead of dirtying up the ground. But from a gameplay perspective, these trash cans actually automatically collect filth as it's being made. Now, it is of course only within a certain area, but one trash can normally handle all the filth inside one of our smaller businesses, while a dumpster can normally handle it within large housing complexes and apartments. Now, real quick, before I forget, for the last episode or so, I've been requesting a name from our Space Tier 1 android from you guys, and we do have the name of Wally. This very whimsical and fitting name comes from our friend Luke Mindell8197, and I believe, of course, this is in reference to the movie Wall-E, the Disney movie with a space robot who is quite similar to our Wall-E. Now, I did see this suggestion from quite a few people, but I believe Luke here was the first to go about recommending it. Nevertheless, I'd like to thank you all. For a time, I just kind of kick back and watch the city in action. As you can see, with all the little white dots moving around, those are all of our pawns, just the ones that are currently living in the city and that are under our control and under our faction. Many of the other ones are from many other factions, like our guests who are constantly coming in and things like that. And as you can see, we have many people coming and going from the city here to buy our commodity items, rent a room, perhaps waste their life savings in in the casino, all that fun stuff. Kicking back and taking it easy for a time would also give Lewis and Joran ample opportunity to really buckle down and finish up our research into geothermal power generators, which we would end up finishing shortly thereafter. Once that had been finally completed though, we would be able to go about building one, and the closest geothermal vent that we had was actually right next to our storage building, right slap dab in the middle of our solar field. Not that it mattered all that much, we ended up having to deconstruct 4 of our solar power generators, and we would replace 2 of them, so really we only got rid of 2, and in exchange we got an advanced geothermal power generator, not just a normal one. We skipped that part entirely and went to the best option. And I do truly mean the best option. As you can see, a normal geothermal generator has a max power output of 3600, while the advanced has one of 5200. Now it goes without saying that obviously that is a very big difference between the 2 of them. With the advanced geothermal generator as well, the max power output is the exact same as what we get out of our advanced wind turbines. The big difference there though is that the geothermal is constantly and very consistent, while the wind turbines depend on the fluctuations with, well, the wind. So in other words, this little bad mamma jamma, along with our other forms of power generation, should have absolutely no issue helping us keep the lights on all throughout the city all the time. While we're still on the topic of power though, a great suggestion from you guys, and something we should have done long ago once more, is adding some fire foam poppers into our battery and power generation areas. A splendid idea and a crucial piece of our infrastructure, because if these rooms were to be lit on fire, I don't think our fire truck or even an extinguisher would do all that much good, unfortunately. Speaking of infrastructure though, and something that is long overdue, I decided that we would go about smithing up plenty of hammers. That way we could pass them out to all of our builders, and this will actually make their construction projects go much faster and much more smooth. Better late than never, I suppose, but we still have many more projects in mind, so this is going to drastically help us out with that. And also, of course, because the game is becoming a little bit laggy with everything going on in the city and just how big it's all becoming, so these are going to help out a lot. Now then, those of you with a keen eye will surely notice that after a very measly amount of time of cleaning 24/7, day in and day out, our city streets are much nicer looking and of course much cleaner. Now, a lot of the credit should surely go to a lot of the new trash cans and dumpsters we've introduced across the entire town, but the vast majority of responsibility lies upon Jacob's steel alloy shoulders. Now, he is struggling a little bit with the entire city. I think we might have to build a secondary bot, but that'll be next episode. And of course, if you have a name for Jacob, please be sure to leave that in the comment section. Speaking of which, last episode we built a brand new police car, which I needed a name for, and you guys happily obliged, and we have the name of Brutal Profits. A very kick-ass and metal name, if I do say so myself, and I do. We also have a splendid name for our sushi chef bot, who really just works the register, by the name of Eddie, and we are now going to be naming him Remy. These great name suggestions are from our good friend GP Gaming 313, who, as you can see, had also suggested the name Wall-E, just as many more of you guys had as well, so thank you very much. With that being taken care of, we would also finally end up restoring the wreckage of the salvaged vehicle from our fields. As previously mentioned, I have no idea what this could have been in a past life, or if it were some type of war machine, though I believe that that may be fairly accurate, seeing how there is a mortar on top with the blueprint that was also salvaged. Regardless, we plan on using it as a lunar lander. Now, well before we test this thing out on the moon, or even in the void and vacuum of space, we are going to have Matsy, as well as Wally, of course, the dynamic duo, take it out on its maiden voyage right here in the atmosphere of Degum. We've loaded it up with hot sauce and smoke leaf butter to do a little bit of trading, so that's what its first mission shall be, a trade mission, which is pretty on brand for our company. Well, here goes nothing. Here's hoping it doesn't explode on its way there. we would end up having a successful flight and mission, which I was very tickled about, because if it can handle an in-atmosphere flight like this for trade missions, it should be able to easily handle the moon. Funny enough, this was also Matsy's very first flight, since he crashed his spaceship that time so long ago when we rescued him. They ended up making a bit of silver, and they also purchased for us a brand new pet. A Welsh Terrier, as it were. Be sure to let me know in the comments section a great name for this pretty little pooch, and also who I should give this dog to. Just as a reminder, Neenal already has his own dog, so I'd prefer to maybe give it to Jor or one of the others, perhaps even Matsy. Now, I do realize this episode we haven't focused all that much on the space program and the space company within the Independent Hamlets Incorporated, but I think that'll be for next episode more, as this episode I wanted to break it up a little bit and focus more on things around the city, like a homeless shelter and a soup kitchen and the other things that we've worked on. I think it gives a good balance to a lot of the priorities that our company is currently occupied with. But my friends, I must bid you farewell. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series. Once again, as always, I'm glad to see you back here with me today, me compadres, where we have a lot of work to do in the expansion of our city and our business. To begin our expansion of the business and city today, we're actually going to be building ourselves something of a gym. Just a small little concrete business here on the corner of the road, not too far away from many of our rentable rooms as well as other businesses in the area. That way we can ensure that we have some high memberships here. And regardless of whoever's residential status within the city, whether they be renting for a night or renting for 4 to 5 months or even a year, they can get swole as hell and jacked. All in all, I was fairly happy with it. As you can see, we have 3 separate bench pressing stations. We have 4 dumbbell stations, which I wish would have linked up so it could be one large rack, but whatever. We also have some exercise bikes, a punching bag, some kettlebells, and perhaps my favorite addition are the deadlifting stations here. As you can see, we use some Imperial slabs as deadlifting mats, and I think it all turned out pretty well. We also have a vending machine to make a little bit of money, and we have a water cooler so everyone doesn't get parched. As mentioned, it is quite close to many of our other businesses, so perhaps someone will stop in, get an iced coffee as a pre-workout, and then perhaps eat some protein-packed sushi as a post-workout within the anabolic window. Either way though, I would like to thank our good friend UngryZZZ for suggesting the Get Rimped mod for the gym equipment. It works out perfectly, and that's what we're using, so thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who made suggestions. As we begin to close in on the northwestern, I should say, side of the map with all of our businesses and what have you, I thought it might be a good idea to start cleaning up some of these stone chunks as well as some of these small hills that are left over. While most folks are doing that, we had actually finished up our research into replaceable parts for our Tier 1 androids, and thus I would have Jor begin making a specialized arm for none other than Wall-E. Naturally, Lev is more of a human doctor, though he didn't seem to have any issue installing the arm onto Wall-E, so it was a success. His specialized arm actually just so happens to be a mining arm, which will give him an increase into his mining speed of 45%. But it also increases our mining yield by 30%, which is amazing, and if we end up making another mining arm for him, that would be 60, because obviously it would be doubled, and this is all at the cost of his manipulation, which is completely fine because he normally doesn't do too much constructing or anything like that anyhow. By this point, we had also finally finished up fermenting our finest of vodkas along with some more gin, and the bar is quite stocked, but the problem is we don't have anyone running the register, and thus how the hell are we going to make any sales? Well, I'm quite glad you asked, because once again this is a problem that Jor has the solution to. We are going to once again be expending our resources to build yet another Tier 3 android. This dapper, charismatic chap in the black suit and black top hat goes by the name of Edward. I gave him this splendid attire because, well, as you guessed it, he is going to be working in our bar, and I want people to have a formal and friendly face that they can communicate with while they're in the bar. This isn't some type of rinky-dink club or something like that. This is a formal casino bar, and thus we should treat it as such. Thanks to Edward, now people will basically be able to come in 24/7 to get blackout drunk any time that they see fit, because Edward won't be going too far from the casino to charge that old battery. And that's on the rare occasion that he even needs to. After this, I decided that I'd like to go ahead and fill in the small little plot of land here in between the coffee shop and the new gym that we recently built, and I wasn't too sure as to really what I should put here. I don't think I want to put another business in, as that might feel a little claustrophobic for people to spend their money at, so I ended up building some small rooms once again that people can actually rent out, something like a hostel where we actually have multiple beds per room. Really though, in the end, I think it's more of just your average hotel rooms, as they normally have 2 beds per instead of a hostel, but whatever, you get what I'm saying. We would only make these about $20 or so, since they're not all that close to the casino and they are somewhat close to our businesses. Felt like a pretty fitting price, if I do say so myself, and we were sure to beautify the area around them for people to sit and just to get rid of that concrete jungle feel a bit. A day or so later, and I noticed that we had a fairly large caravan of marshal service soldiers who were coming to visit, along with an entourage of their androids. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the infamous, now famous, possibly even more famous, Slate Hawthorne, the daughter of General Hawthorne and her Martianaut companions. These folks are the very first humans to ever step foot on the barren moon of Degum. No doubt it would seem that they're out celebrating the occasion, hopefully with plenty of silver in their pockets. It would also seem that they brought quite the entourage of soldiers along with them, including a few specialists, so I'm sure they have a good chunk of change, and perhaps their androids will help us protect our city. They wasted absolutely no time enjoying many of our businesses and services, like our nice steaming hot sauna rooms, our nice comfortable beds with the silkiest and smoothest sheets around, and even a good bit of recreational fun at the arcade, throwing some darts and just a little bit of everything, really. Well then, while our guests are enjoying themselves, I began to think, with all of these new famous guests coming in and out, it might be a good idea for us to go about building some more luxury rooms. The city council had a meeting about this after the visit from Slate and the other Martianauts, as Cutie and Slate were the only 2 of the Martianauts with luxury rooms, while we had our 3rd, Roman, without one. Thankfully, after the council had commissioned these 2 brand new, even more luxurious rooms, we shouldn't have that issue anymore. As you can see, they are properly decorated, and they actually cost about $50 more than the previous 2 that we had, which I've also left at the price of $200, because these just have a few more newer amenities and furniture and things of that nature. They too would be part of the casino property, and since I've been pretty pleased with our casino size for so long, I thought there was no need to expand the casino itself out this way, and that's why we're putting some rooms along with a nice little parking lot for any of our guests who are visiting. Given the casino's proximity to our space center and mission control, these are some very lucky guests, as they'll be also watching many a liftoff, I'm sure. Speaking of which, last episode towards the end, we tested out our towed lunar lander by going out on a trade mission, and I once again am going to be doing that today, not only because it can handle quite a bit of cargo, it's a bit faster, but also because we need to take it out on a secondary mission. This time we're going to be testing it out in the frigid cold temperatures of the North Pole, along with our spacesuit with Motzi inside. We already know that the suit held up quite well with an android inside, but we need a bit of further testing for humans. Up, up, and away we go. We immediately began flying to the coordinates of a nearby Oak Foundation settlement who was willing to buy quite a few of our nice goods and what have you. And in exchange, we would end up buying a few things of the usual, with it being components, advanced components, and things like that that are either something that's hard for us to obtain or something we're too lazy to craft because it's easier to buy it. With our trading portion of the mission finally completed, we would set our sights out on the North Pole, landing down shortly there a few hours later. Funny enough, a few years ago, the Rebels and/or Republic were actually the first to land in the North Pole as a training mission for their own astronauts, and our site isn't going to be too much farther away from their own. Great minds think alike, as they say. Well then, it seems that we finally made it, and the lander's engines as well as its hull are holding up to the cold quite well, just as well as Matsu's spacesuit. But as we continue our test, I think it would only be fitting that we plant a flag in commemoration. A beautiful flag of our own creation, commissioned by the City Council not too long ago. A beautiful blue star that is encrusted and wrapped with a golden royal signature. Of course, representing our shining star of a city on this planet, but also our glorious empire of a business. Or what is to become an empire, that is. Now, of course, credit where credit is due. The idea for a flag that represents not only our business, but our society and our space program comes from our good friend, the Ducky Dude 1, who just so happens to have a plethora of good ideas, including a museum and some religious structures like temples and other things of that sort, which I think we'll be getting to work on as soon as we return home. Speaking of which, with our mission a complete success, it's time for us to begin heading back now. As we head for the stratosphere, in our wake we leave nothing behind but our glorious white flag with our blue star, while Matzi and Wally have now joined the ranks of so many famous and glorious men and women who have set foot on the North Pole, although Wally isn't exactly a man, quite the achievement nonetheless. With our slow descent back into the city by our mission control building, we had a splendid view of our beautiful city, of course, from high above. Not only do we return with plenty of data that is going to be crucial for when we actually use our lander to properly land on a moon of our choice, but we also bring back with us a few samples from the North Pole itself. Nothing too special, just a couple of rock samples that we had to thaw out since they were completely frozen. With a very odd shape, it would seem the two rocks are fused together in some sort. Not that that's really important. Either way though, we would put them in a nice case in our space center, and they, just as the uranium sample we took from our first asteroid, will make for wonderful additions to our museum once we get around to building it. We had also returned with some of the resources that we had acquired from bartering with the Oak Foundation, with some of them just being some simple different types of tires, some components, and of course some silver that we made. Nothing too special. Now then, sticking with the comment and suggestion from our good friend the Ducky One, we would actually begin building a pretty mega structure here, I would call it, in the form of a temple and or religious building. We're going to be building it out of fine concrete, that way it is quite beautiful of course, and as you well know, we're going to be putting some golden encrusted and engraved ornate doors in the front for the entrance on each side. The scale and time frame of this project though is going to be quite large, and thus in the meantime we would also finally end up recruiting Huntsman, the Outlander, who previously we were going to steal his organs in case you had forgot, and then I realized we didn't steal his organs nor did we recruit him, and thus we decided to recruit him. So he's part of the team. It was also during this time that we actually had a Boomalope self-tame, so if you guys would like to provide a name for it, be sure to do so. Initially I was just going to kill it or release it back into the wild, but technically we could get some free chem fuel from it, so I suppose it's worth it. A few days later, we finally had the external skeleton of our religious building finally finished up, and now it was time for us to work on the vital organs of the building itself with some proper seating in the form of pews, some nice and gorgeous rugs that'll really spruce the place up. We also had a place for people to give speeches, plenty of drums for rituals, and also some loudspeakers for the same. For now, this religious building is indeed going to be for any and all religions. As we continue moving and growing, we may end up building a secondary one maybe for another large and majority religion. As for right now though, it's just going to be a general purpose building that is also right next to our graveyard that we built last episode. It just seemed like it'd be a fitting thing to have them both right next to each other like this, that way we wouldn't have to travel very far after a funeral service. Switching gears once more though, back over at our space program at Mission Control, Jor would actually begin working on the vital components that were necessary for us to build our very own space station. Now at first glance, a space station might really not seem like something we would care about. If we're trying to get to the moon, why wouldn't we just go ahead and send people directly there? Well, to get our lander to the moon, we actually need somewhere to stop and refuel before going to the moon itself, and thus this station is going to be something of a staging ground. Of course, that being said, the hardest part still awaits us, and that being the launch sequence of the station itself. We have, of course, prepared a rocket for it to get it into a low orbit around Degum. Here's hoping that all goes well. Indeed, after a couple of hours and a lot of fuel, it would seem that our station has achieved a stable orbit around the planet. I won't harp on this too much since we've already been able to put many a satellite in orbit, but just add it to our long list of achievements. As the station began to creep around the planet just on the horizon, this would be an optimal time for us to launch and dock. We would quickly rush Wally and Matsy both into the lunar lander, and then take off. This marks the very first time that Matsy has actually been outside of the atmosphere. His previous employment and expedition as a Martianaut took him pretty darn high, but not quite like this. Very slowly and very cautiously, we began to dock with the station just on the outer rim near the landing bay. Our lander was much larger than any simple cargo pod or space pod, and thus we couldn't exactly land on the pad itself. Matsy couldn't quite get over the view up here of all of the gorgeous, beautiful things that he's seen in his entire life as an ace fighter pilot and so on. Nothing quite compared to the unimaginable, uncomprehendable beauty of our home in the stars. Though of course we couldn't just simply sit around and stare back at the planet all day because we would end up dying eventually. We needed to get to work on the station because it's pretty bare bones. First and foremost, we began working on a storage area. This way we could bring in all of the things that we had brought with us, such as steel components, different types of leathers, and most importantly of course our food. Using our leather, we would make a patchwork sleeping bag on the ground for Matsy, and we would also end up building an android pod for Wally, allowing them both to recharge their batteries in a sense. Perhaps though the most crucial of all the things that we ended up building was a radio terminal. Now this is going to allow us to communicate back and forth with mission control. And after adding in all of our new additions to the station, it actually became something of a space station instead of a glorified communication satellite, of course. Not near as bare bones, though a little bit cluttered and very tight and claustrophobic. It'll work for now. We should have plenty of work to do in terms of testing different things out for the lab results and sending the data back down to Degum, of course, and we also have a little recreation area here with a television. We even packed a few DVDs on our trip to keep ourselves occupied. Now we did only pack 10 meals, giving us 5 days worth of food, so we are going to have to send a care package before too long. But as for now, our spaceman and his android companion have a little bit of celebrating to do, as this is a monumentous achievement, and thus they would both have an entire bottle of vodka. A little bit overkill, but as long as they're happy. Our foothold in the heavens, my friends. It doesn't get much better than this. It won't be long now before we become the first private space company to put a man on one of the moons as well. That's the idea, at least. Now, last episode I had purchased a Welsh Terrier, and I had asked you guys for a name for said dog, and thus we have the name of Laika, I believe is how you pronounce it. Now, this great name suggestion comes from our friend Josh Birch, 1982, who also suggests that we should give the dog to Matsy. The reason being because Laika was also the first dog to make it into space in real life, so I love it and I'd like to thank you. But now we have to shoot this pup straight into space to the station. To which we did. Now, we hadn't actually created a spacesuit for a dog yet, so we just rushed him in as soon as we could, and he only suffered from a little bit of decompression. He'll be fine, although he is going to be eating plenty of our meals, so it looks like we're not going to have as much as we thought. In the meantime, back home, Jorah was once again tinkering away in his lab for days on end, working on 2 brand new androids. Once again, these are Tier 2 androids, and they just so happen to be joining our 5 firefighter squad. We gave them the appropriate attire and tossed a fire extinguisher into their hands, and they are good to go. Well, actually, first we would give them some new names, with those being Blister, Blaze, and Burn. Several kick-ass names for our kick-ass firefighting robots. Now these, of course, were provided by our good friend Tway Amos. I apologize, I never know how to pronounce your name, but I would very much like to thank you for suggesting these names for our androids. I love them. Something else I love is some proper power generation, and since last episode we actually finished up our research into geothermal power, we would end up building yet another advanced geothermal power generator right here. Now, not only did I want to build the advanced generator, but I also wanted to build something of a power station here with plenty of batteries and fuses once we go about building some fuses, which we desperately need throughout the city itself as well. We have quite a few of these throughout the city with many different power and substations of batteries and things like that, so I think it'll be nice to have yet another. Redundancy is key for caution, as they say. Construction was being a little bit delayed when Bryn and Jor, for whatever reason, got into a fist fight and Jor knocked some of her teeth out, and then it also came to a grinding halt when the Marshal Service and the Oak Foundation met nearby to have a battle. Normally I wouldn't mind this and we'd just sit back and watch, which I guess is what we're going to do once more, but the problem is we have an entire city on the map now, which means that they're going to be fighting in our streets. I'm sure you could sympathize with my plight that I'm none too keen on this. The Marshals had brought plenty of their androids to hopefully try to defeat the Oak Foundation members, who had also brought a few of their own androids to combat the Marshal Service, as one might imagine. Jor tried to blame the entire situation on the Marshals and said that we should actually step in with our own security forces and try to help out the Oak Foundation, but I think it's just because he's a liaison and possible spy. No, Jor, instead I think we're going to take all of our civilians and even most of our security forces inside of our fallout shelter. We would position our automatic security forces on the outside of the doors, that way just in case things get a little bit too close to the bunker, we will take action and defend our own. The lives of our paying customers are what's most important to us. Anything else that's damaged, we'll just send either side a bill in the mail for it. Speaking of which, the two colossal powerhouse factions would end up colliding just outside some of the houses that we've been renting out. They would also quickly escalate this battle to in the streets just in front of the bank. We could see several rifle rounds going through bodies and heads, and slugs decimating shoulders, and even a few buckshot rounds bouncing off the outer walls of the bank. Seeing such chaotic combat like this makes me quite glad that the worst of our concerns are normally some type of cultist, outlander bandits, or murderers. As the night began to wind down, the only thing left of the Oak Foundation forces were their androids, which were quickly subdued. Jor was none too happy about the defeat of his former allies as the Marshal Service finished off those remaining soldiers crawling on the ground and then began taking their own to safety, leaving our fine city. We would quickly rush in our fire department to finish off any flames that were burning around the homes, and after that I noticed that realistically the damage was pretty minimal thanks to the sprinklers that we had installed. As mentioned, we'll be sure to send the governor of the Marshal Service and the president of the Republic a bill for all the damage that we've received here today. That's about all we can really do, as we're just a business, not a government or any type of army, unfortunately. Not to worry, in the meantime we'll have our finest android Jacob cleaning everything up, which does remind me, last episode I asked you fine folks to provide a name for him, and of course you obliged. We're going to be naming Jacob Mr. Clean. Now, I don't think that I really need to explain the reasoning behind that name. Not only would we give him a fitting name though, but Jor would immediately get to work on another android of the Tier 1 variety who would become his companion. We now not only have Jacob as Mr. Clean, but we also have a Mrs. Clean as well, in a pretty little dress and a lady's hat. Some formal attire just to make them a bit more pleasant looking for our guest. These wonderful suggestions come from our good friend Dr. Josiah himself, who also actually mentioned that we should color in Mr. Clean's outfit to give it a more white look to make him look more like Mr. Clean, which unfortunately I forgot forgot about, but I'll do that later. Thank you anyhow. By this point, we had also finally finished up our power station with the advanced geothermal power generator and all of our batteries. This should help us keep the lights on indefinitely, of course, as we continue expanding the city as well, marking the second geothermal generator that we have. Here's to many more to come. Now then, since it's been quite a few days since we sent Matzi and Wally to the space station, Matzi's getting a little bit low on food, and thus we're going to be sending him a care package. Not only would we be sending him food though, we would be also sending them plenty of fuel as well as a few other things. One such thing would be some more components, as they had contacted Mission Control to let us know that they were having some issues with their solar panels and batteries which needed to be replaced. But it wasn't all just fun and games replacing components all day. No, Mission Control actually began detecting an asteroid in orbit around the planet containing plasteel. And with that, it was time for Matzi and Wally to go out on their very first mission. They would head out to collect samples from said asteroid, and we would end up leaving Laika behind, but not to worry, we left plenty of food out on the ground for her. She should be fine. Besides, we taught her everything we know. We would begin an elliptical orbit around the planet, that way it would lead us right into the path of the asteroid. We would still need to be extremely careful, as the asteroid belt is a bit cluttered, as you might imagine, and trying to get through it does indeed require the controls of an ace fighter pilot such as Matzi. But just like that, my friends, we have arrived. Matzi's very first otherworldly body, we could call it. Of course, naturally, this mission is no different than the previous mission that Wally was on to collect the uranium samples for us on a different asteroid. Except this time around, we have an actual living human here doing the work as well. I apologize if I'm becoming a bit annoying talking about all this, but one, I love space, two, these are big achievements, and I'm just extremely tickled about them, to be honest with you. Nevertheless, we had a finite amount of resources with us on this trip, so we would need to immediately get to work mining out as much plasteel as possible from the asteroid itself, which we would immediately begin doing, the process of which did take quite a while and was quite tedious and agonizing, but we did it nonetheless. The problem was, plasteel, as you probably already know, is very difficult to mine through, given its density and strength, of course. After spending several hours desperately mining through the asteroid, Matzi was on the brink of exhaustion, to say the least. And even Wally's battery was almost completely depleted, even his internal reservoir. And thus, because of this, we would need to return back to the station. Finally, a good night's rest to calm the mind. It is nice and beautiful and very enjoyable being out there in EVA around the asteroid and the planet, but after being out there for so long, it can also feel a bit grim. I noticed, however, that Wally had turned a shade of brown, it appears, and this seems to be because he's rusted. I'm not exactly sure as to how this happened, as there shouldn't be any moisture or anything like that to cause him to rust, except maybe for brief periods when he's outside of his spacesuit when coming back into the station, but nevertheless, this does appear to have affected him negatively. His sacrifice of rusting his components and body, though, did end up netting us quite a good bit of plasteel. Now, most of this can be credited to his mining arm as well, which gives us a higher yield. Though we did collect this plasteel, as we have with many other samples, this is not going to be put into any display case or a museum. We're actually building a rocket to send it back to home base, where they will use it for more androids, more advanced power generators, and just more things that will keep our business flowing forward ever more. And this is all thanks to the heroics and bravery of Matzi and Wally. Basically, all of our next androids that are going to be made of plasteel, which is the majority of them, are going to be thanks to these two astronauts that we've sent into space. Truly an amazing feat, because it was all free of charge, except for the materials we used to build the station, but you know what I mean. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series, my good friends. Once again, as per the usual, I'm glad to see you back back here with me today, where we have quite a bit of work to do. The city grows and our construction grows with it. There is never any rest for the wicked. Today, to begin, I began looking around at the city and I noticed our casino with its beautiful pool in the background there, but I feel awful thinking that someone would have to pay in the casino to use a pool in the entire city. It just doesn't seem fair. So Nino would meet with the city council, and as a token of their appreciation, they would actually build a public pool completely free to anyone in the entire city that is a resident. If you're renting a room, you still have to pay, but the 25 or so people renting out from us, they're good to go. This wasn't too far away from the casino with its pool. That way, possibly, if someone thinks they can go swimming there, but they can't, there is a close alternative, and it's also pretty close to some of the rooms that we're renting out that are not all that close to the casino, and thus, once again, another option for them, of course. I was pretty proud of this little pool. It is very gray and boring for the most part, but I tried to throw in some planting and vegetation just to pretty things up. You'll notice in every single one of these in-ground pools, we also have 2 slides per. This is sure to get the youngsters excited and get them in those pools. Now, something else that they can do while they're here, no matter whether or not it's free for them to enter the pool or not, is purchase some delicious beverages or perhaps some snacks from our vending machines. I must say that my creative bug was beginning to itch a bit in my old noggin after building the public pools, and sticking with our theme of water-based amusement, I thought it might also be a good idea to add a little area outside of our more luxurious rooms that are across the street from the casino and add in some hot tubs. This is simply an extension of the spa itself. I initially wanted to try to give every single room their own hot tub, but for the ones that are already currently built here, I don't think that that's really a feasible idea. Perhaps we'll end up doing that for the extremely luxurious rooms that we have yet to build. Also, last episode, of course, as you probably remember, we ended up creating a specialized flag for our city and our company, so I wanted to put those outside of our little town hall meeting area here. It only seemed fitting, of course. A couple of days later, and I wanted to build yet another shop, though this isn't actually like any shop that we've built thus far. This is a specialized shop that is going to be specially catering to a specific group of our tenants in the city. Of course, anyone can shop here, but this is going to be more for our blue-collar tenants and workers. And of course, I am talking about a hardware store, a nice little mom-and-pop shop that's actually owned by our mega corporation, where you can go in and buy any and all tools that you may need, as long as the tools that you need are hammers, shovels, and or axes, because currently those are the only tools we have. Now, I realize selling tools might seem a little bit silly, but keep in mind that we actually have 2 tenants currently who are both in construction as their occupation, and thus I'm sure the 2 of them would love to purchase some of these tools and perhaps even some of their colleagues. We've also got vending machines all over the place, of course, as per the usual, and we also have some firewood outside as well in case anyone needs it for their chimneys or maybe a little campfire, I don't know. To help tie our brand new shop into the rest of the city, we ended up building a small alleyway right next to it with plenty of dumpsters to keep the area clean, and also an aircon unit to try and heat and cool this side of the city, of course, as well as any other structures we put in, one of which ended up being yet another apartment complex similar to the one that we built in the southeastern section of the city earlier on in the last video. Not really too much to mention here, but the apartment complex from last episode is quickly filling up, and thus once we have that one full, this one will be ready for new tenants on a moment's notice. Unfortunately though, our fun building around the city would be quickly interrupted by a prison break by Purple and Rulo. These no-good, dirty Outlander bastards appear to be sick of having their organs harvested, and they're trying to make a break for it. We wouldn't allow that, not one bit. Our security bots would rush in as quick as possible. Given the danger that the Outlanders could pose, we would open fire on them with little regard for their lives. Luckily, neither of them died. Luckily for them, and us, I suppose, because we're not quite done harvesting those sweet, sweet organs. Ooh, another kidney. I knew you had another one in there somewhere, Purple. Thanks. Meanwhile, back aboard our yet-to-be-named space station, our weary space travelers were getting a little bit bored. But worse than that, they were also getting quite hungry. The stockpile of meals that we had previously sent to them have been devoured, and they were in dire need for some of our fresh fruits and vegetables. So we quickly threw together a nice care package of steel, meals, and a little bit of cloth for them and shot it straight into the heavens to rendezvous with the station. Now you might be asking yourself, why would they need all of that steel, Rad Daddy? Well, let me tell you, not only do we plan on eating meals, but we also plan on expanding the station itself furthermore. Now, as you might imagine, I want our astronauts to be nice, cozy, and comfortable, of course, aboard the station, and part of that is actually going to be getting them their very own rooms. But also, as we begin to run out of room in our city on the ground and we're using up more and more land, perhaps we should begin looking towards the heavens to expand our enterprise and business, perhaps even renting out a few rooms aboard the station, or maybe, just maybe, even an orbital casino. But that's something we'll deal with in the future, a possible idea of sorts. As you can probably tell, and as we probably already know, this type of work in space takes a very long time, so we'll check back in on them in a moment. In the meantime, while we're waiting on this construction project to finish, I asked you wonderful people last episode for a wonderful name for our wonderful new android, and I have been happily provided the name of Lloyd. This more than dapper name is provided by our good friend Wolf Attack 4825. And of course, this name just so happens to be a direct reference to the bartender in the movie The Shining, which me and my lady rat recently watched as well, so it touches near and dear to the old heart. Speaking of our mechanical minions, utilizing the plasteel that we had mined from the asteroid last episode, we would have Jor begin working on 2 brand new Tier 3 androids. My dear friends, I introduce to you Addison and Diesel respectively. Created at separate times, and somehow still they appear to be twins, as it were. Addison here is actually going to be at the cash register in our teeny tiny restaurant that we built very early on in the series. Up until this point, I've actually had Lev split between the shop where we sell plushies and hot sauce and the restaurant, which is no bueno, and thus I'm glad to have some helping hands. Diesel, with his more fitting name, gives off more of a handyman kind of vibe, and thus I would actually have him manning the register in our hardware shop. Selling hammers and shovels, I'm sure they'll be flying off the shelves with his salesmanship. With that taken care of, I wanted to focus on a new project. You know, we've been doing so much trading on the road these days, and we do have our speedrunner truck, but for much larger shipments, I thought it might be nice if we built ourselves a semi-truck to load some of the larger objects. And perhaps one of the most important parts, it also has a closable and lockable cargo bay if, say, maybe you wanted to move 800 joints or something, I don't know. Okay, you got me. It's more like 600, but we also have plenty of leaves, and it also has a very distinct smell, if you will, so we need somewhere we can put it, close it, and nobody will know what we're handling. For now, we'll just load up all of our joints into our semi-truck and take it out. That way, if we were to get pulled over by the Marshal Service Police Force, we don't get all of our goods confiscated. For her maiden voyage, however, we're going to be going out on a trade mission to a nearby Republic City, the same one that Nino came from, as we're constantly trading with him. After arriving, I realized that our city by this point is 10 times better looking than this city, which is so funny because Nino used to daydream about what it must be like to be the mayor of this city while he was homeless here. How the mighty have fallen. Nevertheless, though, we could make sure that the fine folks of the city have some recreational lettuce sticks, if you will, to smoke on. However, they didn't have near enough silver to pay for all of our smoke leaf joints and our iced coffee, which we had a plethora of both in our truck, and thus we would be trading with several other settlements in the area before returning home. Now, traveling to all of these different cities and towns and trading with them all is going to take some time, so in the meantime, let's check back in at our space station. It appears to me that Wally and Matzi have finished up the southern wing of the station finally, adding in 3 bedrooms, if you can count Wally's as a bedroom technically, as well as a brand new storage room where we're also going to be keeping a few of our batteries for the time being, just so it's not so cluttered in our comms room. Eventually, of course, the hope is that we have a very large station at some point where we can actually keep several guests, and we'll have a massive storage area with its own battery room and yada yada yada. I'm sure you understand. Of course, though, these are things that come in due time, as our space program is still in its infancy, and thus we're going to need a bit of time and resources to go about doing this. We're still really focused on our city for now. Even so, though, I decided to send Wally out on yet another mission. We're going to be sending him off to the same asteroid that we've been mining previously. Because sticking with our theme of expanding and working on the city, we need more and more plasteel for the city itself, and thus we're going to get some. This time around, we're leaving Laika and Matsi back home, where they would be enjoying some nice soda pop beverages in the meantime. Putting ourselves once again in a specialized orbit in the lander, we easily ended up catching back up with the plasteel asteroid, where Wally would land shortly thereafter. Our poor rusted compadre would immediately get to work on mining out these reservoirs of plasteel within its marbled stone. While he's doing that in orbit around the planet, our trade caravan had finally returned back home, pulling in and dropping off all of the silver that we had made. And I had also packed some hot sauce and forgot to sell it, to be honest with you. I didn't see it, so we only made this money off iced coffee as well as smoke leaf joints, and we made, I think, right around 9,000 silver, which was a pretty good haul. Back at the asteroid though, Wally's energy reserves were about to deplete. His batteries were almost completely dead, and you might be thinking to yourself, damn it, Rat Daddy, how did you not know this was going to happen? It happened last time. Well, actually, I did. I had actually planned for this ahead of time, bringing the android pod and a fresh battery along with Wally. We were able to connect these up to the lander itself, that way we wouldn't be floating around in space, and Wally could easily charge his internal battery to full. Perhaps one of the greatest parts about this though is the fact that charging his internal battery to full barely takes any charge out of the actual battery itself, meaning that we could probably mine basically the entire asteroid of its plasteel without issue. We are still restricted by how much we can carry in the lander and also how long it takes to mine and construct and things like that in space, so back on the ground we're actually going to be working on our very next research project, which just so happens to be sterile materials like you would find in a hospital or possibly a laboratory. Speaking of which, just as an offshoot of our mission control building, we are actually going to be building a small laboratory where our scientists will be able to study materials that we bring back home from outer space, such as the uranium that we brought back from our first asteroid, the rocks that we took back from the North Pole, and hopefully some that we end up taking back from one of the moons, and anything else that we find out there, really. As we were finishing up construction, perfect timing as we also finished our research into sterile materials, allowing us to build sterile walls and flooring in the lab. Of course though, credit where credit is due, this lab was an idea by our friend Miss Moggy1, who made a great point by saying we needed a lab to test the samples that we're bringing home because who knows what could be on them, which is very true as there could be some type of alien bacteria, and we definitely don't need some type of space virus outbreak on the planet, especially not within our city, killing off all of our tenants and thus our profits. You'll notice in the entranceway there's a bit of an airlock section here in the corridor where people are expected to scrub themselves down so that they're nice and clean and they don't contaminate anything. And then the lab itself also has many different types of analyzers and different types of beakers and other things that you'll need to perform tests, of course. We also have a simple shower installed as an eye wash station just in case we were to get contaminated. And now with our lab complete, we would waste absolutely no time going ahead and analyzing the uranium that we had previously taken from the asteroid, though it has been sitting on the planet for quite a while, so if there's any bacteria it's going to be hard to tell if it's from Degum or from the stars, but nevertheless we'll do it anyhow. And though this little laboratory is fairly compact, I don't think that we'll have anything too large in here, and if we do we can always expand it out to the south and to the east a little bit, but I'm pretty proud of how it turned out for the most part. For our next research project, I wanted to begin working on artisan furniture or artesian furniture, whatever it's called. It is the most luxurious furniture that we can actually build and that we have at our disposal, or at least we will once we get it researched, that is. While this research is ongoing, we would also have La and Jor begin sewing up some nice new suits. Just a couple of blue dyed jumpsuits for our astronauts. The next time we ended up sending a care package that was stuffed full of some resources, alcohol, and a little bit of food. We would also send these jumpsuits along with it. The additional resources that we sent, like the steel, we would end up using to build something of an airlock on the front of the space station itself, just in our comms room. This will allow our dog Laika to have a very low chance of dying from asphyxiation and or hypoxia because of us letting all the air out of the room, and this will allow our spacemen to go around around the station without their suits on whenever they please, as pointed out by our good friend Bushman9954. An excellent idea, my friend. I'm sure that they're getting sick and tired of wearing the bulky spacesuits inside with the fear of dying if they take them off. And by this point, we had also had Wally returning home from his mining mission over at the asteroid. He would end up docking the lander and then releasing his cargo hold, showing off about 12 to 1300 plasteel, I believe, which is the most that we've probably ever seen. And this critical resource is also worth thousands upon thousands of dollars. There's still plenty left to be mined, but for now, this is all we could bring back. Now, in stark contrast to our private space company mining asteroids in orbit around the planet, back here on the ground, we're actually going to be building our very first fast food restaurant in the city. And to do so, we're going to be utilizing a new mod to the list, the Randy Burger Fast Food Set mod. I ended up building this on the outskirts of the city near the western entrance, just a little bit below the public swimming pool that we built earlier on in the episode. It's within close proximity to the coffee shop and the gym. Perhaps somebody wants a meal after a workout, or maybe just to have with their coffee, but also with it being so close to the swimming pool, I thought it might be perfect if you take your children there, and then of course they're hungry afterwards or during. As we were constructing our fast food restaurant though, we ended up getting our artisan furniture research finally completed, so once we're ready we can build some of that. It was also by this point that we had finally finished our restaurant. As you can see, we have a large dining area right in the front where we're actually also going to be putting our cheeseburgers and sodas to go about selling them. We have a kitchen in the back with a food basket area where we're storing all the meats and vegetables to make the burgers, and I even included a drive-through window with a little drive-through box on the outside where you can order your meals if you're on the go. I also thought that it might be a good idea for this place to have a parking lot, seeing how most people are going to be traveling through here, and it could get pretty congested if everyone's trying to maybe use the drive-through, so I built one across the street. Nothing too fancy, just a little small one. Still, this begs the question of who is going to cook these meals, and to answer that, I think that we're going to need to send a care package from our space station of plasteel all the way back down to the city. For you see, my friends, I plan on using the plasteel that we've been mining to make yet another Tier 3 android, as that and the advanced components have been the only things holding us back thus far. I introduce to you yet another of our androids, this one currently going by the name of Wilson, though I'm sure you guys will provide a more proper name for him, as well as our other two that we created earlier. But anyhow though, he is not only going to be our android at the register, but also our cook. He's currently not very good at cooking, so hopefully these burgers don't give anyone food poisoning, though they will be dirt cheap, so no worries, I'd say. Besides, he'll get better with time as he continues cooking and increasing his skill, and thus the quality will get better as well. And just like that, my friends, we have our very first fully functional fast food restaurant that is actually totally automated if you consider the android an automaton, which he is. Now then, for our next little project of the episode, I wanted to go about upgrading Ninal's little mansion here, and to go about doing so, we're going to be replacing many of his items of furniture, such as his tables, his bed, and anything and everything in between with the artisan furniture instead. Basically, the exact same furniture that he already had, just with an upgraded gold engraved version that is much more beautiful and more expensive. I was pretty darn happy with how it all turned out in the end, and if you notice in the bathroom, we also upgraded his appliances like a bathtub and things like that with steel versions instead of wood, all except for his toilet, which we actually made out of solid gold. A little bit whimsical, sure, but I think that it really works as a status symbol of his wealth. And although these new furniture items were quite expensive and taxing on our reserves of gold, as you can see, we are still quite stockpiled on gold, silver, and a little bit of jade, and we're really finally beginning to fill this bank up. For our next research project, we are actually going to go about building Tier 4 androids. Now, I don't really have any particular reason for wanting to do this other than just to have the greatest and best androids that are possible. We may very well add them to our defense force or possibly our station above. I've seen plenty of comments about that, so I think that might be what we shoot for. Speaking of our androids, I decided to go ahead and begin building our android security force, its very own building where they can go in and charge. This is going to be right next to Ninal's mansion and Jor's home. Specifically so we can always make sure we have our security force ready at a moment's moment's notice to protect the both of them, of course. But we also wanted to build them their own facility. That way our garage at the police station isn't so cluttered with all of their recharging pods, and thus we can add more vehicles in or move the vehicles we currently have easier. And as you can see in the new building, we have plenty more room to add in more android pods as we continue expanding our security force. A bit of time later, we ended up getting some gold from the Republic of Libertas as something of a tip. Now, this happens quite often with gold components, silver, and yada yada yada, but this time in particular, it seems that their great stay in our facilities has left us with a new allyship with the faction, which is absolutely splendid because the better our relationship with them, the better the trade deals, as well as the more often that they'll actually come and stay at our nice place and spend their money in our shops and casino. However, they were not the only ones looking to get a little bit chummy with us, as we had some visitors from the United Traders Union. Ah yes, the great and honorable Dibbo, the original founding member of the United Traders Union and the current leader, as it were. This would explain the insane amount of defensive forces following him as his entourage into the city, with many of them being very large mechanoids who could quite literally destroy this city in a matter of hours. But also many drones that immediately began flying over the city and through our alleyways all over the place, making sure that it was safe for Dibbo's arrival. Incredibly impressive, I must say. Dibbo would enjoy himself at our nice steamy sauna where Nino would join him, and the two of them would begin talking business. As Nino approached, he had an offer for some established trade routes through this road. That way more and more visitors, soldiers, security forces, etc. would be coming through here and spending time in our hotels, spending their money in our shops. You get what I'm saying. It should also be noted the entire time the two gentlemen were having a conversation in the sauna, a very large mechanoid was guarding just outside, ready at a moment's notice. Dibbo, as a fellow businessman and respecting the success story of Nino and his growing empire, kindly accepted this offer, under one condition. The United Traders Union would be given a preference and a priority over other factions when it comes to trading. And of course, Nino accepted. And with that, my friends, our relations with the majority of the factions on this planet are doing quite splendidly, I must say. All except for the Oak Foundation, who, though they are neutral with us, seem to have a predisposition to hate us. Possibly because we had refused to attack the Marshal Service in last episode with our security force, though I can't be for sure. Though we do find it highly unusual seeing how the leader of the Oak Foundation, Lurkot, has quite a similar story to Nino himself. Both of these gentlemen were slaves at one point in time, though Lurkot was a slave as a child and rescued, then also enslaved once more by the time he was a teenager. Nevertheless, the two of them have built their own empires with their own hands. Regardless, whatever his reasoning may be, it seems that we may have bigger fish to fry at the moment as we're being attacked by a tribal people from the Outlands. We had very little time to prepare, and Bryn was on the corner of the city when they walked in. They fired upon her, knocking her to the ground, though she didn't succumb to her injuries right away. We immediately began rushing our security force towards the enemies and all of our civilians inside of our fallout shelter. However, it seems that the tribespeople were delighted to be able to kidnap one of our own, being Bryn, and were quite frightened by our security force. Thus, they decided to kidnap who they could and run away. Unfortunately, Bryn was taken. We wouldn't even have a chance to battle them as the cowards knocked Bryn to the ground, caught our fields on fire, and ran away like the filthy bandits they are. These monsters have no morality. They didn't have a rhyme or reason. They just wanted to hurt someone and to take what wasn't theirs. To think that they would even try to light our fields on fire to starve out our populace. Thanks to our firefighting androids, we would easily be able to put our fields out, saving the majority of our crops, and thus we could let our people back out into the city. Fear not, Bryn, for they may have taken you, but they cannot hide forever. We will do everything within our power to find you and to bring you back home into our loving arms. And that is a promise. As the situation was getting settled back on the planet, back up at the space station, we had actually already commissioned for a brand new room to be built onto the station itself, with this being an observation deck. We wanted to have it completed before our special guest arrived at the station. Yes, our third person to ever go into space. Technically our second if you don't count Wally the android, but who am I talking about, you may be asking? Why, none other than Neenal himself. Now that he knows that this whole space travel and space station is safe, why the hell not? Utilizing a custom-built rocket that has autopilot installed and is going to be heading right for the space station, we would launch the CEO and the mayor of our city into the heavens. With such a simple payload aboard, we had no way to dock with the station, so Wally and Matzi would come out and get the boss man himself. Now, I realize this may seem a bit insensitive since Bryn was recently kidnapped and Neenal has pledged to find Bryn, but not to worry, as Jor and the others back home are working on the case. And they will find Bryn. It's only a matter of time. Matzi took some of the remaining patch leather that we had and quickly threw together a sleeping bag for Neenal. It wasn't exactly his usual accommodations, but given the fact that we're on a rinky-dink small station that needs many upgrades, it'll do for now. You know, after all this time, all that Neenal has accomplished and all of his wealth, he never once thought he was any better than anyone else. He never, ever looked down on anyone. But from this perspective, it's hard not to. Until next time, my friends. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Rags to Riches series. My friends, I am glad to see you back here as per the usual, but I am afraid I have some bad news and a little bit of good news. This episode is going to be our last episode in the Rags to Riches series, but don't freak out, don't start rioting in the streets, as we are going to be continuing our work on our space station hotel, going to the moon with a possible casino, all this and more, just maybe in a second season or something of that sort. The main goal of the series, of course, was to create a gigantic city that took up the entire map and to make a shit ton of money, which we have definitely done, and we have achieved all of those goals, or at least we will by the end of this episode for sure. But as we continued this series, we've had more and more goals with a casino on the moon and everything we've already discussed, and thus why I've decided to split them into different seasons. But with that news out of the way, it is time for us to actually begin in today's episode, and right now we have Jor working hard and tediously at making some concrete. And funny enough, after we've upgraded our city so much, we have yet to actually upgrade a lot of our industrial district, so that's what we're going to begin doing today. One of the first things that we're going to be adding to our industrial district is actually going to be a proper concrete factory. Now, up until this point, I've been storing all of our stone chunks, which is the exact same thing that we use to make concrete, on the outsides of the fencing of our city limits, and we'll no longer really have to do that as we'll be keeping it in here and we won't have to walk so far to make concrete. I also added in plenty of storage for concrete itself and 2 mixers compared to our 1 mixer that we have been working with for so long. I also ended up putting this just above our crematorium, or whatever we're calling it, where we burn bodies, because I figured the smell of mixing concrete and also burning corpses would probably be best in the same area. Or, you know, just at the very least, away from our residential areas and businesses. Piggybacking off of that though, we still have a lot of old homes where we used to live when we first founded this city that are in dire need of some upgrades as well to their beauty and their quality. Now, a lot of these are currently vacant as they were the homes of our police force, but of course last episode we ended up building our police officers some more proper and much better looking homes. But I couldn't bring myself to bulldoze them and build something over top of them because truly they are a big piece of the city's history and some of our oldest structures on the entire map, of course. And the same for our employee apartment complex here that we used to use as our restaurant in the original first few episodes. I'm just feeling a bit of nostalgia, I suppose. Anyhow, we put in some nice beautiful stone flooring for them and just a few other little upgrades like that. But even with as small small and narrow as the apartment complex was, I wanted to go ahead and add in some nice recreational items and a sofa, so we put in a small tube television as well as a chess table. Truly the least that we could do for our loyal employees. They don't get a 401k, but they do get a TV, so better than nothing, but they do have to share. I also ended up putting in some nice roads and pathing off screen here throughout this little residential area. Once again, I just couldn't bring myself to bulldoze it, so I wanted to pretty it up a little bit, and as we continue getting more employees, some of them can come here and live. It just kind of reminds me of, you could be in some city somewhere, maybe your hometown, and then you see a strange little cabin somewhere, and it's kind of just out of place, but it's because it is someone's home place or something, an original structure of the city. Now then, for the time being, we're going to be done with our industrial section of the city, and we're going to begin focusing more on the residential and the business side, and up in the northeastern corner of the city, and just right next to our museum essentially, we're actually going to be building a brand new rentable area where folks with very little coin can come in and get some decent amenities and some decent hospitality without having to travel south to our homeless shelter instead. This, my friends, is our very first hostel, if you don't count the little hotel that we actually built in the southern part of the city as well. This is essentially just a very cheap place that people can rent out for a night or two, where we are going to have large masses and groups of people staying, for a very, very low cost, of course. Now, personally, I had brought this up in the past, but I will give the credit to our friend Victor DeMay, who suggested the exact same idea based on my brief comment, so thank you ever so much. Even though the hostel itself is priced for some folks that are a little bit less fortunate, we could say, than our average luxurious guest, I wanted them to also have some pretty nice things. It seems like the city would keep up this area fairly well to keep crime low and to keep spirits high, so we also built a very small little park and or flower garden here for people to go out and enjoy. Since we have so many new buildings in this area, like our museum and especially our place of worship, our gigantic temple, I thought that it would also probably be a good idea to go ahead and build a parking lot up here, as we're sure to have plenty of people driving. Also, since last episode, we ended up designating this small area here for our police housing, and it is a city-owned piece of property, even though everything is. I also wanted to turn this small area here into a supply depot where they basically would store a lot of their building materials. And with that, my friends, a second piece to our four-corner puzzle of the city comes together. This marks the second time that we've completely filled out yet another section of the city and or corner of the city, and that is something to be proud of indeed. A little bit of time later, we finally finished up our extensive research into advanced types of batteries, which took a little bit longer than we would have expected, mostly because I had Jor and all of his genius assigned to making concrete for all of our new projects this episode. Now, with that research finally finished, we could begin implementing this new technology into our power plants. Now, eventually, I'd like to try to completely phase out the old batteries, but for now we're just going to add in the additional advanced batteries until we have enough resources to completely replace all the old ones. But this also really got me thinking. We do have enough power production for now to keep the city going, but we've been struggling this entire series as we continue expanding the city larger and larger, and since we are finally going to be finishing the city off in this episode, I want to also finally finish off our power grid and our power generation. And that's why not only am I adding in some advanced wind turbines out here, but I am also going to be adding in an entirely brand new gigantic solar panel field and or generator area here, as you can see, that is essentially going to be nothing but a gigantic concrete square with a shit ton of solar generators. Now, unfortunately, this did take an unbelievably long amount of time, though you guys don't actually have to deal with that. As you can see, it is now completed, but I wanted to bring this up because honestly, it is yet another reason as to why I feel that this is probably a good time to split the series, because with as big as our city has gotten and all of the people that we have renting off of us and visiting from us, things are getting incredibly slow. But as we were working on our new giant power plant, we ended up receiving a signal aboard our space station. There was an incoming vessel requesting an emergency docking from the Mars Marshal Service, so of course we accepted. As you can see, they had a bit of a hot landing to say the least, but everything seems to be intact. For the most part, that is. Out came 3 Martianauts who thankfully didn't seem to be injured by their crash docking, and neither did our station for the most part. Upon further inspection, these 3 Martianauts appeared to be the same that actually landed on the moon some time ago, with them being Roman, Cutie, and Slate. Slate, of course, once again, being the daughter of the infamous General Hawthorne. Needless to say, as a former Martianaut himself, Motzi was very intrigued to converse with them, you could say. And it looks like they're going to have plenty of time to do so because our radio terminal to communicate with Mission Control and basically anyone not on this station right now is damaged. Not that they could go anywhere anyhow, as they had damaged our lander and of course their own during their crash docking, so we decided to help them out and begin repairing it a bit. In the meantime, while we're doing that, up in orbit around the planet of Degum, back on the ground we actually began working on some brand new luxury rooms for our casino property. Now, up until this point, we've only had 4 of these luxury rooms to rent out, which is no bueno, as last episode, as you could see, we had the President of the Republic's daughter and mother join us at the station. What if they would have came here with an entire fancy entourage and we didn't have enough expensive rooms to charge them for? So we took a few days to complete these, and during this time, we also ended up finishing our repairs on the radio terminal on the station, where Motzi and Slate were having some interesting conversations, you could say. Slate was talking about how the Marshals plan on starting something of a space mining empire. Perhaps a potential series in the future? But Motzi also told her about a rumor he heard from Neenel, our mayor of course, about how her father's brains were scrambled by the SNR rifle company long time ago. Needless to say, this was some pretty intense news to Slate, who thought her father was already dead by this point. Perhaps this will help her in the future. Either way though, their lander had been completely repaired after we contacted the Marshal Service for their blueprints, of course, on how to go about fixing it, and with that, our guests were off. Such a shame, given the circumstances, we decided not to even bother charging them for a bed while they were here, but no good deed goes unpunished, so hopefully we'll make some money back in another way. Speak of the devil, we're sending out the old Big Smoke, our big rig semi-truck, to do a bit of trading with some of the local towns under the Republic of Libertas. Just in case you need a quick refresher, we're selling off many of our things like our many different types of alcohol, i.e. vodka and gin, as that's about all the variety we have. Soda, we're even selling off some leathers and other things like that, though our trading is going to take a while as we are going to many different settlements. Now you may be asking though, Rat Daddy, I thought that Neenel had set up a specific trade deal with Dibbo to go about actually setting up trade routes specifically with the United Traders Union in a few episodes ago. Well, my friend, you are indeed correct, but we haven't completely forgotten about them, as we had actually requested one of their bulk goods traders come to our city. This way we're prioritizing trade with the Traders Union, but we're also making some moolah off everyone else as well. We sold alcohol, soda, and leathers to our rebel companions, and we would end up selling plenty of construction materials like concrete and wood to the United Traders. By the time it was all said and done, we had made a measly 2,790 pieces of silver, which wasn't too shabby for a singular trade. By this point, we had also finally finished up our new luxury rooms to rent out, and I believe we're going to continue making at least another 4 or so of these in the area. By that point, I think we'll have plenty enough rooms to facilitate and to accommodate as many of our luxurious fancy pants guests and their comrades as possible. In the meantime, back on the old trade route, the Big Smoke was on its way back when we spotted a large blockade ahead. Uh-oh. Looks like we have about 3 or so Outlander bandits completely blocking the road with tank traps. I think things are about to get a little bit dicey. With little time to think, Lewis would make a sharp turn around the tank traps, completely avoiding them, but opening up the big smoke to a barrage of bullets. This caused us to begin taking some major damage to our right chem tank on the truck, and we were leaking chem fuel everywhere. A few more hits like that, and the truck is going to be dead in the water. Given the circumstances, our only option would be to fight, so Lewis and Roger jumped out of the truck and began firing upon these damn dirty bandits. They would also have to use the truck as cover though, which caused it to take more damage. The only option would be to rush this son of a bitch and try to cut him to pieces, which we would eventually do before we began engaging with his comrades. Lewis would attempt to throw flares at their leader in an attempt to maybe blind her, but she had some sunglasses on, so this didn't seem to work. Eventually though, after firing at them and they took a few bullets, they decided to try to run away, probably the best decision that they've ever made in their lives. Unlike most employees, Lewis here is loyal till the very end, and he would indeed die for the shareholders. Nevertheless though, we do need to repair the chem fuel tanks on our truck and refuel, so we began working on that for the next few hours before we finally would head back home. But I did notice that a particular weapon that was used by the bandits, the one with the gas mask in particular, appeared to be some type of tear gas canister launcher. Now that could come in handy. Upon our arrival back into the city, Lewis immediately pulled the big smoke up next to the bank and dropped off the gigantic haul of silver that we made. Similar to how we use our tractor to harvest crops and then take them to our restaurants and other storage areas, we would end up doing the same, of course, with silver with the big smoke, making it much easier to haul in. And just the same, we would also drop off our new tear gas canister launcher over at the prison for some of our prison guards, as it seemed like quite a fitting weapon here for Hooch. Perhaps if our little Oregon farm prisoners get a little bit too rowdy, old Hooch here could shoot them right between the eyes with a canister and then make them cry in other ways with the gas, is what I meant. But speaking of our jail guards, Worm and Hooch, last episode I did ask you guys for some more proper and fitting names, and of course just some names in general that would be suggested by you lovely folks, and we currently have the names of Good Cop and Bad Cop. These are very silly, funny, goofy, and whimsical little names, and I actually do really like them. I think that they're pretty good. These wonderful names come from our friend UC Reanimated, who not only talks about how, of course, it is a funny and whimsical name, of course, for both of them, as I mentioned, but also it does really make sense since they are going to be interrogating the prisoners within our jail cells pretty often as well, so I think it's quite fitting. Now, last episode, we also discussed a comment about our fallout shelters, but in particular that we should build a special, more luxurious fallout shelter for Nino himself, and I thought, where better to put this than in his backyard, of course. I also want to mention that this is going to be a double-walled fallout shelter compared to our triple-walled one that we built last episode, but that is because the walls are going to be made out of armored rebar concrete, which has a maximum durability of 2,000 hit points, which I think is pretty close to being triple that of plasteel, so pretty damn durable, I'd say. On the internal portion of this little fallout shelter, we ended up giving Nino the basics. He of course has a shower, a toilet, stuff like that. I didn't go too fancy with that, as I didn't really think it would matter since he's the only one in there, but he did end up having a nice royal bed, some royal furniture to go along with it, of course, and on the outside he also has a septic tank and a portable generator on the inside as well, similar to our one from last episode, just basically self-sustaining. And as previously mentioned, it is indeed in his backyard. Quite frankly, if I got it any closer, it would have been part of his house, so I think if a nuclear bomb were to drop in the area, this should be a pretty good distance for him to get there. I had considered building a really large one for all the residents of the city, but to be honest with you, I'm not really sure that we would put all our funding in that. It seems like we want to maximize profits more so, and to be honest, even if the city is destroyed and we still have our tenants, you know, it doesn't really matter. We won't be able to make any money on them. Now, as we continue filling out our city and using up the space properly, we did have this area here that is next to our little lake, our lodge, but also next to our new power plant, and so I didn't really want to put any residential housing or anything down here. So instead, I ended up making a very large park. Not exactly the same as the previous parks that we've been making, as this one is basically solely going to be focused on nature, which I guess is the point of a park, but what I mean is we're not going to have a lot of planted trees and bushes and flowers. We basically just made a very small little dock area where people can walk and look at the water and sit and enjoy just nature and the lake and yada yada yada. I'm pretty sure you get my point here. To be honest with you, I'm quite proud. This might be one of my favorite projects that I've actually made through the city. I really enjoy doing the parks, if you couldn't tell, of course, as I find them to be very beautiful and scenic. And I'm sure that our fine citizens and guests will enjoy it as well. I feel that this piece of property here would also be owned and maintained by the lodge as well. Now then, moving on up to the northwestern section just by our space center, we were actually going to begin working on a new structure here, as well as a grandiose parking lot. This is going to serve as a parking lot for the space center as well as all of its employees, which I think are going to be living in the apartments here just next to the parking lot, as that would make the most sense to me. We may also end up adding in some additional ones as well, but as you can see here, we are going to have a large storage building where we are going to be storing components, steel, plasteel, and items like that that are used for crafting spacecraft. Coming back around to what we were talking about a moment ago though, with building more apartment complexes, we are going to be building some just next to this parking lot above the other ones that we already have installed. That way they are going to be fully stocked and ready for any new employees to the Mission Control building, which is actually going to tie in and begin basically preparing us for the next season when we begin doing all this space travel and building these casinos and these hotels and everything in orbit around the planet, on the moons, yada yada yada, all that fun stuff, friendos. The hope as well is giving out this housing like this to any employees of Mission Control and our space center will help incentivize more employees coming and working there. In the meantime, we would also begin working on some more research for our cooking purposes, such as some soups. It's been a hot minute, but a few episodes back, I have mentioned how I wanted to start focusing on the cooking research more and more, as I'd like to create something of a gourmet restaurant. And that is exactly what we began to do. I ended up putting this right next to the luxury rooms that we're renting out just to the west of the casino in the further corner of the map underneath our space center. And the reason that I always want to bring up where these are located, in particular this one, is because I feel like a gourmet restaurant like this is definitely going to be catered to some of our guests with the deeper pockets, some of our high rollers, if you will. And as you can see with this restaurant, we would spare no expense with some very royal looking tables and very luxurious lugs and a fine slate floor. We would also have a very grand kitchen as well as a food storage area, which is just much better than something you would find in any of our other shops and restaurants around the city, of course. With such a fine atmosphere, it was time for us to begin making some fine and lavish food, starting off with a lavish potato soup. But this would simply be the beginning of what we end up serving here to our guests. In case for some reason you are curious as to why I'm even bothering with all these restaurants and everything since we are ending the season, I feel that it's important to mention that not only am I just doing this to try to fill out the rest of the city and to finish off the city, which is our main goal, but once we actually start the next season, where our main goal is to make all of these businesses in space, our primary funding is still going to be coming from restaurants just like this one. A large portion of our funding already comes from many of our tenants throughout the city who rent off of us, but a lot of our luxury guests who are also paying top dollar for some very high quality rooms, and it is my hope as well that this restaurant will improve their stay and the quality of their visit here, as well as attracting more guests such as these. And now, my friends, we come to something of a bittersweet moment. we have completely finished the city. As you can see, every single buildable corner of this map is completely filled to the absolute brim with our structures. And in my opinion, I think that it looks really beautiful. This is quite frankly probably the largest building project that I have ever undertaken in RimWorld, and definitely the largest that I've ever undertaken on the channel for sure. And even though our bank isn't completely filled to the brim, as I maybe had discussed previously, that may be something that we end up using as our absolute end goal for all of these seasons and the series of Rags to Riches in general. But as we look over our beautiful city and everything that we have built this series, I want to say thank you. I want to stress, and I want you guys to understand, that none of this would have been possible without you. If you've liked the video, if you've commented your suggestions, if you've even watched for a single minute or 30 seconds, I don't know, a very minimal amount of time, it is because of you that we were able to do this. So thank you all ever so much. As always, you guys are amazing. Genuinely, the amount of support that I get on these series for the RKRU, Rags to Riches, the Gun Empire, the communities that are built up around these series, will never cease to amaze me. Truly, they are my favorite, and to see how much you guys really enjoy these series and these seasons and everything, these videos, it brings such a smile to my face and such warmth to my heart. I mean, genuinely, I know that's very sappy, but it does. And I love you guys, and I really, really appreciate all of you so much. There would be no me without you, and I always find it very important to stress that and to just show how grateful I am for you guys. And it is also because of you guys that this series is not ending here with the completion of the city. Rags to Riches shall return, my friends, and when it does, we shall be taking our corporate greed to yet another level. We shall be taking it to the stars, to the heavens. For we have only begun to scratch the surface of the possible monetization of the void of space, and by golly, I'm telling you, we are going to take it to its absolute limits. But that shall be in the future, my friends. I would once again like to thank you all ever so much for watching this episode, as well as the series thus far. As we have come from nothing, a homeless gentleman on the street who has built a powerhouse of a corporation. Until next time, friends.